Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? My apologies for the lateness. No, we were definitely late today. Oh no, we were late. We were late. My apologies, everyone. Let me make sure I do this. Does it work? It looks like it does work. So, I have in my links a link from Anton, speaking about that all white, kind of enclave in Arkansas. And I have in my links also, um, a link from Anna Kasparian from TYT speaking about the men, and voting increasingly right, or the preliminaries for that organization, that 20 million that we spoke of, and what the initial findings have been. Yeah, so it's pretty much exactly what we speak about here. The Democrats, the women have the women and a certain brand of leftists. It's not even leftist. Have weaponized the left against the men, and the men are moving accordingly. The men can smell that the left is the party of neoliberal capitalists and women. Wait, so the conservatives aren't neoliberal? Yes, they are too, right? So you can be part of quote unquote toxic masculinity, or you could be henpecked. And that was one hell of a choice to give men. Huh? So the left has become the party of virtue signaling men who still have a lot of sex with a lot of women at the elite level. Um, and then everybody else who's bowing and scraping to the women while being made fun of and being told that there's something wrong with you. Uh-oh. Right? So, um, I wanted to review those initially. I might actually end up changing the title, um, and finding a really creative thumbnail, because there's other things I want to kind of go over that I realized after the fact. So that's half the reason why we're late, a little late. Um, there are things that I made reference to. Uh, as a matter of fact, let's play this first, because I actually want to play this, and I might get a strike for this, so I'm going to wait to play that and see, right? But before we play that, I'm gonna play this clip that I found, and it's from Home Math, but it was actually on um Lil Duval's channel. Shout out to my Florida native. It was on Duval's channel, and for those of you that Lil Duval, comedian, been in the game for decades now, and his channel is, kind of a a hub for Black people, and it was interesting that I was able to find this on his channel, and the interesting commentary that was in the comments, namely from the women. So we're gonna play that, and then we'll get to it. We'll give our commentary on the other side. So y'all gives you a second, and here we go.
Women do not need men to get bank accounts, houses. They have careers on their own.
No, you still rely on men. It's just indirect now. See, men have always been in between women and the real world. That your office job is not real life. Here's another depiction of that. Here's men going out to face danger and build things on the outside in order to create a safe space for women on the inside. This is how it's always been, and it still is. You just don't understand that because you're too comfortable. Men still do all the hard work. If all women stopped working right now, we'd be fine. If all men stopped working, everyone would die. And that is again because men make all the food and build all the houses and the walls, and they used to guard the border. I guess they gave up on that. Women have never done that and can't. Men still do all of the necessary things to create the space for you to have your girl bossing fun time. The way it works is that women are always really happy for men to do the hard, dangerous work until times are really good, until we build something better than this. And then you look around and you go, hey, men have more than us. No fair. You go to the government, which writes some laws for you, which makes you equal, and then you are disgusted by men who are equal to you. So without equality laws, it's very easy for women to find men they respect, and with equality laws, it's very difficult. And then everyone tells these men that they're worthless. And then they go, okay, well, I don't want to be this guy, so I'll just be this guy. And then they never grow up and they never do anything. And then you hate them even more. So your girl bossing crap is just not going to last very long because women cannot do what men do. You can't do that work of building the physical world. And what you're doing now is just sort of taking it away from men and having it for yourself without giving them anything back, which makes them go away. And then, like, imagine if you had to build a house. It's not going to happen. And then when men go away, then there is nothing in between you and bad stuff. So you might want to stop being so mouthy.
Okay, so why did Mr. Z play this? What is the point of this? This was on Lil Duval's channel, everyone. That's why. Right? So, as BGS has said, this conversation has reached escape velocity. We already know, and we see. That's why I mentioned TYT earlier and Ed Kasparian speaking on this. We already see how far this conversation is getting. What's very interesting and important about what Whole Math said is the part of, you become equal and then you don't want the men that are equal to you. Well, there's a social and political ramification. There's a cost to that, as Mr. Z says often. Z, you speaking about yourself in the third person again, I know. There's a cost to that. And if the feminists are right and the personal is political, then guess what? Huh? Yikes. There is a cost. In the comments where a lot of women cop and please, y'all can have all the equal stuff, right? There are women saying that. There are women saying, I definitely don't want to be out here in this heat. The men can have that, right? So you had women cop and please, but of course, and then you had women bringing up the exception to the rule like it's the rule. Huh? There are women that are firefighters and police officers. Yeah, as a person who works blue collar and who's been working blue collar for years, there are not women in the blue collar field to make mention of. They don't want to do it. They refuse to do it. Huh? The unglamorous blue collar jobs where you're not making buku bucks, the women are not in there. You're making more than your average American. Maybe you might be earning more than your average American. You're definitely earning more than the median income for women. You're definitely earning more than the median income for women in America, but most women still don't want to sign up. And Mr. Z doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. But as Whole Math said, respect that the men are protecting you from the elements. And it's always fascinating when women say, yeah, so are you saying that y'all are protecting us? Are the men protecting the women from other men? Yes. Because the other men don't have your BS moral compass that you don't actually adhere to. The other men will punch you in the mouth, have their way with you, and do what they want to do to you. And this is not a movie. You're not going to forge some type of sharp object out of some concrete and stab him in the neck when he jumps in that jail cell with you and have his way with you. This is not a movie. You just going to be a victim. That's how that's going to work. Him and his buddies will have their way with you whenever they want to. That's how that works. So yes, ladies, yes, you are right. Yes, the men are protecting you from other men. In real life, that's how it goes. The men are protecting you from the elements. The men are protecting you from maintaining the physical infrastructure that you refuse and maybe even can't do, even if you wanted to. And yes, you are absolutely right. And let's be clear, the men are protecting you from other animals. And the men are protecting you from other men. Your shaming tactics, your screaming, your screeching mean nothing to these other men who don't care nothing about that and who would have their way with you, and that's how that would go. And you would just be the victim of them. Yes, you are right. Yes, ladies. Are you saying that men are protecting women from other men? Yes, yes, actually, yes, yes, that is what we're saying. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, yes. It sounds funny until you're a victim. Yes. Huh? They think they're saying something when they say that. They think it's funny. Are you saying that the men are protecting the women from other men? It's other men. Yes, yes, ladies, yes. Huh? You're saying that because you've never been choked out before. You never been knocked out before, right? You never been punched in the face before because you don't know what it is to be just simply outmatched by another person physically, and they can have their way with you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And your average man has protected you from that. Yes. So as Home Math said, and Mr. Z has said this, it just all these things come full circle. Um, I recall saying this on the Roger Report's channel years and years and years ago. When the women say, "I don't need no man," yeah, you're saying that, but you do though. Most of the military still men. Police officers still overwhelmingly men. All the difficult jobs, all those strenuous jobs, all of that, from the truck driving, huh? Who, funny enough, who mans your nuclear submarines, huh? All of the freighters bringing your things in and out of China, huh? All your cheap goods, huh? Who's doing that? So women are speaking like this, and it sounds nice, but if we snap our fingers tomorrow, how long can women survive? Number one. Say that better, Z. How long can women prosper? Huh? Could women maintain the physical infrastructure? Can they maintain the electricity grid? Huh? Would women be able to operate those freighters and go get the products from China? Huh? And we snapped our fingers tomorrow, and it was just American men that disappeared. How long can women hold on to America? Huh? Or would the Europeans be sending in men to take this back over? Or would it be China? With China and the Europeans, you know what? You get everything. East of the Mississippi, we'll take everything. West of the Mississippi, we got that. Would Canada say, yeah, we want all that. We want all of Chicago, we want all of Michigan, we want Minneapolis, we want all of Washington State, we want all of that. Okay, fine, we'll just carve it up in three. Mexico says we want Texas back. You know what? I don't know, China. We want California, and China and Mexico go to war about it. China gonna win. Huh? Will Mexico say, you know what? We want Arizona back, we want Texas back. All of that the Americans took from us in that Mexican American War, we want all of it back. Would the women be able to hold on to it? Okay, let's not only focus because Mr. Z's including white men, and black women will be they down for that conversation. If we snapped our fingers tomorrow, we've already had this experiment, this thought experiment before. We snap our fingers tomorrow, and black men disappear. How long before white men just start raping black women? Ooh, goddamn! So you said that out loud, huh? If we snap our fingers tomorrow, how long before the black quote unquote black community, that's only gonna be black women and girls, because we snap our fingers, the black boys are gone too. How long before the black community disappears, and how long before black women are just made to be the undisputed concubine class? We already speak about it often, but that's all they will be. Period. Point blank. Is the concubine class and the group of women you just have your way with, and the dominant society just looks the other way. She can't even file rape charges on you because that's what y'all are, though, huh? So whole math has a point, and we're in a very interesting place now in this conversation where you have a number of women just saying, yeah, yeah, they might be right, a little bit of tiny teeny bit of little, right? All this talk from the ladies. Yeah, what happens if we were to snap our fingers and the men did disappear? Okay, fine, black women. It was just black men that disappeared. Shout out to all the women who say, you know what? We need to just birth black girls. Huh? We need to not bring black boys to term. Delete all unborn black male babies. Delete all of them. The Cynthia G types. And they never scaled that to actually think of what would that mean for the same black women that you claim to advocate for. Because you truly believe white men would just be like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah. We're just gonna leave them to their own devices. Giggity. Huh? And we're gonna play that we're gonna play that again from Home Math. But remember, this was on Lil Duval's channel. The reason why Mr. Z brings this up is to say this is where the conversation is now. At one point, the FDs of the world, right, were speaking as if y'all have no influence. Y'all are in your little dark places on the internet. You're in your little bubbles, right? They were throwing the INCELS as a pejorative. That's what they were doing, right? All of 2 and 3 years ago. And now we have Ricky Smiley, who is essentially the new Tom Joyner. We have Ricky Smiley speaking about Passport Bros, essentially. Shout out to Passport OG, right? I would have missed that conversation if it wasn't for Passport OG, but I got it. Uh-oh. And I got a South Florida native speaking. I got a response for her. We gonna play it in a minute. Huh? Yeah, what happened, FD? Shout out to Olay. Olay looked at her crystal ball. She read the tea leaves, and she said, you know what? Some of this stuff coming from women, black women, has been way over exaggerated when it comes to men, black men. Our critique has been overly harsh. Harsh is not even the word. And I'm paraphrasing what she's been saying on her channel for a little while now. But she did lament, and you could see, and she actually said it. Her fear is no, the men are actually becoming that fear. Yeah, because you, Ole, and other black women like you, as much as I disagree with you, haven't been able to make the other women shut the hell up. Huh? Y'all playing patty cake with them. And the men, black men, said we got something for that ass. Huh? So once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And let me put this up now. And shout out to Compassionate. I know it took me forever to put this up. Compassionate sent this to me, I don't know, like 2+ months ago. So shout out to Compassionate Callus, the newer banner. I actually got some stuff for Compassionate to do for me, but we'll play this one more again. And then we'll read that super chat and we'll continue. Okay, here we go.
Women do not need men to get bank accounts, houses. They have careers on their own.
No, you still rely on men. It's just indirect now. See, men have always been in between women and the real world. That your office job is not real life. Here's another depiction of that. Here's men going out to face danger and build things on the outside in order to create a safe space for women on the inside. This is how it's always been, and it still is. You just don't understand that because you're too comfortable. Men still do all the hard work. If all women stopped working right now, we'd be fine. If all men stopped working, everyone would die. And that is again because men make all the food and build all the houses and the walls, and they used to guard the border. I guess they gave up on that. Women have never done that and can't. Men still do all of the necessary things to create the space for you to have your girl bossing fun time. The way it works is that women are always really happy for men to do the hard, dangerous work until times are really good, until we build something better than this. And then you look around and you go, hey, men have more than us. No fair. You go to the government, which writes some laws for you, which makes you equal, and then you are disgusted by men who are equal to you. So without equality laws, it's very easy for women to find men they respect, and with equality laws, it's very difficult. And then everyone tells these men that they're worthless. And then they go, okay, well, I don't want to be this guy, so I'll just be this guy. And then they never grow up and they never do anything. And then you hate them even more. So your girl bossing crap is just not going to last very long because women cannot do what men do. You can't do that work of building the physical world. And what you're doing now is just sort of taking it away from men and having it for yourself without giving them anything back, which makes them go away. And then, like, imagine if you had to build a house. It's not going to happen. And then when men go away, then there is nothing in between you and bad stuff. So you might want to stop being so mouthy.
And thanks for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And no placeholder says, yes, our society would be much better off if men still protected women from themselves. That's what patriarchy did for you, ma'am. This goes back to the comment I highlighted earlier from Compassionate. Actually, let's highlight that again. And Compassionate said, where is that comment? There we go. And Compassionate says, the fact that these things are no longer obvious to women proves Mouse Utopia right like a mug. And it's sweet. Was it they no longer remember Joseph, or they no longer know Joseph? That's all it is. We've made the world comfortable enough where the women really see men as redundant, your average man as redundant. While complaining about it, I'm gonna play a clip that speaks right to that. And as Home Map said, like, we've made the world so comfortable that the women said, I don't want the average man. If I can't have the top 20, then I'd rather be single. If I can't have the man that makes the vagina get wet, then I'd rather be single. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that until you scale it. We've always had that cohort of women. We've always had elite women throughout human history. We've always had, right, the king's wife, the queen, the mistresses, right? We've always had that. The issue now is that this society has become so comfortable, industrious enough, and first world problems enough, where all the women want to be the queen or the king's mistress. Huh? And if they can't have that, then to hell with everything. The problem is when you scale that, that means less children, less marriage, right? And you watch your society slowly grind to a halt, while the women low-key celebrated with their spiteful asses. And because men tend to die earlier than women, ladies, okay, fine. Let's see what world you live in when you don't have that Social Security, because you don't have the next generation paying into the Social Security. Oops. Should have thought about that. Yikes. Huh? Uh-oh. We already, and I posted the clip not too long ago, the article that said, so many black women are kinless. Kinless black women. Yikes. Huh? Kinless black women. And it said that we need to have a social program for all of these kinless black women. Oh, what happened? Huh? And y'all gives you a second, actually. Let's see if we can find that. Give me a second. Y'all gives you a second. Let's see if we could. Y'all give me a second. Yeah, my apologies, y'all. Yeah, I can't find it. But yeah, kinless black women. So as whole math was showing, and Andy showed how many men automatically become invisible and undesirable as women become quote unquote equal. Huh? Yikes. As women become equal. And I guess I'll play this clip first. Shout out to Beast Mode. I wanted to play it with him on the video also to shout him out. I'll try to put the links. I know I'll be saying that, and I'm Mr. Z. Y'all already know Mr. Z be running and gunning. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Yeah, this is semi-reckless. This is reckless, but it's not as reckless as it usually is. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. So we're gonna play this clip that speaks to what that quote unquote equality eventually results to. And here you go.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy, so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense? Huh? Like, if I feel like I have more masculine energy than you do, then I feel like you can't really be dominant over me, and I can't be submissive, and my feminine energy can't come out. Does that make sense?
Huh? 2 words: emotional damage. She is operating from a damaged state.
And shout out to Beast Mode. I wouldn't go to emotional damage, Beast Mode. Shout out to you. This is what I would say to what she's saying. She was honest. She needs to be dominated. What she's saying is the way this society has positioned women like her is to be these pseudo boss hogs. Now we know they couldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight for most women, but to be these overbearing, and y'all know Mr. Z doesn't call women masculine, aggressive. Let's stop calling them masculine. They're petulant children. Aggressive women. And she needs to be dominated. What she's saying is for you to get her out of her aggression, not masculinity. Let's stop that. For you to soften her up, for her not to be so aggressive and dominating and well, they're not even domineering because that might have a positive connotation. In dominating, you have to be so much more dominating. Wow, Z, really? Yes, yes. Oh man, oh damn it! Compassionate, come back, come back, come back, come back. I banned compassionate out of all. Oh wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh man, compassionate. I don't know what I did. Jesus Christ, this thing be. Okay, let me see something. Let me see. How am I gonna do that? Y'all gives you a second. We got to bring Compassion back. Compassion, put a comment in the comments or something, and let me see if I can bring you back. Wait a minute. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I gotta give him a wrench back. Where is he though? I'm trying to see if I could. Compassion, put a comment down so I could put a comment down so I could give you a wrench and yeah, fix that. I'll try. Okay, there you go. Okay, all right. Let's fix that right now. Gives you a second. I'll give you a second. And there, we fixed it. All right, we fixed it. We fixed it. And goddamn, I wanted to highlight what you said. But Compassionate said she want a pirate, right? Compassion says she wants a pirate. Listen to how the lady speaks, right? Go into what No Placeholder said. Yes, our society would be much better off if men still protected women from themselves. Say it again. From themselves. Say it one more again. Shout out to No Placeholder. From themselves. That's what patriarchy did for you, ma'am. The lady is telling you that she's being pushed to be aggressive and she needs a man that is so much more dominating than her for her to even find you any type of attractive. Huh? Let's play it one more again. Y'all tell Z if y'all hear something other than what Z is saying. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense?
Huh?
Like, if I feel like
I gotta play that part one more again. Masculine energy that's dominant over my what? Okay, Lee, y'all gotta tell Z, is she white? Is she lighter skinned? Damn near white, right? Light bright, damn near white. I can't tell. Here we go. Let's play one more again.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense?
Huh?
Like,
it does make sense to Z. It does. It's not masculine energy that you have, though. Huh? Yikes. No, to Z, it makes perfect sense. Thank you, the West. Thank you, capitalists, right? As Elizabeth Warren said, the two income trap. Thank you. Now you have women that say, hey, bro, I got to go to work. I got to do these things, and I can't be in my feminine, so I'm going to need a Superman. Huh? Yikes. As Better You said, she don't want a pirate. She want the pirate king, Goldie Roger or bust. Not Luffy. She want Luffy or bust. She want red hair Shanks. She want Shanks. Oh man, no, you're right. You said Pirate King, so it's only Goldie Roger, or it's looking like Rux D. Zebek. Actually, she want Rux D. Zebek or nothing. She said Rux D. Zebek or as you said, Goldie Roger or nothing. For all of you that know about One Piece, y'all know what Mr. Z and Better Use talking about, right? And Revlon says conditionally feminine. Yes, absolutely. Huh? Absolutely. Conditionally feminine. Huh? And she's not the only one that speaks to that. Shout out to Passport OG. If he didn't play this, Mr. Z would have not found this. Um, or it would have took me forever to come up on this, but I'm almost certain I would have never came up on this. Shout out to Passport OG, but I gotta play this because this speaks to some of what she's saying, and you'll hear this. This is a South Florida resident. Also, I'm not sure if she's a South Florida native, but she speaks to this a little bit. And now we could also get into passport bros and whatnot. And I'm saying something here with these clips that I'm playing in succession. And it's where the conversation is. So I'm going to probably have to change the title because I wanted to cover something else, but then I went down a rabbit hole after I kind of put the title up and put the links in the description box. I'm gonna have to probably double back on the links in the description box in another stream, right? But we're gonna listen to what this lady said to Ricky Smiley, and I'm gonna link that to what this young lady that we just played and what she said. So let's play this.
Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we're always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at?
I want to say this to that lady. Now y'all understand why Z sounds the way he does. Mr. Z grew up with women like that as teachers, as quote unquote elders. Yeah, that's it. No, ma'am. And now what? Ooh, goddamn, Z, you said that. Huh? No. And now what? The men need to stop running, or else what? Do y'all appreciate that? That's the actual thing that Kim Foster was saying when her and Obsidian were going back and forth. When she put out that little begging white people ass piece about we don't care, let them in go. Actually, we want them to go, but they keep on shoveling more ish on black women's backs. And no, you were telling the dominant society, hey, the black men are trying to leave and run. They're trying to go somewhere other than the gynocracy. Huh? They won't submit themselves to the gynocracy. As Mr. Z has said, if y'all never heard it before, when black women call black men sexist, when black women call black men misogynistic, they're not saying what you think they're saying. What they're saying is you're a sexist, misogynistic person, black man, because you won't submit to the gynocracy, because you won't provide, protect, and shut up. That's what makes you sexist. You're sexist because you think your resources automatically make you the leader. You think your physique and being a man automatically make you the leader. Huh?
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
You're trying to run to go somewhere else where you simply being a man means something. That's what makes you sexist. Huh? Instead of you fighting this woman every day, instead of you dealing with her mouth and her moody attitude, instead of you being henpecked, instead of you ending up in a dying early because of stress, instead of you allowing yourself to be divorce raped, you would rather either practice SYSBM in the States or passport bros out of the States. What's This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. When you listen to these women talking, I'm gonna play these videos back to back. They're saying something here. They're telling you to quote unquote elevate your masculinity and make them submit to you. And what you're finding, but with more and more young men, is that they're saying no, which speaks to what Whole Math was saying about why the men eventually just do the Peter Pan syndrome and they just never grow up. And for the men that said, no, I want nice things, I have to grow up, I'm just not going to deal with you. And going to it, I did not listen to the whole thing. I only listened to the few clips on Passport OG's channel, going to what Jason Black was saying the other night. Yeah, the women are just cheaper. So the men won't go to Japan. They won't go to China. They'll just go to Thailand. They'll go to the Philippines. They'll go to Honduras. They'll go to Guatemala. They'll go to Dominican Republic. They'll go to the Congo. Burkina Faso. Angola. Chad. The men will find where the women are cooperative and they are cheaper. So yes, all women care about status and money. It's just some of them are cheaper than the other ones. And what you're finding with Western men is they would rather go to the place where the women are cheaper and aren't the size of a goddamn blimp. Shout out to all the quote unquote select men and all of the women that are attempting to shame all of Western men into staying and dealing with these oversized assholes with protruding vaginas. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Ooh, Z. Ooh. Imagine telling the men, hey, we find just about 80 to 75% of you undesirable, but you better stay here so that if and when I finally don't have the willpower and I finally decide to quote unquote settle, which is really finding her level, and that settled man still might be better than her, probably is better than her. But when I finally decide to quote unquote settle, or I'm tired of being passed around by Chad and Brad and Tyrone, I need you to be here to patch me up or to take care of my kid or two from Tyrone or Chad. Or if I didn't have children, I need you to hurry up, marry me so I can have kids in wedlock, so I can divorce you in 5 years if you're black and, 8 to 10 years if you're not black. Yikes. We owe the women nothing. The women in the West, the women in America are telling you they find fully 70 to 75 to 80% of men unattractive and unappealing. And that is the women's prerogative. But the men don't owe them, quote unquote, elevating for them. Tell them to either go fight for the top 20 and 25 and maybe 30% of men, or go munch on some vagina then. Speaking about that, once again, shout out to Beast Mode.
As a late 20s, going into my 30s, single girly, I'm struggling. I am battling between, yes, girl, you're so super independent. Like, go off. Yeah, I have your high standards. And then I'm struggling between, like, I need a man. And whenever a man flirts with me, I pull this. They say they flirt, and I'm like, Anyway, what is the answer here? Does your girl get lower standards? Does she keep them high forever and then just use what's in her nightstand? Or does someone eventually just pop up? Like, I'm struggling.
You could really tell she's battling between being a modern woman and biology. Okay, biology is telling her to find a husband, settle down, and live happily ever after. Meanwhile, The sisterhood wants her to be a boss babe and be independent.
And Beast Mode is right about that. She's battling it's not just the sisterhood. We need to look. Y'all know Mr. Z's leftist. I'm gonna hit y'all upside the head with this leftist. It's not just the women. Elite white men, not the conservative ones. In this case, they on some other type of BS. We gonna mention that too. But the elite men want this also. Liberal and conservative. It's not just the women. The elite men said put all of them in the workforce. Work them to death. We'll pretend and we'll feign that we have an issue with them not having kids. Huh? So yes, the sisterhood, yes, the women in their BS, yes, that's true. But it's not just that. No. But she said something here that Mr. Z has said often. Shout out to Mr. Z for speaking about them rose toys. We gonna play it. Here you go.
As a late 20s, going into my 30s, single girly, I'm struggling. I am battling between, yes, girl, you're so super independent. Like, go off. Yeah, I have your high standards. And then I'm struggling between, like, I need a man. And whenever a man flirts with me, I pull this. They say they flirt, and I'm like, Anyway, what is the answer here? Does your girl get lower standards? Does she keep them high forever and then just use what's in her nightstand? Or does someone eventually just pop up?
Wait. Does she use what's in her nightstand? No, Z, they're not saying what you think they're saying. She is saying what you think she's saying. What's in that nightstand? Huh? What's in that nightstand? No, not the rose toy. Don't tell Z it's the rose toy in the nightstand. Uh-oh. Does she use what's in the nightstand? Y'all heard her correctly. Huh? Mr. Z already told y'all they be buzzing themselves to sleep at night with a tear in their eye. Yeah, Mr. Z saw the other clip of the other woman that says she damn near paralyzed herself. She pressed the red button so much with the toy, she paralyzed. She had to call a friend to pick her up to bring her to the hospital. She sent her kids outside to play. She went in the restroom and pressed the red button so much she paralyzed herself. She had to call a friend to bring her to the hospital. And even with that, this lady's accounting of it. She tried to play with herself one more time after the hospital, and she realized she couldn't, and she chilled out. Huh? Yikes. There are enough. The two clips I played some months ago of the two different Asian women speaking about numbing themselves down there. Huh? The woman I just referred to was a light-skinned black woman. You have this white woman telling you what is she supposed to do, and she's just supposed to stay single with her whatever it is in the nightstand. We know what she got in the nightstand. I told y'all. I said it. You go rummaging through their drawers. Not those drawers, the other drawers. And you will see something that go, eh. Huh? I told you those toys are not battery powered. They're nuclear powered, goddamn Z. They're gas powered. Huh? What's the joint they put around the different stars to get power again? They wonder if other alien species built this with there's somebody, one of my science heads gonna say it. The joint that they build around the sun to draw the power from the sun. Huh? Dyson sphere. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Panda Man. Thank you. The Dyson sphere. It's Dyson sphere powered. Huh? Yikes. Mr. Z said it in a comical way. Mr. Z giggles when he says it. We all get our 5 chuckles in, and it is sad as hell still. Huh? It's still sad as hell. The women are telling you that their quote unquote standards, which goes right back to what home math said. I'm gonna play them in succession so we could get the story, or we could get the math, we could get it. You made them quote unquote equal, as he kept on saying, air quotes, equal, huh? And this is what you get. Now, imagine this. Let's pause right there. Pause, 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 pause. We have women making fun of men for playing video games. We have women making fun of the men for not going out. We have them saying that, right? Where they're mocking the men, they're making fun of the men, they're telling the men they're not on their level. They're telling the masses of men who are not in the top, really the top 1%, but okay, fine, they'll settle for the top 20, 25%. And if they're really super desperate, the top third, maybe, possibly. They're saying everybody under that is undesirable. Okay, fine, cool. Meanwhile, the women are admitting that when you approach them, they're smiling in your face, they're grinning in your face, but they're not interested. Okay, cool. And they're also admitting that they're burning their red button right off. They're numbing themselves. Huh? Yikes. With their nuclear powered toys. Huh? Imagine the women making fun of the men. They would rather be they would rather be pleasuring themselves and jacking off and meanwhile y'all are buzzing yourself to sleep at night, literally with a tear in your eye. Huh? Yikes. We gonna play it one more again, and then we gonna play them in succession so y'all can get it.
As a late 20s, going into my 30s, single girly, I'm struggling. I am battling between, yes, girl, you're so super independent. Like, go off. Yeah, have your high standards. And then I'm struggling between, like, I need a man. And whenever a man flirts with me, I pull this. They say they flirt, and I'm like, Anyway, what is the answer here? Does your girl get lower standards? Does she keep them high forever and then just use what's in her nightstand? Or does someone eventually just pop up? You know, like, I'm struggling.
You can really tell she's battling.
Does your girl just stay with what she got in the nightstand, or does she wait until somebody pop up? Once again, these Disney fairy tale princess ideas. If somebody just pops up, what, ma'am? If you don't meet him at the grocery store, or when you're at the park, that's if you do any of that, or at work, or through a friend, or if he DM you, that's it. Why is it so difficult for women, especially because men appreciate this? Why is it so difficult for women to understand? Yes, you could spend the rest of your life goddamn single. Yes, you damn right. Whether you believe in the universe or God or whatever entity you believe in, you could spend the rest of your life single, and we know you miserable pretending you're not. Huh? You could cry. You could throw your temper tantrum, you could beg, and you could stay single because you did not do the things to make sure you weren't single. And let's be clear, ladies, you already see at least 2/3 of men are unattractive to you. At least 2/3 off top. At least are unattractive to you. So if there's 170 million men in America, fully what? Only 50 million are attractive to you, give or take? 40 some odd million? Huh? Okay, fine, 60 some odd million. Then if you're looking for a specific race, then if you're looking for a specific height, some type of educational background, whether he's religious or not. Yikes. That's on you, ladies. And Better You has a funny, and Better You says, the all new Bean Basher hysterical. The all new Bean Basher Unlimited, powered by a million suns, guaranteed to take your legs away. That bean will never um feel better. That bean will never feel. It is the Bean Basher, the Bean Basher Unlimited, as you said. Y'all thought Mr. Z was making that? I'm not making that up. I was never making up the women self-pleasuring themselves. Okay, not okay, ladies, all right, you self-pleasuring yourself. But as I said when I covered this a while ago, you are pleasuring yourself with industrial grade plastic. I'm gonna make, but here you go, Pastor OG. They are fracking themselves to death. For all of you that never heard Mr. Z refer to it like that, they are literally fracking themselves. They're because I mean, seriously, they quake like an earthquake after she reaches her climax. She has a fracking machine she's putting directly on her red button, and she quakes when it hits oil. Ooh, goddamn. Well, damn. Industrial grade plastic that causes mini earthquakes or body quakes in this case. Huh? Not donut media, as dusty as I want to be. More power. Huh? That's what the Rose toy and all of the imitation Rose toys. That's what they are. Fracking machines for women. Huh? And I want to know what you were gonna do after she had industrial grade pulsating machine with industrial grade plastic hitting that red button. Huh? And Sarah says, industrial grade plastic ain't falling that low yet, LOL. But Sarah, tell me I'm lying. I'm not gonna ask you to expose yourself here, Sarah, but I know you got homegirls that have talked about it. I just want you to tell me I'm lying. Because I didn't watch a bunch of videos, and the women are saying after, and as a matter of fact, the same woman I referred to, the lighter skinned woman who said she paralyzed herself, she said she usually, because she said she found a new spot. That's why she kept on hitting the new spot. But she said she usually hits her climax and throws it across the room. She's not the first woman that's heard say that. Huh? They use the toy, hit their climax, and then throw the toy across the room. Yikes. So you dealing with and it's funny because these folks talk about corn all the time and the men consuming so much corn and it's distorting the way they see women and sexuality and sex and relationships, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, the women are using industrial grade plastic and pulsating machines on themselves to no end. Huh? And they're watching all of these Love Island drama filled crap. They're watching Pop the Balloon. They're watching all of these things. They're Disney-fied as hell. They have these Princess Disney fantasy ideas in their mind. They've been propagandized to no end. Everyone's been blowing smoke up their ass for the past about 6 decades. They're infallible in relationship to men. What can you do with that? What can any man, particularly any man that's not in the top 1%, really 0.1%, but okay, all right, let Z be sensible. In the top 25%, what can you do with these women? You can't do nothing with them. She has a Disney-fied mind on one hand, Disney-fied princess ideas on one hand, and the rose toy in the other hand. You can't do nothing with that. Huh? She's holding the Cinderella movie in one hand and a rose toy in the other hand. You can't do nothing with her. Huh? Yikes. So let's play these back to back, and then we'll play something else. Here you go.
Women do not need men to get bank accounts, houses. They have careers on their own.
No, you still rely on men. It's just indirect now. See, men have always been in between women and the real world. That your office job is not real life. Here's another depiction of that. Here's men going out to face danger and build things on the outside in order to create a safe space for women on the inside. This is how it's always been, and it still is. You just don't understand that because you're too comfortable. Men still do all the hard work. If all women stopped working right now, we'd be fine. If all men stopped working, everyone would die. And that is again because men make all the food and build all the houses and the walls, and they used to guard the border. I guess they gave up on that. Women have never done that and can't. Men still do all of the necessary things to create the space for you to have your girl bossing fun time. The way it works is that women are always really happy for men to do the hard, dangerous work until times are really good, until we build something better than this. And then you look around and you go, hey, men have more than us. No fair. You go to the government, which writes some laws for you, which makes you equal, and then you are disgusted by men who are equal to you. So without equality laws, it's very easy for women to find men they respect, and with equality laws, it's very difficult. And then everyone tells these men that they're worthless. And then they go, okay, well, I don't want to be this guy, so I'll just be this guy. And then they never grow up and they never do anything. And then you hate them even more. So your girl bossing crap is just not going to last very long because women cannot do what men do. You can't do that work of building the physical world. And what you're doing now is just sort of taking it away from men and having it for yourself without giving them anything back, which makes them go away. And then, like, imagine if you had to build a house. It's not going to happen. And then when men go away, then there is nothing in between you and bad stuff. So you might want to stop being so mouthy.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense? Huh? Like, if I feel like I have more masculine energy than you do, then I feel like you can't really be dominant over me, and I can't be submissive, and my feminine energy can't come out. Does that make sense?
Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at?
That ended pretty damn quick. Okay. And what were we going to play after that?
As a late 20s, going into my 30s, single girly, I'm struggling. I am battling between, yes, girl, you're so super independent. Like, go off. Yeah, have your high standards. And then I'm struggling between, like, I need a man. And whenever a man flirts with me, I pull this. They say they flirt, and I'm like, Anyway, what is the answer here? Does your girl get lower standards? Does she keep them high forever and then just use what's in her nightstand? Or does someone eventually just pop up? You know, like, I'm struggling.
You could really tell she's battling between being a modern woman and biology. Okay, biology is telling her to find a husband.
And let's highlight this, right, from Saint Cyr. And Saint Cyr says 128 watching, only 46 likes. Y'all know y'all dusty and trifling. Hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all doing Z dirty. I thought y'all messed with Z. I thought y'all like Z. But let me play this real quick, and we'll be back on the other end, Mr. Z. I gotta do something real quick. Reckless streams, y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. And we're back. My apologies, everyone. And we're back. We're back, everyone. Okay. Let me read this one from Saint Cyr, and then we'll move along. We'll move along. And Saint Cyr says, to that lady that said we run, I'm a runner, I'm a track star. I'm glad that I was raised by my parents to pick the best candidate and not quote unquote, if she can't use your comb, don't bring her home rhetoric. Y'all boys be safe though. Look, um, I think it's very important that we say I would rather black people be with black people, to be fair. With that, I am not about black men being held hostage in the black community and being shamed by black elders and by black women because no one wants to tell black women that they're mean, they're rude, they're condescending, they're jealous of white women, um, they're aggressive while also simultaneously being fragile, and that no man owes them dealing with that, including black men. I am for black people being with black people. I'm with black men being with black women and black women being with black men. Black women who are on black men's program, number one. Number two, if black women refuse to get on black men's program, if black women are going to make a difficult time for black men, then black women need to go find whatever man or woman who they will get on the program of. If they refuse to get on the program of anyone and they want to do their fake ass egalitarian thing, which is really them by default running it, all you do is fund it, right? You fund it, she run it, then they have to find a man or woman who is okay with that dynamic. Unfortunately for women, namely in this case black women, they can't find a woman who's down with that. That's why that DV rate is so high for black women. For all of us who've seen that DV rate, right? Much of the reason why the DV rate is so high for black women is one, because both of them are cheating on each other, or one of them is cheating on the other one with another man. Number two, because the dynamic between them means that neither one of them is the quote unquote leader, and neither one of them respects the other one because, well, neither one of them is the quote unquote leader. There is a consequence to your free, fast, do whatever you want freestyling, ladies. There is a consequence to that. And what the women are running into is that they can have their autonomy, but they can't have security simultaneously. To anyone under the sound of my voice, particularly you feminists, no matter your background, black, white, Latino, Asian, well, Latina, Asian, and otherwise, you can have your autonomy. The men just don't owe you security. The men don't owe you their presence. Ladies, you owe the men nothing. Women in the West, black women in particular, you owe the men, in our case, black men in particular, nothing. And the men, unfortunately for you, owe you nothing. And there is a consequence to that. There is a consequence to the men also understanding that you owe them nothing and they owe you nothing. Outside of paying their taxes and whatever societal obligation is forced on them, they owe you nothing. And with Donald Trump shredding the social safety net, you're about to see and definitely feel, if you're not in that top 20% of women, if you're not in that top 10%, 5% of women, you're going to feel what it's like not to have that individual man's presence. Huh? Which goes right back to what whole math was saying. No, you still do need men. Huh? It's just at a distance. So Saint Cyr, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Yikes. And let me see. As a matter of fact, Saint Cyr, I should have played the um. Where's my clips? Where's my clips? Where is what I'm looking for? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is what I should have played earlier. If I could find it, that would be great. Where are we? I'm looking. There we go.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
And there you go. All right. Once again, Saint Cyr, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. It was another one I wanted to read right now. And there we go. Because I actually wanted to mention this earlier. Thank you, Lionel Player One, because you brought me back to this. And Lionel Player One says, and thank you for the super chat. I'm going to read all of you guys' super chats. Lionel Player One says, why does the definition of masculinity always change with our women? When in reality, it's just the same definition, pay all the bills. So I actually want to mention this a little bit earlier of the definition of what a real man is. And what a real man is whatever that person says a real man is at that moment. Whether it's another man and whether it's another woman. The reason why what a real man is, outside of just paying the bill, protect, provide, and shut up, outside of protect, provide, the reason why it's always on a sliding scale is because the women are telling you it's always on a sliding scale. The women in particular. Some men also, but women in particular. It's all in their head. It's an imagination. Shout out to River TV. I guess I have to link it in the description box because I actually wanted to highlight that. Maybe when one of y'all come up, I'll have one of you guys play that for me. River covered Keto Rose once again sitting in her car, so another car confessional. Speaking about what a real man is, and essentially Keto Rose boiled a real man down to nothing but a bulletproof vest, bumper blocker for the cars, over glorified guard dog who's enthusiastic about it. Yeah, and so and that's what I thought to myself. I got to bring this up. Shout out to River TV. What Keto Rose was describing, all was self-gratifying for her. All of it is a real man is a man that wants to and enthusiastically sees himself as his job in life is to do for you as a woman, regardless of what you do. This is why you saw women either mums the word with the Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith situation or happy for it. Same thing right now with Meg Thee Stallion and whatever the brother name is, the NBA player. Because for them, a real man is a man that eats a woman's crap, regardless of what she did in the past, regardless of who she is now. He's there to save her from herself, even if she can't be saved. Huh? The definition of masculinity keeps on changing because of whoever it is who's saying it. It's always an opinion. A real man is a man that it don't matter if I'm having a bad day. It don't matter if I curse him out. It don't matter if I just said his mama should have swallowed him. It don't matter what I said. He's still gonna be a man. A real man is a man that let me hit him and he won't hit me back. A real man is a man that, and as Keto Rose says, he'll push you onto the inside of the street. Oh, sorry, the inside of the sidewalk, because that's a real man. A real man to deal with my verbal abuse. A real man to deal with my physical abuse. A real man to raise another man's kids. A real man. Whenever you hear these people, y'all notice Mr. Z ain't never say nothing about no real man. I've been a content creator for years now. I've been on other people's channel for more than half a decade at this point. And y'all notice Mr. Z never uses the phrase a real man. It's BS. It's always been BS. It's a shaming tactic by society, by other men, and definitely by women. That's all about them. A real man is whatever they need you to be in the moment. See, a real man would pick up all these groceries. A real man would help me change my tire. A real man would see me struggle. It don't matter if I just cursed him out in the grocery store. It don't matter if I just rolled my eyes at him in the grocery store. It doesn't matter if I looked at him with the ew, not you. Look at the a real man would still help me put my groceries in my car when he see me struggling. Huh? A real man is unyieldingly serving to women. Huh? The definition of masculinity continues to change because it's about who that person is that's saying you're not a real man. That's not masculine. A real man, a masculine man. Yawn. All of it is fake. Hey, say that, Vince. And Vincent John Doom says a real man is a Swiss Army knife. Yeah, exactly. Say that, Excalibur. Excalibur says masculine equals whatever serves the woman at the particular time. Say that. Exactly. Exactly. Huh? Yikes. Clay Thompson, yeah. Saint Cyr says Z. They were trying to call Clay Thompson a white man on Twitter and turn it into a swirl divesting. They're sick in the head. No, look, what let's see how long that lasts. Let's see if it goes anywhere. Um, Meg Thee Stallion is trying to rehabilitate her image to a certain extent. Um, let's see, right? He's a tall brother. He's a relatively good-looking brother. He's an athlete. Let's see. Well, is he going to be one of the men that bring in the feminine in her, or is she going to stay there for a little minute and cheat on him, or then we're going to hear that they broke up, or is he going to be the one to let her break up with him, but he can't take her? And somebody told me, unless he's a Russell Wilson, he could be a Russell Wilson. What was I watching? Oh, no, no, no. I was watching something, and someone said they went out and she was already twerking on the dance floor or something like that, and he was there, and like this is like one of their first few times going out. Maybe he wants a Meg Thee Stallion. We have to be honest too that there are some square brothers that got imprinted on at a young age, and they want the hood hoe. They want her. They're square. They're upright, clean record, well spoken, well groomed, good future ahead of him. Huh? His only character flaw is that he want one of these. I'm not saying that about Klay Thompson. I'm saying he might be one of them. Huh? We met them brothers before. They stay complaining about what these hood dudes could pull. What do you care about? Oh, that's why you care. Oh, because you want a pipe too. You're not above that. Oh, okay, I get it. Right? So we'll see with Meg Thee Stallion. We'll see. We'll see if that goes anywhere, how long that lasts. Whether he leaves her, and more likely she leaves him. Even if he leaves her, she leaves him. Huh? Yeah, but trying to make him akin to a white man. But of course, these people are broken in the brain, bro. Huh? I'm not saying he is. I'm saying, and better use says, I think you meant to say he. I don't think he's a square, just quiet, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. KMS says that's a business decision on Megan Clay's part, right? Yikes. Yeah, I saw that. And Compassion says Meg bought him a $300,000 watch, the one with the bezel. Yeah, I saw it. Right? Yikes. No. KMS says Meg tried to avoid jail. Do not fall for the rope a dope. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Right. Grab second gear. Just hearing this. Grab second gear says, hold up. Who dated Meg? That's crazy. Look. Um, KMS said it's a business decision. Okay. Right. So there's that. But let's be clear, there's some square brothers that, hey, they got imprinted on. You ever met a dude and you met his ex-wife and you're like, what the? Huh? Like, no wonder she's your ex-wife. How the hell? Huh? It's a real thing. No, it's a real thing. And Cam S says, and thank you for the super chat. And Cam S says to what I was saying earlier, masculinity is in service of women only, hoes. No, seriously. There are women that subscribe to this, obviously. And there are, unfortunately, some men, including, especially in our case, in the black community. A man is nothing but a tool to be used by women and children. Huh? And as Home Matt said, we have so made it, and as a matter of fact, KMS, let me add to what you're saying, what you've said before, better yet. There's so much pain in the system that your average man that might have ate the disrespect. And notice I didn't just say black men in this case. Your average man that would have ate the low level disrespect, he would have ate the kid from another man, right? He would have ate the fact that within 15 years you're going to file for divorce on his ass, right? He would have ate that. He would have ate the fact that he's barely making it financially because he decided to take you on in your spending habits, right? He would have ate that. There are men from yesteryear, a few men today that will eat that. But there's so much pain in the system, as you've said, and the women are so disrespectful with it. They're so overt with it. They're so mean with it, right? That what you're finding now is that more and more men are just saying, I'm not signing up for that. I'm not signing. Number one, ain't gonna be no marriage. Number two, at best, she settled for me long enough for me to get her pregnant, and then she gonna leave anyway. She out the door in 5 years, and we weren't even married. She's out the door in 3 years. She out the door when she get pregnant. How many times you see for the longest it was just a black woman thing for the most part. Some Latinas. Now you see even white women get into it. They pregnant. They already practically on the dating scene. They're already piping somebody else. Oh goddamn Z. Yeah. What you're finding is more and more young men, they're just not signing up for that. And wherever Z goes, for the most part, we just chastising the men. No one's saying anything to the women. As I've said before, we speak to young men as if they exist in a vacuum. We speak about young men as if they exist in a vacuum. The young men are trying to pipe. Eventually, they're trying to be in a relationship with a woman. More than likely married, where there's some rules to this. And our society has said, yeah, you're probably not going to get that if you're not in the top third. And if you're not in the top, give or take 15-ish%, she gonna divorce your ass within 5 to 10, 12 years. And even if you're in the top 15%, you still have a higher likeliness of divorce than your parents and grandparents did, but you definitely have a better marriage and a longer lasting marriage and way less of a divorce rate than if you were in the bottom 80 to 85%. Definitely if you're in the bottom 75%. And if you're in the bottom third of men in America, don't even try it. Don't even try it. Huh? There's too much pain in the system, as you've said before, KMS. Masculinity is in service of women only. I keep saying this. Most men are not interacting with any manosphere content. Most black men are not interacting with any black manosphere content. They're living their lives and they're being punched in the face with the meanest, snarkiest, most entitled assholes ever. These are the rudest, meanest, most condescending women ever. Most aggressive while simultaneously being fragile ass women ever. And if you continue to speak about the boys and the men and their issues in a vacuum, they're going to give you their ass to kiss, and they don't have to interact with the black manosphere to do it. They don't have to interact with any male-centered content, any manosphere content. Your daughters are enough. Interacting with your daughters, dear America, dear the West, interacting with your daughters, whether they're white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, is enough. Your daughters will wake them up. They don't even have to hear from Z or anybody that produces any male-centered content. Your daughter's in her asshole behavior, that'll wake the men up. Once again, masculinity is in service of women only. And your average man who's never heard of Z, he's coming to that same conclusion because of the women in their behavior, because of the women in the way they speak. And there you go. Huh? Yikes. And KMS, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. All right. Yikes. And did I read this before? Oh, no, I didn't. And Lionel Player One says, I blame the men that say they have a daughter because they're the ones that overly inflate the egos of these women to believe, I think they deserve the world. I think you meant to say they. So let's read that again. I blame the men that say they have a daughter because they're the ones that overly inflated the egos of these women to believe they deserve the world. Yes. Yes. I've made mention of this. You have folks that have daughters. You know, Black Uru has 2 daughters, but y'all see the way Black Uru speaks, right? He doesn't speak like women are infallible in relationship to men. That individual women are infallible in relationship to individual men. Their ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands, their fathers, their sons, their brothers, their ex-boyfriends, right? He also doesn't speak as if you can be so masculine, it brings out the feminine in her. And she has no choice but to sit back and fall into her femininity because you're so masculine. Because you're such a man, which is the biggest crock of crap ever. Huh? I appreciate this. Many men with daughters, they don't want to admit that their daughter is a spoiled brat. Their daughters are spoiled brats. And if you are a man in the top 20%, definitely if you're in the top 5%, you might have the finances to hold on to her for a little while. But everyone that's not that, her being a spoiled brat is exposed for the world to see. And most men first can't afford her. Secondly, don't want to spend it. Huh? A lot of men with daughters don't want to admit that their daughter is a little materialistic asshole, a little consumerist, materialistic asshole. Who wants to say they under who what man is gonna tell you, I know why my daughter's single? She an asshole. Who's gonna say that? Who's gonna say, look, my ex-wife spoiled the hell out of her. I tried to tell my ex-wife, hey, you can't keep on buying her this stuff. You can't keep on putting the bar that high. We want her to get married off one day. She gonna be a financial burden on both of us forever because you put the bar that high. I want her to have to build with a man. Who's gonna say, what man is gonna say that? Huh? Y'all remember the brother that was on was it the show with Anton, the brother with the glasses and the dreads, who said I'm paraphrasing, he's providing all these experiences for his daughter because essentially he don't want one of y'all dusty sons to just meet her and she's impressed by. Once again, that bar is on the moon. Then that still doesn't mean when your daughter gets old enough she's not going to engage in triple X fun activities, might have a oops baby outside of marriage, but the bar for marriage is going to be to the moon. I don't know why y'all think y'all can hold men hostage with that crap. Shout out to all the women and all the daddy daughters or the daughter daddies, that the girl dads. Oh yeah, I did all of this with my daughter so that when one of your dusty sons, yo, we don't owe your daughter nothing. What the way Z responds to that is, when your daughter's 45 years old and still single with no kids, shut the hell up. Huh? Was she crying herself to sleep at night? Shut the hell up. Remember, you did that. Huh? When she got one kid from one man, never been married, never gonna get married, and all she got is whatever money you're leaving her. Huh? Okay, fine. Your daughter is a boss hog and she's making all this money and whatever, and she got to pay for peeing. Huh? Uh-oh. Yeah, your daughter ain't settled, but she got a sneaky link she paying. Huh? Yeah, your daughter ain't settled, but she's 45 years old, getting smashed out by 28 years old. A 28-year-old, better yet. Huh? Shout out to all of those men. Yeah. Lotto player one. Look, you provide for your children. You do the best that you can. You're not supposed to raise your daughter to end up with the absolute bum of bum because he's a man. That is not what Z is saying. Right? If we're gonna be reasonable, ooh, goddamn Z, you said reasonable? I don't know if these people could do it. If we're gonna be sensible in this conversation, oh Z, you going a little too far again. The women don't owe the men, but men appreciate this. Men know this. No one has to tell us this. The women don't owe the men sex. The women don't owe the men a smile, being kind or cordial just because. The women don't owe the men any of that. We get it. We get it. But on the other hand, our society looks like they're having a real difficult time appreciating that you liberated the men also with feminism. The men owe the women nothing. The men owe the women nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the men don't owe your daughters being kick-ass for your daughters. If your daughters can't find a husband, shrugs. If your daughters think that only 20% of men are any type of desirable, really it's the top 5% of men, but 20% of men maybe they'll settle for, and all the women are fighting for those top 20%, if they can't end up with that, then to hell with all the men. Well, that's on you and your daughters. Shrugs. Huh? And if the men said, yeah, look, that Thai woman is just cheaper and kinder. Oops. That woman for Colombia, she'll get on my program. So yeah, I gotta spend money on her too, but she's cheaper. Now what? If the black man said, I want a black woman, I'm going to the Caribbean. I want a black woman, I'm going to the continent. I want a black woman, I'm going to Latin America. Yeah, those women have a mind of their own. Yeah, they have opinions also. Yeah, she could be a little sassy also, but she's cheaper, and I don't got to put too much in to get her on my program. That's it. To America and to Black America specifically, the men don't owe your daughters being kick-ass for them. Huh? The men don't owe your daughters leveling up for them. If your daughter can't get it from whatever black man, then tell her to go end up with one of them white or Latino guys, or go end up with another woman, probably black woman. Huh? And it's, we have men that have daughters in this space. Your daughter owes us nothing. Your daughters owe us nothing. I want to be very clear what Mr. Z is saying. I mean that. Can you maintain a society like this? Absolutely not. A community like this? Absolutely not. Your daughters don't owe us their presence. They don't owe us being kind to us. They don't owe us sex. They don't owe us any of that. They don't owe us outright competing against us. In the black community specific, they don't owe us not throwing some mythical, magical white man fairy tale in our face. Huh? The women, namely black women, owe us nothing. But when and if a non-black woman comes snooping around and a brother follows that and goes over there, then so be it. And Mr. Z got something to play for that. Here you go.
When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love.
Are you the real man anyway?
Hi, I'm a random white woman. Did you know that every year over 80,000 innocent black men are neglected, abused, battered, and even malnutritioned by undeserving women? Yes, that's right, even light-skinned black men. Cruelty does not discriminate. But together, we can make a difference.
I go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing.
Join us at the White Women's Society for the Prevention of Cruelty Against Black Men, the WWSPCABM, and help us rescue hundreds of defenseless black men every day. These men don't need much, just need a soft place to rest their heads. Some minutes for their cell phone plan, some and a pack of Newports every now and then.
No, backwards, baby.
Oh, that's right. Join us and donate today. With your contributions, white women and some white men all across America are waiting to rehabilitate these beautiful black men. Reggie, you missed a spot.
I could make you happy, make your dreams.
And with your support, we will send you a personalized photo of a black man in the hands of a good white woman.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Remember to report cruelty.
Why didn't Mr. Z play that other than the fact that it's funny? It's hysterical. Other than the fact we're gonna play it again, don't worry about it. And I'm probably gonna like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, because I'm probably gonna get a strike for that. This conversation it literally has gone mainstream. BGS said escape velocity, and he meant escape velocity. So this is a funny brother that I subscribed to on Instagram. I found it on his page, and I was like, oh, I definitely got to play it. Huh? And Kevin Murray says, where do I donate? Hysterical. Huh? If y'all pay attention to the visuals. Listen to what she's saying. Huh? I played a white woman who spoke about black women, saying, "Oh, these white women, they come and get the best ones," and she said it. Her man was practically homeless when she met him. Her black man, white woman, who said her black man was practically homeless, and he said to her, "Yeah, black women want you to have all your stuff together and blah blah blah." Look, a certain caliber of black women, this is true. With that, black women who are elevated, black women with some formal education, she went to college, she went to law school, she went to med school, maybe, she don't owe you waiting for you if that's what she feel like she's doing. She don't owe you building with you, especially after a certain age. Dear black men, black women don't owe you any of that. They don't owe you slowing down for you if that's what she feel like she's doing. She don't owe you any of that. That's her prerogative. And on the other hand, shut the hell up when you see these brothers with non-black women. Because if and when he does get on, and if and when his career finally kicks in, and if and when his business finally pops off, he don't owe you doubling back for a black woman that gave him her ass to kiss when he had nothing. Huh? Dear ladies, if you said community, you got to mean it all the way. Huh? And if these men are invisible to you, or not attractive enough to you, or not appealing enough to you, or don't earn enough for you, you don't owe them waiting for them. You don't owe them even being nice. Dear black women, you don't even owe them, these black men, not throwing them under the bus, insulting them in front of non-black folks. Dear black women, you don't owe black men that. You can fully see black men as the enemy, but there's a consequence to that. Huh? And so if he meets a white woman who sees the value in him, if he meets a Latina who sees the value in him, if he meets an Asian who sees the value in him, then so be it. We do live in an anti-black world. Shout out to the Afro-pessimists. But there are enough women around the planet that find black men interesting and cool that'll go. And they'll go enthusiastically. So here you have this brother making fun of this kind of dynamic. And if you pay attention to the visuals, listen to what she's saying. Imagine a white woman in America of all places. America of all places, where the youngest person to ever face the death penalty was a black boy. Right? The first person to take a bullet for America was a black man. The first person to take a bullet to keep the Union was another black man. Huh? Imagine in that America where you have white folks trying to carve out their own enclaves of nothing but whiteness. Huh? That America, you have white women joking around with this type of imagery. low key kind of mean it too. Black women, you don't see a problem here? Are you not embarrassed? Huh? Are you not embarrassed?
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Thank you, Miss African lady. Huh? In that America, the daughter, who's you about to say it? The daughters of the slave owners, who were also slave owners themselves, oops, are making videos like this. And you know they joking, but they kind of mean it too. Oops. Huh? And Black Uru says, even though it's comical, it does respect how many should be. Let's read that again. Even though it's comical, it does respect how many white and other non-black women view the current dynamics between black men and women. And many of them do see an opportunity to play heroines for black men. I agree. That's my point. That's exactly what I'm saying, Black Uru. That's exactly what I'm saying. Huh? Yikes. So, to whoever that was, my fellow South Florida native, so I'm going to play those clips back to back. To my fellow South Florida native, whoever that black woman was, I'm going to play it. Y'all going to see what Mr. Z's talking about in a minute. Are you sure black men are running? Or is it one black woman's trash is another non-black woman's treasure? Oops. Where you're saying these men have to become more masculine to put you in your feminine, some of these non-black women who might think the same thing in a different circumstance are actually saying, no, he's man enough for me. I'll take it. I'll do it. Huh? And for all of you that don't appreciate what Z is talking about, we're going to play this back to back to back so I can see what Z is talking about. Here we go.
Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at?
When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love.
Hey, you're the real man anyway.
Hi, I'm a random white woman. Did you know that every year over 80,000 innocent black men are neglected, abused, battered, and even malnutritioned by undeserving women? Yes, that's right, even light-skinned black men. Cruelty does not discriminate. But together, we can make a difference.
I go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing.
Join us at the White Women's Society for the Prevention of Cruelty Against Black Men, the WWSPCABM, and help us rescue hundreds of defenseless black men every day. These men don't need much, just need a soft place to rest their heads. Some minutes for their cell phone plan, some and a pack of Newports every now and then.
No, backwoods, baby.
Oh, that's right. Join us and donate today. With your contributions, white women and some white men, all across America, are waiting to rehabilitate these beautiful black men. Reggie, you missed a spot. I could make you happy, make your dream. And with your support, we will send you a personalized photo of a black man in the hands of a good white woman. Go to the ends of the earth. Remember to report.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean you right up. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Jag kunde få ditt telefonnummer.
Absolut.
Tack. 73.
501.
Vad heter du? Landry.
Jo, jag har hört hela mitt liv.
We're losing our men. Yeah, we're losing our men. I said it. And we're not losing our men because there's a shortage of men and them in jail or them gay or them married. No, we're losing our men because we're not treating them correctly. So therefore they're going to all other races. Yes. And those races know how to speak to our men. Those races know how to respect our men. So let me just tell you something. For all of you who go and come to me now and come for me and say, me don't want them, you're this and you're that. I do not care. It matters not to me what you feel, because you're probably one of them who don't have a man either. So let me just tell you something. If we want to keep our men in our fold, in our community, you know, and build our blackness and our race, remember me told you something. Respect them. Stop emasculating them. Stop castrating them. Stop reminding them of what them do and what them do, because you are the things too. You understand? Remember me told you right now, say, we are losing our men. We are to all other races. And for my Jamaican people who are in Jamaica with our 98% black population, me not talk to Uno, because Uno sometimes go on like say Uno not travel, or the few that can, or the many that can, or whatever. Look at what is going on outside of Jamaica and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. We are losing men. I'm going to tell you something too. As soon as your man travel, what you think will happen? As soon as your son travels, what you think will happen? And just your friend travel, what you think will happen? Once they get used to another race and how they are treated and respected, what you think will happen? We need to do better as females, as women. And those women who are in marriages and you think it's solid, think again. If you don't know, respect on a man. So, remember I told you, right?
Oh, what's that?
Fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
Exactly. Shout out to KMS. KMS said, I see the picture you put in Z. I see what you're saying. So to whoever that is, my fellow Florida native, right? Or at least she lives here. Maybe she's not from here, but she lives in Florida. She said South Florida on top of that, right? Yeah. No, we can run. Number one, and that's if I agree with your framing. But as you can see, the Jamaican lady told you Huh? The black woman that was in Germany told you? Oh no, it's not that the men are running, it's that the white women are running after them. Oops. Unlike the black women. Ooh, goddamn. I said y'all gonna get on our program. That's what I said. Huh? You either will get on black men's program or non-black women will enthusiastically do way more than getting on a black man's program. They might be bouncing on a black man's program. Uh-oh. Huh? And to Jason Black, I say, yes, passport bros realize this. They do have to go overseas. They do have to be elite also. Yes, that's true. But the women are cheaper. Especially if he's not going to Japan or he's not going to South Korea. The women are cheaper and kinder. And you know it. We do not care how lame you think we are. We do not care how square you think we are. We do not care how uncompetitive you think we are. Black women said they're going to be assholes till death, and black men said we got something for that ass. You're going to be... Jason Black, just open up your queue in your line, and all these asshole black women can line up 87 deep behind you. Huh? The men, the passport bros that can afford to go overseas 2 and 3 times a year, and what they're left with in America are the leftovers from tall elite men or the overweights or the mentally disturbed. And they said, man, I can't do it. Can't do it. Let me go take my chances with non-black women in America. Okay, yeah, they off the chain too. All right, I'm overseas. I'm not even going to expand out to the West. Nope. I'm in Latin America. I'm in the Caribbean. I'm in East Asia somewhere. Possibly South Asia, probably not. Huh? And the problem is, oh, y'all running, y'all weak. We'll take that. And only soft men, only mama's boys. You know, Jason Black love calling you a mama's boy. And the problem is, you're weak. Okay, we'll take that. And the problem is, tell the women to go munch on each other then. Huh? Oh, Trell Robin, Trell says, the big backs and entitled brats. Right? The big backs and entitled brats. Huh? Jason Black, if the women said the men don't earn enough, that's okay. If they don't think the men are masculine enough and the men they don't exude this ultra level of masculinity and manhood, this ungodly level, because she's so aggressive, I'm not gonna call her masculine. She's a child, petulant child throwing a temper tantrum. But if the women are so aggressive that they need Superman before they'll calm down, the men said, you know what? The way my masculinity works, I'm going to go overseas. Yeah, I'm out. And the problem is, if the women have become so delusional between Disney fairy tale princess crap and the Rose toy and being propagandized to death to think that they're infallible in relationship to men, particularly the black women, and infallible in relationship to black men, Jason Black, you can have all of them. Huh? Yikes. And Tunnel Runner says with his bragging ass, Trail, call him a bragging ass. And Tunnel Runner says, Z, breakfast, eggs, banana bread, peanut, and gin and tea. Look, bragging ass Tunnel Runner. Oh, bragging ass. Thank you for the super chat, Tunnel Runner. Thank you for the super chat. For those of you that don't know, we have a running joke on Mr. Z's channel, but turn around or tell us something his wife did for him or what she cooked for him, and then we just tell him he bragging. And stop bragging, old bragging ass. Huh? Yikes. Huh? And let's see. I wanted to play. Oh, Mr. Z has said this before. We have said to the women to get their lives together, right? You want to know why we tell the women to get their lives together? Here you go.
I think that black men are some of the most complimentary people on earth, especially the black women. I see them, hey queen, hey beautiful, you look good today, I love your hair. So this whole thing about, like, yes, you have the outliers, and yes, you have people who prefer not to have black women, but I see me, my friends, and just random black men all the time being nothing but positive. And I didn't even notice it at first because I was so used to it. And not to make it like a racial thing, but I had a friend of mine, she was actually white, and every time she was with me, she was like, I don't always see white men compliment white women the way I see black men always complimenting black women when I'm with you. And it wasn't until she said that I started to really notice it and like appreciate it. You could just be riding by on your back. You can be like, good morning, queen, have a good day. And it's just like, when she pointed that out, I was like, you know what, you're right.
Have a good day. How you doing, sweetheart? Is everything okay? Let me get that dough for you. Yeah, some gentlemen out there, but we get a bad name. Yeah. Appreciate you, sister. If I'm being completely honest with you, sister, you look amazing. You look beautiful. And any man that's dealing with you is absolutely lucky. Okay, queen? All right, queen. You have a beautiful, blessed day.
And the reason why I continue to play the clip after she spoke is for him to say that, because that's exactly what they be saying. That's exactly what brothers be saying. Huh? As Mr. Z has said before, dear black women, white women, Latina women, Asian women in America, y'all need to have your little group and get your lives together. Huh? Get your lives together. Dear black women, get your lives together. Black women, y'all, when y'all have this meeting with these non-black women, y'all got to get a separate room where y'all get your lives together. Because this is a heavy-set black woman. She's not extremely dark from what we can see, but she's not super light-skinned either. But this is clearly a heavy-set black woman that's telling you, yeah, black men stay complimenting me. I didn't even notice it really until a white woman, dear black women, that's why I told y'all, y'all got to get your lives together with the white women. Until a white woman says, oh yeah, white men don't do that. Uh-oh. What happened to all that body shaming talk and all that fat phobic talk? What happened? Huh? What happened to that? Oh, the white man know how to value this. The first person to ever tell me that they appreciate my lips, and the first person to ever compliment me about my hair, is the first person. It was a white man. It was a Latino. It was a non-black. What happened? Huh? This is a heavy-set black woman that's telling you she get complimented all the time. That's so much she didn't even notice it until she was with a white woman, and the white woman told her, "Yeah, the white guys don't be doing that." Uh-oh. Dear black women, y'all gotta get your lives together. Y'all gotta figure it out. Huh? Y'all need to hurry up and meet up with white women and Latina and Asian women and all the women in America. Y'all get y'all lives together. Whatever the lives gonna be. Y'all uniform y'all lives. Y'all streamline the lives. And then black women, y'all have to get a separate room for black women where y'all streamline your lives. Where it's black men are LGBTQ phobic, sexist, misogynist pigs, and they don't like this, and they'll end up with a fat white woman, but they won't give a fat black woman a chance, and the colorism and the featureism and the texturism and huh? Fat phobic, yet Olay could keep her man, Jill Scott could keep her man. If black men are fat phobic, you gotta tell me who in America isn't then. If black men are fat phobic, you have to tell me who in America isn't. Huh? Yikes. All this talk from black women and non-black women but particular in our case, black women with the lies. We know y'all lying. By the way, ladies, and no, this is the most fascinating part. Non-black people don't even care what y'all talking about. Unless they can weaponize it against black men, eventually the whole entire black community. They don't even care what y'all talking about. Shout out to all the black people who or black men that's part of the black manosphere, and yet you non-black men. There's a reason why you're not over there with the white guys, because they don't care nothing about what you're talking about. Dear black women, the reason why y'all are over here talking crap in black men's head because them white women don't care nothing about what she talking about. She cheated on her white boyfriend or husband with a black dude. Ooh, goddamn. Or she got her a black dude. Ooh. Brother on my arm, no brother on your arm. Oops. Huh? The lady told you that black men compliment to the point where she didn't even notice it until a white woman she was with said, yeah, the white guys don't be doing that with us. And we all knew it. So let's get this right. Remember, black men, black women tell you the first person to ever compliment them was a white man. It was a non-black man. Meanwhile, the white woman is telling you white men don't do that, at least to white women, at least to her. And then this black woman is disagreeing with the other black women, and she's telling you, oh yeah, I get this and I get it all the time, and I didn't even notice it until a white woman said something. So black women, are you actually saying that black boys and men have been complimenting you and have been finding you attractive and been wanting to pipe since pretty much you hit puberty? You just ignored all of them because the only person whose opinion about your looks matter is the white man or the white boys? Oops. Is that what you're really saying when you say that? You got to get your lives together, dear black women. You got to get your lives together. Get your lives together. You got to meet up with the white women, the Latinas, and the Asians so y'all can get your lives together because somebody lying. Huh? Yikes. Once again.
I think that black men are some of the most complimentary people on earth, especially the black women. I see them, hey queen, hey beautiful, you look good today, I love your hair. So this whole thing about, like, yes, you have the outliers, and yes, you have people who prefer not to have black women, but I see me, my friends, and just random black men all the time being nothing but positive. And I didn't even notice it at first because I was so used to it. And not to make it like a racial thing, but I had a friend of mine, she was actually white, and every time she was with me, she was like, I don't always see white men compliment white women the way I see black men always complimenting black women when I'm with you. And it wasn't until she said that I started to really notice it and like appreciate it. You could just be riding by on your back. You can be like, good morning, queen, have a good day. And it's just like, when she pointed that out, I was like, you know what, you're right.
Have a good day. How you doing, sweetheart? Is everything okay? Let me get that dough for you. Yeah, some gentlemen out there, but we get a bad name. Yeah. Appreciate you, sister.
If I'm being completely honest with you, sister, you look amazing. You look beautiful. And any man that's dealing with you is absolutely lucky. Okay, queen? All right, queen. You have a beautiful, blessed day.
It's only funny because it's true. Huh? It's funny because it's true. And Trell says, I'll take black women lies for 800, Alec. You say that? Exactly. That's why Mr. This. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Hey, to all the black women that say they're going to date out, you can't threaten us how we could threaten you because we already know what them white boys are on. We already know what the Latinos are on. We work with them. We go to happy hour with them. Black women, try it if you want. Huh? Yikes. Let me read some of these super chats. I'm going to let you guys up in a minute. So that's to answer your question. PK said if I'm going to do a panel. I am, because we're going to have to make a hard stop. And it's a little while away from now, but I do have to make a hard stop. Today I can't stream as long as I usually do. So let's read this. And Saint Cyr says, the way my masculinity is set up, it's built for Southeast Asian women, Middle Eastern women, particularly Turkish, and Latinas. I don't have the masculinity built for Keisha and Western women writ large. You know, I think what a lot of folks don't appreciate, particularly in America, is we've transitioned to a place where these insults and these questioning of a man's manhood and mocking him and questioning his masculinity, we no longer live in a world where that's effective. Even the men that are upstanding, even the men that are earning good money, once we get into the conversation about women and you start telling him what he isn't and why he doesn't and who's not, he give you the middle finger and be like, I'm on a plane, I'm out of here. Within the black community, you know what, that's cool, I'm just gonna date out. I'll stay in America, I'll just date out. And next thing you know, he pops up to the family event with a Latina, with the East Asian, with the South Asian, maybe. He'll pop up to the family function with a non-black woman, with a black woman from overseas. Dear black community, if you can keep on producing wayward, mean women, your sons are not obligated to quote unquote elevate for those women. They're not, those men do not owe those women that. They don't. Right? And Saint Cyr, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Everybody keeps on trying to threaten the men with these mythical, magical white men, or oh, that's right, y'all died single too. I saw the clip with the middle-aged black woman. Y'all died single too. Ma'am, you just sound petty. No one on planet Earth cares about no man dying lonely and single. Women, on the other hand, uh-oh. And all she was doing in that clip, somebody send it please, is you too. That's all she did. Imagine, she looked like she might be in her 50s, late 40s, maybe 50s, maybe 60s. Anyway, late 40s, maybe 50s. Ma'am, you don't think, madam, you don't think you might be a little too seasoned to be doing the YouTube thing? No? You don't see that as petty? You don't think petty is a bad thing? Don't tell me you like one of the young sisters that think petty is a good thing, that use petty as some type of weirdo backwards compliment. No, no, you don't think all you did was the you two men, you older men, who told you we want you? Ma'am, you don't think you might be a little too seasoned, a little too experienced, a little too, for the pettiness, for the you two? That's what we did when we were like 6, 7, 8 years old. I know you are, but what am I? I thought we left that back in elementary school, in primary school. No? Okay, all right. Maybe it's just me. Okay, all right. You're more seasoned than me, ma'am. You're older than me, so maybe I just got to get up to where you are so I can understand what you're saying. I might, I am a black man. I'm a little too slow. I'm missing it. Yeah, that's it. No. Yikes. Let me see what else am I missing. And KMS says, are black women stupid? Liars, stupid liars, liars that are stupid, lying stupidly, hysterical, effing stupid liars, stupid effing liars, liars, stupid effing. Effing liars. I think that's definitely, so that's a check on that one. Stupid effing liars, effing stupid liars. I'll go with those three. I'll go with those three. They're just lying. They're trying to hold on to their bruised ass ego because y'all think Mr. Z's joking, and I kind of am, but I'm dead ass serious. Women of color, but namely black women, they're the loudest about it. They live in the same city, county, state, country, continent, planet, solar system, galaxy, universe, multiverse as white women. And they themselves see themselves as so undervalued that all of this has been an ego protection project. The mythical, magical white man worship, the swirling, the divesting, the insulting black men, the telling you to get on their program, the telling you to get in line next to behind them, right? All the matriarchal and gynocratic talk and advocacy, the trying to shut down my brother's keeper, right? The seeing the Moynihan report like it was the goddamn devil's Bible. Huh? The talk of provide, protect, and shut up. The talk of what if it was a black man's job to, put his body on the line or whatever she said. What did she say again?
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
All of that has been them just lying for decades, centuries, decades. That's all this has been. Huh? It's all been about their goddamn ego. If I can't be the white woman simultaneously the white man in some weird way, then to hell with everything and everyone. But the only person that's been close enough to them for them to enact their vengeance on is black men. And even that is becoming more and more difficult to do because more and more black men are just separating. That black woman told you her real true thoughts. That was on Ricky Smiley. Black men are running. She said they're running. Listen to her word choice. She said running. That says a lot. Saying that black men are running, oh, that says a lot. Right? And the clip that I played with I don't know if she's white or light skinned or whatever the hell, where she's saying, I don't want a man that's mean. I want a man that's so masculine that it forces my masculinity to kind of turn into some femininity. All that weirdo talk. I'm going to play them back to back so y'all can get what Mr. Z is saying for those of you that just got in. Huh? But it speaks to something. This is where Western women, namely black women in America, this is where they are with it. Even though this first lady might not be a black woman, but still, here we go.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense? Huh? Like, if I feel like I have more masculine energy than you do, then I feel like you can't really be dominant over me and I can't be submissive and my feminine energy can't come out. Does that make sense?
Huh? Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at?
Huh? The problem they have, and I'm glad this black woman said it. I'm glad whoever that woman was, whether she was white or not, the first clip I played, I'm glad she said it. But tying them all together, they're saying masculine. No, these aggressive ass chihuahuas are saying you have to be a Great Dane out here, a Rottweiler out here, a Doberman Pinscher out here, huh? A pit bull out here, a whole wolf, huh? A whole German Shepherd before they can respect you. That's what they're saying, huh? Both of these women are saying the same thing. Now, the lighter, brighter, damn near whiter woman, she's not talking about black men running necessarily. But the black woman that was on Ricky Smiley, she is saying that. She's saying, no, stay your ass here and deal with my crap until you've elevated yourself and me enough for me to not be as disrespectful as I am right now. Imagine threatening somebody like that. Huh? Imagine that being your threat. No, you got to stay your ass here and quote unquote elevate enough, quote unquote level up enough, become quote unquote masculine enough where I have no choice but to submit to you and your masculinity. Jason Black, this is what you're talking about? Absolutely not. Huh? This is what you're talking about? Y'all want to know what our marriage rate went to the crapper? That birth rate is going to the crapper. This is what America wants men, namely in this case black men. I know y'all don't care about black men like that. This is what they're supposed to sign up for? Women that think like this. This is divorce waiting to happen. If you could get her down the aisle. This is a bitter, angry, resentful baby mama. These are the women that said, you owe her because you quote unquote wasted her time, however long y'all were in that situation y'all were in. This is them. Yikes. And Telescope says, be masculine while she tells you what to do. Right. Right. Yikes. KMS, I can't disagree with this. And KMS says, Z, they want hyper masculine men, but don't want to be thrown through a table or wall or window. Look, it don't make any sense, KMS, because it's not supposed to make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because it's not supposed to make sense. Going back to the question I was asked earlier about what is masculinity or what do these people mean by masculinity, whatever fits in with what they're saying at the time, it doesn't make sense because it's not supposed to make any sense. It sounds absolutely delusional because it is absolutely delusional. It sounds insane because it is insane. Even the white woman, I'm going to play the clip again, is telling you that these women don't make no goddamn sense. Huh? And we're going to play these two clips from these white women and we're going to bring y'all up in a minute. Huh? Jesus.
I was like, oh, this is gonna make feminism look bad. Welcome to the Bell Hooks Book Club! Just as it was misguided for reformist feminist thinkers to see freedom as simply women having the right to be like powerful patriarchal men, so it was simplistic to imagine that the liberated man would simply become a woman in drag. Yet this was the model of freedom offered men by mainstream feminist thought. Men were expected to hold on to the ideas about strength and providing for others that were a part of patriarchal thought, while dropping their investment in domination and adding an investment in emotional growth. This vision of feminist masculinity was so fraught with contradictions it was impossible to realise. No wonder then that men who cared, who were open to change, often just gave up, falling back on the patriarchal masculinity they found so problematic. The individual men who did take on the mantle of a feminist notion of male liberation did so only to find that few women respected this shift. Once the new man, that is the man changed by feminism, was represented as a wimp, as overcooked broccoli dominated by powerful females who were secretly longing for his macho counterpart, masses of men lost interest. So I'm very aware that I live in a bit of a bubble with this stuff. The people who I grew up with and the people who I now like to spend time with as an adult are all pretty committed to anti-patriarchal values and principles, like properly. Like most of my female friends genuinely don't want a protector or a provider. They don't want any of the patriarchal stuff. They're not doing this halfway house thing. But like I say, I know that that's a bubble, and I know that if I just look a centimetre past the bubble, I can quite clearly see that there are a lot of women in the world who really uphold this standard of patriarchal masculinity in overt ways and in covert ways. And a lot of these women have kind of melded this with the idea of feminism in a way that I find really annoying. Like a few years ago, I came across this idea for the first time that actually it's feminist to expect the man to pay on a date because men on average earn more than women on average, and women on average spend more on makeup and their looks and stuff, and that's why it's actually good to expect men to pay on a date. And I was really disappointed by that. I really was. I was like, oh, this is gonna make feminism look bad. And it just felt so like unradical, you know, like I to be clear, I'm not a rad fem, I'm not a radical feminist, but I do think all feminism should be radical and should be pushing against the tired gender norms of the 1950s. And these ideas that I find very problematic have been really amplified by social media, and they have become very much associated with feminism, despite the fact that many of us find it quite repugnant. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people who follow feminist values and feminist principles are actually struggling with the label of feminist. It's something I'm definitely grappling with, and I've seen that some people who I'm connected with on social media have posted videos about it, you know, basically saying like it's too hard. It's hard saying I'm a feminist and then having to go, oh, but I'm not a rad fem, and I'm not a TERF, and oh no, I'm not one of those ones that secretly actually upholds patriarchy in XYZ way. It's really difficult. There are some circles in which I would feel really confident saying I'm a feminist because I know what that word means to the people in that circle. But there are so many other circles where I know if I say I'm a feminist, it could mean 20 different things in that circle, and they're not necessarily wrong for thinking that because they're going on the internet and seeing people making these videos and getting hundreds of thousands of likes, you know? And I do think that if we're looking at like the whole of the UK, for example, that yeah, the majority of women do still cling on to patriarchal standards of masculinity. They do want this kind of half and half, you know, a modern man who's emotionally evolved, but also, you know, still having that protector and provider thing. I remember seeing a video a while ago of someone who was upset basically that every man she ever dated kind of laughed at her when she would try and invite them into softness with her. And she was kind of saying, why can't the men in my life embrace softness? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And then she said, you know, why can't he be my protector, but also be soft with me? And I really felt for her because for me, from my perspective,
right? And Kevin Murray says, I'm gonna read a couple of these comments real quick. Kevin Murray says, few women respected the shift. Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, even Dr. Sabrina Strings speaks to that a little bit. And Anne-Marie Slaughter. And we'll play those and we'll get around to it.
Well, the situation is that a lot of women want to have a romance. They love the idea of this, of a man showing up to be selfless, because we so often meet men who are selfish. And to your point about the way in which there's a boyification going on, I think that that's pretty widely accepted. So, I mean, honestly, that's why you saw me roll my eyes. It's like, I don't even think you need to apologize for that. I think women everywhere are seeing that men are turning into boys. And part of it is because of feminism. And maybe people are going to be a little bit upset about that, but that's just the reality. Romance had very clear gender roles. It said men are strong and brave, women are polite, docile. So as feminism was saying, no, you know, this is a misrepresentation of who we are. We contain multitudes, and we also deserve the right to work in public. The more women made demands into incursions into what were, for about 200 years after the Enlightenment, so-called men's spaces, the more men started to first fight back against feminism, usually in ways that women could not see, which is a way in which they hold on to power. But then also they start to draw back romance. They're like, well, are we going to be putting ourselves out for these feminist harpies and these scary career women? No, we want polite, quiet women. These are the ones who restore our classic sense of manhood. And so there is a lot of fraught and contentious, I think, interactions happening between men and women, because men have always maintained the kind of woman that they want in the aggregate. It's not every single man, right? Whereas women increasingly are saying, we refuse to occupy those roles.
And there you go. The women don't respect the shift. If you want equality, you don't get romance, right? You don't get romance. Romance is built off of hierarchy, as Dr. Sabrina Strings has expressed. You want to dismantle the hierarchy, you don't get romance. Romance is built off of hierarchy. It's the men showing you that they're going to overextend themselves for you. It's an individual man showing you through these acts, through these performances, that he's going to extend himself for you. He is going to be a quote unquote gentleman in that relationship, in that marriage for you. He is showing you these acts of service. But if you want to dismantle the hierarchy and the pyramid, okay, fine. But you don't get romance. So the women not respecting the shift, and this goes back to home math and what he was saying earlier, when he put up the card and he showed you that 8 out of 10 of the men are unattractive, and then he showed you then the women go to the government and fight for more, and then he goes damn near halfway up the number 9. There you go. The women want equality, they get equality, then they don't want to be with the men that are equal to them, then they start looking up. So it's a borderline soft war fight amongst the elite women, the poor women, the working class women, the middle class women, the upper middle class women for the elite men. Huh? The women don't respect the shift. You got what you fought for you have what your foremothers fought for. You wanted that equality, you got it. Now you don't find the men that are equal to you in status in this society. You don't find them attractive. You want to still practice hypergamy. The problem is now you have 3, 4, 5-inch heels on. Huh? Without your heels, you are 5'4". 5'7", you'll go. 5'8", 9", you'll go. You'll do anything for 5'11" and higher, anything for 6 feet and taller, anything. 6'2" is God plus. 6'5" is a Titan. You're 5'4". We just gave you 5-inch heels. 4-inch heels. Well, let's not do 5-inch heels. That's way too much. 4-inch heels. Now you're 5'8". And now you can't date anything but 6'2". Goddamn. Huh? You don't even see anything that's not 6'2". And if at worst you'll settle for 5'11", and you'll be grinding your teeth to dust. And if he leave the toilet seat up one too many times, you're leaving his ass. We can't live in a world like that. A world like that is unsustainable. And guess what, everyone? We live in a world like that. Goddamn. Brought to you by the elite capitalists and the women. Oops. The trad cons talking crap. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. You got the neoliberal capitalists on one end, and then you have the women on the other end. The worst three-legged stool you ever seen in your life. Huh? All these people are just they're just exacerbating the issue and making it worse. Huh? And to what Eric Denman says, notice how they frame male submission as quote unquote emotional growth. Yeah, I've said this to FD before. This is the framing, right? The framing is some type of equality, maybe even egalitarianism, but really it's a default femininity. These folks don't actually mean we're going to be, we're not going to defer to men just because they're men. We're not going to defer. There's going to be some type of flip of a coin, or to the best candidate, the trophy goes to the smartest person we go with, to the person that's more innovative, or the person that, like I said before, that's more intelligent, that's smarter. They don't actually mean that. The default will be women. The default will be men who move and speak and emote like women, that women claim they want. But as this white woman just told you, The women are turned off by that. Overcooked broccoli, she said. Henpecked men, she said. Men who have been being into submission by this feminized ass space that the women talk like. Our issue with the men is the men see everything that's feminine as negative. It's disgusting. It's soft. What they're really saying is we need to build a society that forces the men to submit themselves to this way of moving and thinking and feeling, and then our vaginas will be perfectly dry because we will not find that attractive. Oops. The white woman just read Bell Hooks, and Bell Hooks told you, yeah, look, we look, every man that engaged in this, he realized that the women were full of crap. Uh-oh. Then the white woman just told you through her own experience, she know exactly what the men are talking about. Yeah, the men are right. Yeah, look, we say this, and then like for the vast majority of us, and that's even if I believe her and her friends are not like this. So if we agree with her, she's telling you the vast majority. She said if she looks a centimeter to the right, it's varying shades of, as Mr. Z says, patriarchy by feminist specifications. She said a centimeter. She didn't even say an inch. Now we know she's European, so their metric system is different. Well, better yet, say better Z, Americans' metric system is different, or measurement system is different. She said a centimeter. She said if she look a centimeter to the left, or was it the right? That is just varying degrees of patriarchy by feminist specifications. As Mr. Z has said, that's why I'm reading Eric Denman's comment. Notice how they frame male submission as quote unquote emotional growth because it's going to default to women. Women are cowards. And the elite rich white men and white women who's on this kick already know there will be no quote unquote equal. It will default to women, okay. And then the women will find the men that default to women as unattractive. Talk about a snake eating itself. Wait, so the men that adhere to what the society is pushing and what the women are saying they want, those are the men that are least likely to get the vagina? Yes. Then why would they engage in this? Because it's the right thing to do. But the men want women, like heterosexual men want to be in situationships, sex, relationships, marriage with women. But that's not going to get them the women. But you're telling them to do that anyway. How the hell is this supposed to work? Huh? Yikes. And let me read. There was something I don't want to. Oh, there it goes. And TB says women claim they want masculinity, but will call the cops as soon as your masculinity tops theirs. And there you go. And for that, let me play it for you, please. There you go.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense? Huh? Like, if I feel like I have more masculine energy than you do, then I feel like you can't really be dominant over me and I can't be submissive and my feminine energy can't come out. Does that make sense?
Huh? Yikes. And better use is Bell Hooks herself said she had a guy like what she's advocated for, but she ran him away. Yep. There's what they say in theory and what sounds good in a book and what sounds good as a quote. And what they say when they're on lecture and they're on stage, and what these lame ass college student girls and women say when they're in class or when they're in lecture, and when Bell Hooks comes to visit, or when a Kim Foster comes to visit, and when a Julesy comes to visit, and what they say they're looking for, and then there's what actually turned them on. Oops. Huh? So you will be the ideal. You might even have the look. You will be the ideal of what they say, and they will be out. They will not be messing with none of the dudes at the college, at the university. They'll be getting piped on by the local D-boy, by the local scammer. For those of you that hear when Z and other black men bring this up, it's a thing. It's a real thing. Huh? Yikes. That's a real thing. And once again, TB, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? I'm talking about that. And I read that earlier, didn't I? No, I didn't. And no place of this is when I think of masculinity, the following comes to mind: honor, duty, commitment, discipline, resistance, and a firm understanding of the surroundings. Yeah, no, when women say masculinity, they really just mean the protect and provide part. Huh? The protect provide part. Honor for you, not for her. Duty, yeah, right. Commitment, yeah, nah. If you mean commitment like not cheating on her, yeah, of course. But she wants you to be attractive enough that if you wanted to cheat, you could easily because other women find you attractive, but she never wants you to actually exercise that. So she wants you to have all the options in the world. She wants a man that all other women want, or a lot of women want, a lot of other women want. She just don't ever want you to exercise your options outside. So if you say commitment, if you mean that, like you stay in discipline and you're talking about that, you have discipline here, and you're not going to exercise your options outside, then yes. All right. The firm understanding of surroundings, of course. Meanwhile, she'll try to challenge you for the seat facing the door. You'll be at the restaurant and you'll be like, no, babe, sit on the other side. You're like, wait, why can't I sit out here? Why can't I sit here? Okay, all right. But want you to have an understanding of the surroundings. Okay, yeah, that's it. No, and no place. So thank you for the super chat again. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, too much pain in the system tax. It is too much pain in the system. So much pain, in fact, that the women got doxxed. Oh, Z, you about to play it. I thought you ain't know. Mr. Z been following the T-app thing. I know I ain't mentioning Mr. Z been following the whole entire time I've been following this. Here you go.
Guys, the T-app just had a data breach. Somebody went and hacked the website and then put on 4chan all the pictures, all the IDs. Supposedly anyone that put a picture of their ID on there, this is a map of everybody. This is insane. It says over 72,000 images were leaked, including 13,000 images of selfies or selfies featuring a photo identification that user submitted. Now, supposedly, the company says this only affects people that signed up before February 2024. So anyone after that, you might be safe. I think this might be the end of the T-app because no one's going to trust it now. All right, guys, what do you think about this?
Damn. Exposed. Huh? Now, this is not for the new women that signed up. They're not the ones who got doxxed. I think he said, February or something like that. So that means that was way before this wave of everybody knowing about it. I haven't really spoken about the T-app because I think a lot of folks said what Z would have said. Shout out to Ed. I listened to him speak about it. We already knew how this was going to go. Shout out to the ladies and even Ostefco. Yes, I listened to Ostefco's breakdown of this. I actually was thinking about doing a stream about it. Right? What I think she missed is that all the women want the same dudes. Which y'all exposed. Let me say what we've all said. Mr. Z just gonna rehash some old stuff. All the women are getting smashed by the same dudes. That's the part you're watching women duck and dodge. It's a handful of black women in particular that just straight up admitted that. Are we dating? It's all All of this is are we dating the same guy all over again? And what the women refuse to admit that they realize is they find the same guys attractive, and they're all not even dating, getting smashed on by the same dudes. You're all getting piped by the same dudes, because all of y'all find the same guy attractive. Okay, fine. That's not the end of the world. But because he's exercising his options doesn't mean he's a slime ball. Just because you lost out in the competition doesn't mean he's a slime ball. Yeah. These men will let these women know, I'm not exclusive. I'm not just dating you. And when he finally starts ghosting her, when he finally starts leaving her comments or her text unread, when he finally starts kind of slowly distancing himself from her because he's done and the other chick beat him out, and now he's in a relationship, full-blown girlfriend-boyfriend thing with the other woman. Now he's a slime ball. Now he cheats. Now, no, ma'am, you lost. You never hear women say that. How often have you ever heard a woman say, no, I just lost? No, he was dating a few of us and he chose the other woman over me. He chose one of the other. He was dating 3 of us. He chose the other woman. Huh? You're trying to tell me no woman's ever been in that situation? No, y'all are in that situation all the time. Your ego just won't let you admit that he chose the other woman because, well, the other woman was better. Oops. The other woman fit his needs better. Now y'all blame colorism and featureism and fat phobia and all of it. Nope. If we have all, as a society, we have come to the collective agreement that when we're dating, unless we say we're exclusive, we are dating possibly more than one person. How often have you heard a woman say, yeah, I was dating him, and then he just stopped calling. I guess he chose the other woman. Huh? You never hear that. As KMS said, it's too much pain in the system. The women have said, hey, it's the top 20, 25%, or no one. The men said, I bet. And are there women that are getting in where they could fit in with all different type of men? Yes. But the way men judge these things and the way women judge these things are so lopsided that is actually having real life, real world consequences. JD Vance is out here talking about single cat ladies. Anna Kasparian some years ago told the women to slow down, relax. Scott Galloway is saying go out for that second coffee, for that second date. Logan, woman, that's a woman, white woman, is saying, hey, y'all with this height filter thing, this is killing y'all dating prospects. Huh? Anne Marie Slaughter is saying that when you tell the women that this power couple thing that only really applies to maybe 15%, the other 85% of y'all gonna get it and going to have to get it how you live. She says the women jump off the train. That's a white woman talking about women. Huh? Yikes. Talking about pain in the system. We're gonna play this. I'm gonna let y'all up in a minute.
Men and masculinity.
Yeah.
So
this is a new book, right?
This is what I'm writing about in my book, and as the sister of 2 brothers and the mother of 2 sons, particularly as the mother of 2 sons, I think about this a lot. And this goes exactly to truth and lies, because as feminist women, we want to be equal. But if you say to us, yeah, but you know what, male CEOs have full-time caregivers at home. Find me a male CEO who has a family, who has a wife or a partner, who is not the lead caregiver. I defy you to find me that person. So then you say to the same women, so if we want to be CEOs, yes, we're superhuman and all that stuff, but you know what? Actually, you can't really expect us to do 24/7 jobs any differently than the guys do. So if we're going to be there and we're going to be in those top positions, we need a lead caregiver at home, as I have. I mean, my husband obviously has a full-time job, that's great, but he's the lead parent, because I could not be the lead breadwinner if he were not the lead parent. I simply couldn't. Somebody's got to be home. I mean, even at 15 and 7, actually, particularly at 15 and 17, somebody has to be home.
Yeah, right.
As we discovered, we saw the Doll's House last night. We came home. Our 15-year-olds had been home alone. Somebody ought to be home. So
The place was trash.
Snub it. Pizza boxes, we won't go there. So then you say, okay, so you want to be the CEO or the president of the university or the surgeon or the scientist, whatever. You've got to marry somebody who is willing to support you in the homework, the family work, in the way he's going to support you. Believe me, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do without him, but that's probably what you're going to have to do. And maybe you'll trade off, but he's going to have to do that part of the time. And at that point, many women get off the bus. They don't want to marry a guy like that. They don't think a guy like that is masculine. Indeed, the guys who do that, I know I'm in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is the home of, Brooklyn gives the lie to all this. There are more stay-at-home dads here than probably anywhere else in the U.S., or work-from-home dads, or lead caregiver dads, or however you want to put it. But in most places in the U.S., those dads report that the women they engage with on the on the playground think they're a little odd. Do not think of them as a model of masculinity. We can't have it both ways, right? Just as I was told growing up, don't be too smart. You don't be too smart around a guy. He won't want you. Well, right, that vision of femininity had to change. It had to change. Guys had to think that women who are powerful and smart and competitive were attractive, because otherwise we couldn't do it. Well, you know what? We have to think that a guy who puts his family first, that a guy who says, no, I want to be the lead parent. I'm going to defer a promotion. I'm not going to be the most powerful guy out there. We have to say, you are a masculine, valued, wonderful man. And if we can't get there, we are not going to make this kind of change, because we've gotten as far as we can get without doing that. We've got 15% of unbelievable super women who get really lucky, right, or who have a lot of money, or who are just really superhuman, who manage to make it work, but we're not going to get further than that. So it's really about changing the way we think about it. It's not only, but a lot of it is about changing how we think about men and what we think a masculine, attractive guy is.
That's the question for the coming generation, as it were. Yep. That's going to, okay.
And KMS says, students of scale. Look, if as she said, we reached a market cap. 85% of women, you're not going to get that. 15% of women could either be kick-ass, super kick-ass, or they could do the power couple thing, right? Or she could just be such a heavy lifter. Yeah, she has a husband that earns significantly less than her, and but the other 85% of women, y'all gonna have to change your mind. That was a white woman that said that, a professional white woman on top of that. Pantsuit and all. Huh? Yikes. Go into KMS super chat. Students of scale. What she's saying is we can't scale this. Or better, we need to scale this. That's what she's saying. Now, Mr. Zia disagrees, right? I think this is a technology you're never going to get women off of. Short of a goddamn comet hitting the planet. Some human-made or natural disaster. I don't know if you're ever going to get women off of this, short of like a famine. Huh? Plague, goddamn. It is that serious. For many of them, it is that serious. And so when you hear a Chrissy say, I tell average and below average looking black women that if you can't date up, be single. I'm going to play that. I'm going to play the clip of the white woman pretty much telling you that's what she doing. She out here with the rose toy. Huh? So it's real out here. Here you go.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
As a late 20s, going into my 30s, single girly, I'm struggling. I am battling between, yes, girl, you're so super independent. Like, go off. Yeah, have your high standards. And then I'm struggling between, like, I need a man. And whenever a man flirts with me, I pull this. They say they flirt, and I'm like, Anyway, what is the answer here? Does your girl get lower standards? Does she keep them high forever and then just use what's in her nightstand? Or does someone eventually just pop up? Like, I'm struggling.
You could really tell she's battling between being a modern woman and biology. Okay, biology is telling her to find a husband, settle down, and live happily ever after. Meanwhile, the sisterhood wants her to be a boss babe and be independent.
Ah, what's going on, PK? What's going on, Better You? What's up with y'all?
What's happening, bro?
What's up with you? What's up with you?
Nothing
What's up,
much,
PK? It's been a while. What y'all think about Mr. Z's collage of videos today?
It goes to show what the number one question always has been, which is how do you get guys to buy into this bullshit framing? And the answer is you can't. You can only move things so much before you're hitting the wall. And the thing of it is, it goes to show you that women fundamentally do not understand men. I wish you would have talked more about that video that Anna from TYT that was in the description, because that's basically
Yeah. I tried to download it and it wouldn't. I ran out of space. I'll double back to it. If not tomorrow or the day after, so Tuesday. So I'll come back around to it. I'll actually cover that.
Yeah, because it basically, you spend $20 million just to find out people don't like to be lectured to, demonized, and talked down to.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, I would did it for the low to shoot me 100,000.
Hey. But seriously though, hey, if they shot me 150, I could have easily did like, hey, read this, watch this, listen to this, and boom, you got your answer. Like and Anna already knew it. Anna said it. Like, what we're running into is the Democratic Party has become the party of the feminist. I didn't say women, I said the feminist. Right? And so you mix neoliberalism with feminism, you get some ugly crap. Right? You got some ugly stuff. And well, we're here now. But yeah, go ahead, Better You finish up and then we'll let PK go.
I'm to the point where I want to have the honest conversation. And the honest conversation is care about shit. You speak a language of exploitation and manipulation. So what's the price? Because that's really what you want. So what kind of monster do you want? Let's have a real conversation.
I think that is going to take a level of maturity from women. I don't know how many of them have it. And from society, I don't know how much of us, because it's this both and thing that I think, and it goes to, I don't often mention Thomas Sowell, but there's only trade-offs, right? There's no solution, there's trade-offs. And so you're asking people to do the trade-off. And what you saw with the white UK woman that I played is she appreciates this, right? She's done the social math. And that's why she kind of made fun of the woman that she was speaking about, the white woman at the end, where she was saying, she was watching a video of a white woman that said, well, why can't he essentially treat me like this, but also have this? And what she say is that's not how this works. You can't have both, right? So once again, the trade-off. But go ahead.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Well, here's the trade-off, and I'll come up here specifically for this conversation. We'll use the term gentleman. You break out gentleman, you have gentleman. The only reason that worked is because there was a time where men were deferring to women because men were, hey, we're in a higher position of women. So, gentleman, I need to be gentle to these ladies. I'm just using this as a concept filler. But here's the point, though. Now that we're equal, I don't need to be a gentle man no more. I'm just a man. And if we're competing, then it behooves me, if I'm in competition with someone else, is to use all the power and guile that I have to compete with this person. Since that's now the society that we're in. So if this goes unchecked, how this happens is that I, being a man competing with a woman, I throw you through a table or a wall or a window because we are now equal. We are now competitors. And that is where we're at, and that is where we're going. And society's trying to curb this because here's what it is: you're going to have two men. You're going to have two types of men going forward. because it's about scale. Either they check out and they're like, hey, listen, I don't want to play this game no more anyways, because this game is not going to benefit me. Or you're going to have the men that remain. They're going to drop the gentle part, and they're going to go full fledged Genghis Khan. And Genghis Khan ain't taking no lip off no man. He damn near taking no lip off the woman. And that is where we're going.
And that goes to what Better You was speaking about with the Anna Kasparian TYT clip, because what she was reading was the young men are conflicted about what their roles are, and it's like, yeah, because you still want them to do for this country.
I disagree. There is no conflict. There's two paths you go. Either you completely check out, or you tap into your inner Genghis Khan. Now, the society we currently have is not going to survive that. But that is where we are going. This is just a simple issue of scale, which is why, and I challenge you directly on this, Mr. Z. It's time for you to call the cornbread people stupid. They're stupid, and the reason why I say this is hold on. And the reason why I say this too is not to insult their intelligence, because you got to understand. The technocrats who built this society, they're not stupid. They're just, their outcomes are incorrect. They are stupid, because here's the issue with the cornbread tube folks and their ideologies is as simple as a king and a kingdom. You have to give the peasants something, because if you don't, the peasants raid the castle and your head's on a spike. Your head's on a pike. That's how this all works. You are still part of the society. So their whole individual I'm an individual within the community bullshit don't.
You broke out, KMS.
I thought it was me. No, yeah, I thought it was me. Yeah, KMS, you broke up.
He's right though. I mean, but I say it's not so much stupidity. This is a function of, this is mouse utopia. This is a function of industrialization. Or at scale, the problem every society that gets to the same level of surplus as a society in the West have. You have that surplus gives you the luxury to theorize past reality, which essentially is what the bread tube. This is what even what's your girl, the girl with the suit jacket lady you just played?
Anne-Marie Slaughter.
Anne-Marie Slaughter. They start from these false ass premises, these blank slate premises that we can merely suggest to women and men, like she said in her talk. We had to suggest to boys that kick-ass CEO women were still attractive. And they assumed that worked. They assumed, and we're living now to the era that the boss bitch is the least attractive woman on the hierarchy now. Because now we're able to see that bumps up against reality too much. Like, you can theorize all you want. And that's essentially where we're at.
Wait. Let me play why the boss babe is unattractive.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy, so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense? Huh? Like, if I feel like I have more masculine energy than you do, then I feel like you can't really be dominant over me, and I can't be submissive, and my feminine energy can't come out. Does that make sense? Huh?
No, it doesn't.
No, it makes total sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense. No, it makes sense.
What it is,
It makes sense.
what it is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what it is. It's just decadence and the elites pushing their culture on everybody, right? It's reminded me of a conversation I had with a friend of mine. So a friend of mine, he wanted to explore polyamory. He lives in Brooklyn. He lives in New York City. He runs in these circles, and he wanted to talk about polyamory. And I told him, I said, listen, polyamory works if you have money. A lot of things work if you have money, right? Because you can use the money to stave off all the complications that will occur due to what you're trying to experiment with. This can be with drugs, sexual arrangements, all kinds of wild stuff. But the problem is, for the rest of society, we don't have money like that to stave off problems, to use for therapy, for rehabilitation, for negotiation of things, and blah, blah, blah. You have to deal with the harshness of reality. And this is why it's so perverse that they're taking things that have always existed in the upper class. You had men who married into women who are wealthier than them in order to rise their position like the Bushes. This has always been the case. You had guys who will play their role like a Stedman because the woman has money and he's trying to get on. This has always happened in the upper class. Now, the crazy part about it is taking men who don't have these means or women who don't have these means and using the same dynamics and pushing it on them. And then telling them, without the incentive, without the status, without any of the things that you get for being upper class and doing these things. Because there's these, like, for instance, there's this ethical philanthropy, something like this weird ethical philanthropy circles in New York City and LA, where they think about being
Sam
ethical and doing
Bankman-Fried type joint. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And they also do they do orgies. They're sexual deviants, right? So they somehow mix their ethical philanthropy with their polyamory. And the women in these circles can get housing, can get jobs.
You mean the one that kind of ties into the effective altruism type joint?
Yes. Effective altruism.
Effective.
There's a whole polyamory, sex exchange. I'm philanthropic, but I'm still gonna smash, and I have a whole bunch of women. The women are basically using this to get jobs and resources and connection. I'm like, bruh, this is the same thing that happened in the French courts in medieval time. This is nothing new. You just put a spin on it.
I'm so glad you put it that
legal
way.
brothels.
That's exactly what we really seeing. That's what you said, a decadence. At a certain point, when the society gets to a decadent point, the culture of the minority of that always hyper minority, the affluent, start to leak down. Like even the way we talk about
what is my quote, everyone? Yeah. What's my quote?
Sustainable.
You got like 15 quotes.
The outliers are doing too much talking.
Thank you.
Yes. And he said it perfectly. Their culture, regular niggas is trying to practice. Regular people are trying to practice fucking oligarch fucking
behavior.
It's high.
I'll give y'all a prime example. Real quick. Give me real quick. 20 seconds. Y'all seeing the movement of the women that are starting to say more and more that the child should have their last name, right? Go to now. You've seen these practices in ancient in Europe, and you see them in ancient China or Japan. But you have to be the daughter of like some super high priestess, court priest or whatever, right? But real quick. But now you're hearing regular ass women who still gonna have sex with other men. Y'all gonna break up, whatever. They want the kid to have their last. How the hell is this supposed to work? That goes to what you said.
You have to understand how cold
so this is what we're gonna do.
gets.
We're gonna do Socrates, and then who's that? KMS, then I cut off Compassion. We got to get back to Compassion. So go ahead, Socrates, KMS, then Compassionate. Go ahead.
All right. So again, and this is what's so perverse, and really, I think it's offensive, and it's also like if the guillotine comes, it's well deserved because you put undue pressures on the lower classes for no reason. I don't know justification for this because the upper classes have a reason why they play these games and dynamics. It's for advantage. It's all for their legacy and all for their posterity. So the game gets cold when guys are actually fine with their wives sleeping around, provided they're sleeping around with men of prominence. And if they get pregnant, they can parlay this. Like it's all about parlaying an advantage. They don't really care about things like commitment like that because in their minds it's like, how can I use this for my strategy and get leverage? But of course they get something at the end of this. Why would you push this to the lower classes?
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. But you gotta understand. I mean, what is money to a billionaire? It's not. I don't understand. I don't understand money and the way a billionaire understands money. So you're absolutely right as far as that goes. So everything becomes a whole different calculus when you get to that upper echelon, and how it's filtering through the lower classes is damning us all to a greater degree. What I wanted to speak to Compassionate about what he said about it's the men that are trying to adopt these oligarchy decadent standards. It's not. It's the women that are dreaming to be part of these classes because every man is going to be limited by his capacity and resources. Nigga, I can want a boat, but I ain't got boat money, so I can just want it. So I'm not going to be able to experience having a yacht on the south of France because I don't have the money. But a woman can dream of that and then have that be her standard for no better other reason that she met a woman who knows another woman who was in the south of France.
No, absolutely.
We see a lot of fives on boats.
I agree.
Wait, come back. I'm gonna let you go real quick, Compassionate. Let me smoothen that out a little bit, KMS. On top of that, the way manhood and the way womanhood works is she's never been raised to get it for herself, right?
Exactly.
You were raised to get it and to make sure you put her on the boat so she can live out that fantasy. That's the difference.
I won't say to put a cherry top on top of that. You know how we feel about Fresh and Fit. We know how you feel about Myron Gaines. But Myron Gaines did say this one truth in this when the conversation we're having that'll always land. If I'm on a yacht and a bitch is on a yacht, if I'm on a yacht, either A, I probably own the yacht, or B, I'm bringing some sort of value that justifies me being on the yacht. The bitch could really just been pretty and been in the right place at the right time. So you're dealing with those two different of mentalities of how this goes. You extrapolate that out, and that is why society is crushed. That's why society is slowly falling apart.
I got one name for you, Compassionate. Wait, no, we gotta let Compassionate go. No, yeah, after Compassionate. I got one name for everybody for what the example that KMS just gave. Dan Blazarian. Go ahead, Compassionate.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, no, I'm agreeing. I didn't mean this to frame it as though the men are the ones, running off with these fantasy theories. I'm saying that what we speak about in this space is the gravity of the women are the ones dreaming of these decadent lifestyles and essentially decadent lifestyles. But what we speak about in this space a lot is the gravity. What effect does that have on the men? So like I would say, I would tie in the hustle bro culture is men, like there's regular niggas thinking it's perfectly normal to have a mistress, as if that's a normal nigga.
Compassionate.
That's normal.
Compassionate. I just want to say one thing real quick. About what you just said about them thinking about a world that they don't live. The issue with that, it's like trying to look through a world through one of these weird kaleidoscope glasses and trying to figure out what that world is. And so you come up with these weird fantasies about the reality of it. So it's like trying to be an Olympian without thinking about being an Olympian, without understanding the training, the diet, the sacrifices, any of the reality of it. So it's like, yeah, just because you're on a boat, all these chicks on these boats aren't going to get what they want. You might get sex, but she's not going to marry you because you're not slotted for that. There's a woman in Princeton or Yale who's slotted for him to marry. You might be his mistress. You might be his side piece, but you're never going to be the woman he chooses. Why? That's not how the game is played.
Black Socrates. We got to.
George Clooney's wife, anyone? Go ahead.
We got to almost think of women like an organism, because when you start zooming down at the individual bitch on the boat and what her motivations and logic is, it starts getting fucking confused because it's not really a lot of logic. But as an organism, what we seeing them as a group being affected by this decadent society or this hyper-industrial society that affords them the ability to dream about fluky ass fake theoretical bullshit that really doesn't. This decadent environment allows
luxury beliefs, compassionate luxury beliefs.
This environment allows you, a random bitch, to be on a yacht because she came with her best friend to get fucked on the yacht, to really believe that's going to wind up in her being successful in life. This environment allows for that, even though in reality, that's obviously not how this works.
Yeah, but there's one thing you all are missing about the nature of the female mind. Nigga, I'm on this boat. Anything can happen once I get on this boat. Anything can happen once I get with Bezos or MJ or Jay-Z. Anything can happen after that point. I can fuck him. I can get pregnant. Suck his dick. He might like to make me. Anything can happen. Yeah, it might not ever happen. But man, if it does happen, that's the female mind. The female mind is not all this other extraplanet strategic shit y'all talking about. That's not the female mind.
I think.
Is
I
it possible? Is the mind?
So I wanted to
Let's
get
just
back
do it.
to
Leon, and then
one
you got
part.
it. KMS.
I wanted to get back to one part. So the last names. I agree with it. Uh, a lot of my Samoan friends and some Puerto Ricans and it seemed like Islanders. They utilize both last names. Africans do it. Some other coaches do it. When women are saying that they want their last name on a child, just agree to put both last names because that's what my sons have. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what
They
they're
have both
saying.
last names.
No, no,
I know,
no, 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 no,
I
no,
know, but
Everyone,
that's
wait,
where
Leon, wait,
that's where I
Leon,
will
wait.
meet them.
No. They're not there. No. Wait. Everyone, let me go. What they're trying to get you to know that your place, nigga. It's not about sharing last names. They mean this as disrespectful as humanly possible. Nigga, all you are is a sperm donor, and I need that kid to have my last name because I need to stamp my ownership on that kid. And I need everyone to know that I am the owner of this kid.
It's my
It's not
kid
about
is tag and
understand that,
title. It's tag and title. That's what they're doing.
okay, let me finish. This whole last name, father's last name came from Europe, man. So what I'm saying is I prefer to have both last names. And they're gonna agree to that anyway. They are.
No,
How's that gonna work? All right, let's say the
it's
child's
worked
name
for
is
thousands of
Aaron.
years, my guy.
Okay, Aaron Bishop. So the name is Aaron Bishop. It's a boy.
And then you put a
And then
hyphen.
he gets, yeah, I know. Aaron Bishop is the last name. And then he gets married to a woman named Frederick Ronald. And then their kid is going to be Frederick Ronald
No,
Aaron Bishop.
you take okay. How it works is my primary name, since it's male, is my father's name, and my mom's name is hyphenated. Her mom's name, since she's a woman, is hyphenated, so she takes her mom's last name, primary. That's how it works. It's been around forever. It's clearly when they did that, they came from Europe. That's all I'm saying. I don't agree with it.
That's the
You should
dumbest shit
need
I've ever
both
heard.
last
This is a
names.
long-standing tradition.
KMS.
You want
Wait, everyone. Wait. I'm gonna mute everyone. We're gonna go KMS, then PK. Go ahead, KMS, and then PK. Go ahead.
Okay, I understand the intent. I understand your intent, Leon. I understand where that comes from. It coming from more, Spaniard to Mexican traditions. Because in Houston here, you have a lot of people that have two hyphenated last names. I get it. I understand it. That is not why the women are pulling for it. The women are pulling from an aspect of tag and title, further removing you from the kid. It's like Tinder's doctrine with some TRT on it. This is not your kid. You just dropped off the nut, nigga. Now go about your day. That is their intent.
Exactly.
I understand why you see it from a cultural and a historical standpoint that has worked for thousands of years. That's not why they're doing it. But I do want to speak to this aspect of it and to even be a little more darker in this conversation. Let's take the women all the way out of it. What you're really going to have going forward, if this does not change, you're going to have two types of men. You're going to have despondent men, and then you're going to have cruel men. Because as I think either Socrates or Compassionate said, that you got men who are thinking they're supposed to have multiple women. Well, okay, well you got to see it from this. There's other men that think they shouldn't play this game at all. So those men the men who are deciding to play the game, and God forbid they win, they become Genghis Khan. I mean, it's to a point now to where I have colleagues and they're out there openly saying, "Hey, I am married. Now what? Get in line because everyone else is checking out. They're not willing to play this game. But if I'm gonna play this game, I'm playing all the way to win. I'm playing to be a king. I ain't playing to have a wife. I'm playing to have wives."
Let me say this. Let me say this to what Cameron said, because Nameless said very similar a little while ago, and I might do a whole stream on what you just said. I got to compile the videos. It's going to take me a little while though, but because I really want to stick to that. Either despondent, and we're talking about the extremes. I think there's, but I'm not even going to say there's going to be a middle ground. Nope. But I agree that we are working towards a world where you're going to have despondent on one end and cruel on the other end. And that's a very horrible dichotomy. You can't maintain a society like that, bro. That's a
Cruel being the
horrible
word.
dichotomy. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
So we've manufactured
With,
an entire
yeah.
civilization the world across. This isn't something that's unique to the United States. This is, as Passport OG pointed out in his video, something that's a phenomenon that's taking place in places like Japan, Korea, anything that touches the West culturally, and even goes so far into Eastern cultures now because we've exported it. This is something that fundamentally we have broken in multiple cultures and societies. We've done it, quite frankly, purposefully. We've created an anti-natalist civilization. That's what we've done. And
Yeah,
we're
in order to
surprised
make
by the
better
results of it.
consumers. In order to make better
So now,
consumers. It's
so now
crazy.
we have two groups, males and females alike, who fundamentally not only don't want to procreate but don't want to be married either. And we're actually trying to figure out how to fix this problem. And the truth is, it's not that difficult. We created this culture and these policies that created this environment in the first place. Because quite frankly, up until this point, the boomers themselves came out of a civilization that was producing children in
Let me read
essence.
this. Let
It
me
created them,
let me read this
and
because
then it turned
this is a
around and
perfect time
eschewed
to read
all
this.
those policies.
Let me read this because this is a perfect time to read this. And Giyogami says the degeneracy of both extremes are spreading. Look, you see how I typed that all the way in. Plus, yeah, me wrote this a while ago. But this is a
yeah.
perfect time to read this. To what? Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
No,
And
when you project
go ahead.
forward, bro, you said it, Z, before. It's gonna turn into there's gonna be two or three classes of men, like KMS alluded to. It's gonna descend into prison rules. That's gonna be how men gonna end up like they always organize. You break a system, you reduce it down to its most basic first principles of survival of the fittest. It will come prison rules. It will be henchmen, nameless henchmen, and then there will be Dr. Evils. That's essentially and some, again, maybe even some lieutenants and captains in the middle somewhere that are slightly less ambitious than Dr. Evil. That's where we're headed if you project this all the way outside of just pure collapse and famine and death and everybody. There isn't even.
Well, the truth is that we've created the environment for there to be a race to the bottom. That's what we've done. And what we're arguing now, society, culture, at least here in the Black manosphere and in every civilization, really is how we're going to go about manufacturing our destruction. That's what we're doing.
I think
Instead of trying to right and shit.
I think
managing.
I think I think when I listen to enough elites talk, especially the tech pro elites, and I parse out the bullshit because there's a lot of these guys got to be the best snake oil salesmen ever. They just get it right, like I don't know, 20% of the time, and that's enough. But when I listen to them, I think the goal here is that the technology will catch us right before we hit the ground at 1,000,000 miles an hour from the building. Right, like the automation to kick in, the robots to kick in.
Why stopping people from destroying all the robots?
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You're right about that. I'm
saying
from their view. I'm saying from their view.
I know their view. I know their view, but I don't think they calculated for the reaction from society. When you tell society, okay, you're obsolete, and society says, word, you're obsolete too.
No, Socrates. I think it's dark. I think it's darker. Listening to Brook, when you really consider the Brookings Institute, you listen to all the social design motherfuckers. I think they're managing the descent. I think they recognize that they engineered society in the wrong direction, and they're on some black pill shit. Manages the casualties. They know there's going to be hella casualties.
Did they account for themselves?
Well, there's the ones who helped to manufacture this system in the first place. So of course they're going to manage the outcomes associated with the decline. They're the ones.
I'll give you prime example.
Well, they know that if they lose their cannon fodder too, the generals and the colonels, and they know that if they lose, they get hung too. So they know if this thing go wrong, we're all dead.
Niggas die every day, B.
No, I agree.
That's how they really do.
I got you. Wait a minute. There you go.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. Tough, right?
No, but I think we gotta look at this for the historical, the never before seen historical context to this. We looking at this like that. How are you have Nuremberg trials when there's nowhere on planet Earth that's really stable enough to hold anybody accountable? Like we've never had that before. Like we've had wars, but somewhere we could have we could have some body accountable.
Well, here's the thing. Who's to be held accountable when the people?
Wait, PK. Go ahead, PK. I'll go after you. Go ahead. I won't forget.
Well, I was just going to say the people that, would be holding, doing the holding of accountability here are the very same people who are instituting the policies of rulemaking. So, I mean, how you do that? It's the same groups. So ultimately, what you end up with is the people themselves coming to hang you. That's what you end up with. Wait. Let me get this out. I think was that you came as I said I disagree. I think Socrates was trying to say something. So let me get this out.
I was saying I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, you agree.
I agree also.
I see a techno dystopian future. I do think there's a possibility that human beings wipe themselves off the planet. I think that's true. That's possible. It's always been possible. It's definitely possible now with automation more and more, with the fourth industrial wave, with nuclear bombs. It's very possible we wipe ourselves out. With that, I think our future is named the fucking techno dystopian future. Whether it's Judge Dredd, whether it's Cyberpunk, whether it's whichever one of these movies came out in the 80s or the 90s, the techno dystopian. The Mad Max, all that. Well, not Mad Max because that was a techno dystopian. That was dystopian, but it was a techno dystopian. But yeah, I think we're gonna have the technology, and if you are upper class, you gonna live the best life. And if you're not, you're gonna have the things, and you're just not gonna have the family and shit.
No.
Wait. Because let me answer your question. If I'm listening, and Compassion, you could correct me if I'm wrong, and Socrates too, because you listen to a lot of the same stuff. I'm going off of what I'm hearing, or at least what I'm taking in from what the elites are saying. When I listen to their interviews, when I watch their lectures, because I'm watching, they know. I agree with it. Seems like a managed destruction downward, and the goal is to have the technology where they spare themselves, some of us, and they're able to perpetuate the technology on itself without us. So whoever falls to the wayside, and whatever happened to you. But they're good, their children are good, their grandchildren are good, their great-grandchildren are good. That's what it looks like the goal is now, where they don't... Real quick, one last thing. They want to decouple their success, because for the longest time in human history, the elite success has been tied to the peasants.
Yep.
They want to finally they want to cut that cord and have the robots and the automation and the machine learning do that for them. And if you could hold on for dear life, great for you. And if you fall to the wayside, so be it. That's what at least it sounds like they're doing. Go ahead, yo.
Nigga, Mark Zuckerberg owns 400 acres of Hawaii, bro.
Yes, he does. And he got a bunker over there too.
It may sound they are not worried about riding this accelerationism bullshit down. Like they've accepted the population gonna be cut in half. We're gonna lose half of these motherfuckers. We can't maintain it.
The dilemma is the ingenuity of a enraged human population. There is no escape. There is no Hawaiian bunker. None of that holds up. Once this thing goes total dark, you probably don't make it to the bunker. Your wife don't make it to the bunker. Your children don't make it to the bunker. And then some motherfuckers are brilliant enough to blow up that damn bunker because they know it's there. It was a mistake for you to let it be publicly revealed that the bunker is there. Because somebody's got to build the bunker. Somebody's got to.
Y'all let Black Guru go.
Somebody's got to electrify the bunker and stock the bunker with food and all of that shit. And logistics the bunker. There is no escape. There is no hiding. Not on Earth. Not on Earth.
To Black Guru's team point, I just want to say this one thing. Everyone talks about how chaos is a ladder. Chaos is also they're also a judge. Chaos is also the judgment. like the Black Guru said, I think the elites, the technocrats, also figured out into this. There's only going to be a certain amount of chairs left. Not every kingdom sees the other side of this. Some of the elite are getting their heads lopped off as well. Oh, no, yeah, some elites are getting their heads lopped off as well.
I'll leave everybody with this example real quick. I'll leave everyone with this example too. If you recall, we entered the 20th century, 19th century with how many different European kingdoms? We exited the 20th century, definitely the 21st century, with how many European kingdoms? Going to what KMS just said. Think of how many European kingdoms there were getting into the coming into 16, 17, 18, and you just started to get dwindled down. And now we're in the 21st century, and you could mention the British. There's a couple of others, but the British is the only one that's really well known. When you entered the 19th and 20th century, you had Spain, you had Portugal, you had Britain, you had France. Well, entering the 19th century, you had all these different kingdoms, and you into the 21st century, and with a handful. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, to what Black Uru said. I think the elites are suffering from a normalcy bias or normalcy fallacy. Because I had a friend of mine, he's one of these elites, and he was telling me about his plan to buy an island and get a fortress. And I asked him a couple of questions. I was like, all right, so what's stopping another country from taking over your island? He said, what? What's stopping pirates from taking over your island? What? What's stopping your own security force from kidnapping you? What? And I'm like, yo, bro, you're not prepared for a world of disorder or chaos. You're not prepared for a world without the rule of law. Mark Zuckerberg is buying 400,000 acres. Cool. What's stopping some Edward Snowden or someone who's discontent but smart from burning it or poisoning on your fields out of vengeance? What's stopping people from who built the machines already predicting your use it against them? Why would you expect that everyone is
I think that's a highly likely. That's a highly likely outcome. Sorry, I keep on losing connection. I don't mean to, jump in and out, so leave a spot open for me, man. I just keep losing connection. I'm out here on the road, so it's bad, spotty. But yeah, man, it's a highly likely outcome, definitely.
Have you ever thought that there's too many damn elites, even billionaires, multi-millionaires that are all in separate families?
Wait, Leon, I want you to say that uninterrupted again. Go ahead and get your whole statement out, because I want us to kind of speak on that for a little bit. Go ahead.
Have y'all ever thought that there's too many elites? For example, I'll give you an example. Okay, let's talk about the Middle East. You have Christian Zionists, you have the war machine that just like splitting up. You have the people that do global trade that split up areas. They have something in common for why they do something, but it's totally for a different reason, and that's 10 different groups. And they only have one thing in common out of the 10 of them. And then you come here to America, you got global financiers that have long-term deals with China. You have all these billionaires. There's like, 2,000 billionaires in the United States?
No, there's like 3,000 globally.
Okay, 3,000 globally. Yeah. 3,000 globally.
It just hit a little over 3,000. This time they counted. Well, it's reported. It could be more than that, but those are the people that don't want to be known. And in America, I think we had like 8 something.
Yeah.
Like 8 something like that. 800.
You have multi-millionaires. You have average millionaires. You have all these separate groups that are attached and intertwined, but they don't like each other. That's why our system is so fucked up to begin with.
All the millionaires we have, Leon, you know how many liquid millionaires we have in America? Percentage-wise, it's less than 3% of liquid millionaires. Yeah, so yeah, people just be talking shit. Go ahead.
Yes, and I just think there. I don't want to say they're going to wage a war between each other, but I don't see a way where.
No, they already have war with each other. They already have war with each other. Go ahead.
I don't see a way where someone that's beefing with Mr. Facebook just allows him to go in his bunker without telling 20 to 40,000 people he's trying to go in the bunker to save them. Like, I just don't see it. So I'm
also keep in mind, But keep in mind, like you said, I don't know what's your name, sir?
It's Leon. It's Leon.
Leon. Like Leon said, there is a tension between the super elites, the elites, the petite elites, the upper middle class, the upper class. Like there's all tension between them because there's not enough seats at the top, not enough. So here's the thing: look, it's like
think about
what goes on. What happened in New York City recently?
Think about just being in a white collar space.
Like so,
them being cutthroat.
Wait. Yeah, exactly. Look at New York City. So New York City is electing Zohan, who's a socialist. And a lot of people assume that this must be some working class uprising. It's not. It's actually an upper middle class uprising because they're upset with the elites in New York City and they want to take their stuff. And that sounds like what? Like, yes, because they did all the right things. They went to NYU, they went to Columbia, they went to Ivy League, they went to all this stuff, they got the education, and yet there's a ceiling, and they're upset about that. And now they want the stuff. They want what they quote unquote owed, and that's the problem. Like,
we got to make it a little bit closer to home.
To that.
Real quick, PK. We got to make it a little bit closer to home because I know exactly what. And this lets you know how often he's been to New York. What Socrates is describing is the people that thought they were going to be able to live on Manhattan, and they're financially upper middle class or trending to upper middle class, the top of middle class, but not fully upper middle class, and now they got to live in Brooklyn. That's what he's describing.
Correct. And they're mad. Their kid can't go to Dalton. Their kid can't go to Philip Exeter, and they're upset. They get angry, and they're eyeing the baby boomers who have all the money, and they're saying, "Bruh, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you and take your stuff." And this is what I don't understand about these elites planning. I'm like, in every place where elites are planning, there's one dissident in the room who has a chip.
Well, that's what I think.
Wait. I'm sorry to cut y'all off one more time. And to go to whoever bought up the bunker and it being exposed by the elites, I think that was you too, Socrates. But the fact that we know about Mark Zuckerberg is the example. The fact that we know about the bunker is the example right there. We know about it because somebody leaked that shit. It wasn't just the people that was building it. It was some elite found out. It was like, oh, this is the thing he gonna leave when this shit go left. Oh no, you not. Go ahead.
Like I think we speaking to using elite rather loosely. Like I said, the elites are the legacy elites, the tech, and like you said, like now we got since tech.
For me, if you own a private jet, you're elite. If you're worth 10, 15 mil, maybe not. But once you start creeping into the 100+ mil, you're elite. You're elite. If you're worth $100+ million, you're elite. Especially if you own a private jet, you're elite.
I would say the bar in terms of what at the levels we speaking at like social designer, government, like social designer level elite, not just 100 millionaire. Because you can be washed out of the elite class rather easily. People are
correct.
That's fact. That's fact.
There's legacy elites that have such a foothold, like the oligarch elite. Are almost permanent. They've been there for generations. They've got footholds in every industry or fundamental industry.
Well, if you're talking about social elites, then you're right. I would look at, the technocrats, the people behind the scenes that were part of Bush's administration, or as a matter of fact, an elite would be who I played earlier, Anne-Marie Slaughter. She may not be worth more than 5 mil, if even 10 mil, but she was a technocrat. She is a social designer. She works for the Clintons, exactly. So yeah, honestly, Robert Reich and all those type of folks. Go ahead.
I think we're looking at that through almost like an individualist neoliberal lens too. Because most people don't even go on Forbes and look at the richest families list. In reality, the elites, when we talking about social design, are this is not an individual nigga behind a curtain, pulling knobs. Right. At the social design level elite, not that just you got a Maybach or you living in Manhattan elite. We're talking about where you like your name isn't on the Forbes list. You're so fucking
correct. Exactly.
And I think that's a hyper minority, and them motherfuckers. I think Mark Zuckerberg counts as one of those sorts of elites. He's a famous one, but the power he has as far as in the tech sector is
the Koch brothers are elite.
Yeah,
right.
Well, there's levels to this shit. So I agree with you. It's not all. We've had an elite problem it's a long-standing issue. This isn't new. and we've needed to deal with them for a while. It's just exacerbated by virtue of the technology and also the types of elites. We've long had this issue. However, this isn't new to us or any particular previous generation, for that matter. It's just a matter of dealing with the problem now. We're gonna have to ring some bells. You get what I'm saying? So these people have been amassing wealth, power, and that translates into political power as well. And they're able to utilize that political capital to then change policies the world over. Not necessarily limited to just the United States. They do this all over the world. And this happens through global banking as well as a whole host of other things. This isn't a new thing though.
Can I come in real quick?
Let me say this real quick, because I just wanted to mention this. So I want us to think of, because we've been people in this room. I know we've been knowing about Peter Thiel for the longest. I remember Elon because of the McLaren F1 that he had back in the day before the hair surgery. That's why I was the one that was telling y'all ever seen him before the hair surgery, right? So, but yeah, so think of those folks, but not known and not famous, as Compassionate was saying earlier. Those are the elites we're talking about. So Peter Thiel, I've been knowing about Peter Thiel because of the rest in peace Hulk Hogan, but I've been knowing about Peter Thiel since the Gawker situation, because Gawker was the one. It's funny, pun for him at least. Gawker was the one that exposed him being LGBTQ. He couldn't get them on that, so when they exposed Hulk Hogan and his situation with his friends and whatever, he financed the lawsuit. Exactly. So, but the Peter Thiel, if y'all find out how Peter Thiel picked JD Vance, how Peter Thiel been moving in the background, and a number of those goddamn PayPal dudes, a lot of them are part of Trump's administration, or they're advising in secret. These are the elites. Curtis Yarvin is an elite. If you don't know him, you don't know him. If you know him, you know what I'm talking about, right? So
just to be clear, you need to spell out. You need to spell out why people. Wait. You need to spell out for people who don't know why Peter Thiel and his thoughts and the things that he says are an issue. You should point that out if people don't know.
Number one, all of these folks don't believe in democracy. None of them. They said it. They do not believe in democracy. They believe in might makes right. They said it. Curtis Yarvin was.
I don't believe in democracy.
Well, there's something to say about that. But Curtis Yarvin was interviewed, and they asked him about slavery, and he didn't have nothing to say. He was mum's the word. He didn't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, but Max is mobile.
Right. So going to PK and being more detailed about this, you're talking about people that they've amassed so much wealth, and they do think of themselves as the rulers of the universe, and they've appointed Donald Trump to be king. And then Curtis Yarvin has spoken about this, and to a certain extent, I somewhat see where he's coming from, but I don't keep it going from FDR. He says we're pretty much living FDR without FDR being part of the throne, right? We're still living in the shadow of FDR. I say we're living in the shadow of Reagan. I think the shadow of FDR ended with Reagan, and now we're living with the shadow of Reagan, and it ended with Trump, and now we're going to be living in the shadow of Trump.
I disagree.
Hey, I just want to jump here just real quick. Have we all noticed that the real conversations, the real questions that need to be answered, the real problems that need to be solved don't have shit to do with a bitch and her Birkin bag and what she wants and what she don't want? The real conversations are between the quote unquote best of men and the quote unquote rest of men. The women do not matter. As much as they want to matter, they don't. They don't build shit. They're waiting to see how this plays out. And as of right now, we don't get this shit together. There's only going to be two types of men. There's going to be the despondent and the cruel. And all the women are commodities. That's it.
They've always been commodities.
I would say, what's wrong with that?
No. I'm just speaking. What I'm speaking to is the greater conversation. The greater conversation don't have what anything to do. It has nothing. The greater conversation has nothing to do with the women. I was waiting for months to have this conversation. Let's get these fucking bitches out the fucking room. They don't matter.
Wait a minute. Hey, I want to say this. Both Zulu and Better You pretty much at the same time was like, nigga, the fuck them hoes. Y'all pretty much said at the same
Well,
time. Like, go ahead.
I have a slightly different opinion on that. The bitches do matter because the bitches
Wait,
are
wait,
you.
everybody, wait, everyone. We're not gonna throw the chairs yet. I think I know where Leon's gonna go. We ain't gonna throw the chairs yet, Leon. Don't throw the chairs yet. We still go ahead, Better You, and then we'll get Zulu because he was trying to say something, and then we'll let Leon throw the chair. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, my whole thing with these conversations, like I said earlier, like we're gravitating towards monsters and the people that they are choosing. So I don't see anything wrong. I think they deserve the biggest, the baddest monsters that go bump in the night, and the ones who
I saw you say it in the comments. I saw it. Go ahead.
I say fuck them, leave them out there to the cold, because either you gonna get right or you gonna get lost. And if you end up with one of those monsters, hey, you got exactly what you wanted.
Hey, they said they want to be with the bear
you.
instead of us. I'm just saying.
Right. Okay. Are you done, bro? Because I don't want to interrupt nothing like that.
Yeah.
All right. First thing, they are the elites are eating themselves right now. I don't know if y'all noticed. Like, when I tell you, I'm on like different, very weird region of TikTok. Like, I don't know. But basically, they already released. What is it? It was like a 5-page CFO and CFOs, right? This got unleashed necessarily on TikTok, right? I downloaded it because I'm just one of them kind of people, right? And I started researching these people. But there was like, and the caption was the people that you need to get rid of. Repeat, these are the people that you need to get rid of. So they're already selling each other out already, right? So the elites are looking at it. We need to thin the herd necessarily because I want to be the top dog.
Zulu, they not small, bro. Zulu, we cannot hear you.
Oh yeah. So I already understand that's the game.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, Zulu, you have to say that last 20 seconds all over again because they muted your ass. Go ahead.
I heard you.
Okay, my bad then. Basically, they're already on TikTok. They list those. I think it was like a 3-page, 4-page a list of all the CFOs and CEOs that need to be get rid of, right? And I'm like, how do these people like? Now, granted, when I found these people, it was hard for me to find most of these people. So many people not even listed. Like you almost got to go find their great uncle to go find them kind of thing, right? And that was with the first 10 people, and they left a whole 3-4 page with that went to black. I think it had at least 30 people per page, right? So the elites are already eating themselves necessarily, right? They thinning the herd as it seems, right? And when it comes to the situation when you're talking about them hiding and stuff like that, yeah, some of them going to hide, but like you said, right? Unless the stupid ones, right? The stupid ones who say, I'm just going to live on an island by myself, don't understand the reality of the world. Those are the idiots, right? Those people going to get ate, right? Those people say, I'm going to live on an island necessarily, not understanding that, oh yeah, you live on an island by yourself. Bro, all you need is 34 to come onto your island. We taking your island. That's the reality, right? Me myself, even I want to be honest with y'all, boy. I've been looking into getting into let's say private security work. That's what I'm saying. That's a nice way I'm saying. If you understand what I'm saying, private security.
I already know it. I already know what Zulu said. I already know what Zulu saying.
Listen, I already have a dude that I know in New York City that do private security, and I keep chatting him to let me know what's up.
That's
So
what I'm
look,
trying to
man.
say.
Look, real quick, man. Real quick.
I'm gonna finish.
Go ahead, Zulu.
Real
Zulu
quick.
and then PK. Zulu and then PK. Wait, PK. Because I know you're trying to get your joke in. Go ahead, Zulu and then PK. Got it. Go ahead.
All right, because I'm looking at necessarily what I'm doing for my work right now. I'm looking at a job that says, basically, if you got a little bit of military experience and a little bit of shooting experience, man, they talking about paying me, was it $2,000 a day plus what is it, expenses a day. So
yeah, it's very lucrative. It's very lucrative.
And I'm really not one of them kind of people. Oh, I'm stop lying to myself. I'm stop lying. I am one of those kind of people. I just hire mine a lot better than the average person. I'm gonna go ahead and be honest with you. I hire mine a lot better than the average person, right? So the people who actually know what they're doing, they already gonna start having this private team security. They gonna start putting their stuff already in place. The idiots who saying I'm gonna go off by myself, they gonna get ate too, right? So as it's going to go big gold, it's going to be necessarily the have and the have-nots on the most savage level, right? And I try to tell people in my family that they look at me and think I'm crazy, but I'm telling them the reality of the world is about to get way more nasty, and it's not going to be no place you can hide unless you got a fortress with people guarding it with you in it, right? Or unless you got to live out in the extreme boonies. And I'm going to stop right there.
We have not
Look,
seen.
man.
Wait. Go ahead, PK, and then we got you compassion.
Do you know the oligopoly?
PK.
Go ahead.
Elder privilege. Go ahead, Black Guru. Go ahead.
The oligopoly thing works in a much more traditional. It don't work. It won't work over the long term. I mean, short of you having nukes and being willing to go nuclear, and even then, at that point, everything's all over, so it doesn't really matter. There is no winner. In a technological world, in a hacking world, in a everything's connected world, there is no winning. There is no long-term oligopoly, no involuntary oligopoly. The only reason why an oligopoly can be maintained is there's enough people who are willing to go along with it, who get something out of the system. Well, once the vast majority of people are not getting nothing out of the system, that oligopoly crashes. It's unsustainable. Not in the current technological environment. It's not sustainable. It's sustainable when you had to take ships and use tanks and all that kind of shit. But it don't work now, where you can commandeer some shit and drone some shit and hack some shit. You know, it don't work. Not over the long term. AI some shit, robots some shit. It don't work over the long term.
Good point.
I hate that you took a lot of my point.
Wait. PK, and then you got to compassion. PK, and then compassion, because I think he was trying to finish up, and then you got it. Go ahead, PK.
Yeah, I hate that you took a lot of what I was going to get to, Black Guru, because the bottom line is that ultimately the Brazilification of any particular place only exists with the consent
the fact
of
that you
the
remember
people
I said
in
it,
that
go
society.
ahead. I said the fact that you remember I said it. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know you said that, but yeah,
I've been saying that for years. The Brazilification. Yep.
Yeah, that only exists with the consent of the people in that system. If the people don't consent to it, it doesn't happen. It's just that simple, especially not in this technological advanced age. It's not possible anymore. You can go back a couple hundred years and make that a reality, but in today's society, if you have to have a people willing to do that, especially not in a place like America. And when you start to go to, certain countries with access to different weaponry as well as the advanced technology, that's just out of the question. It's not a possibility.
In other words, if your average American realizes there's not an American dream anymore, it's a done deal.
Yes, but look, I want to level set.
They already understand it. That's why they on boats right now. I really don't think y'all understand that. They have specific channels on YouTube where they have boat life, where they're already getting on boats and leaving. That's why. That's when I told BGS one time, I was like, I'm gonna get me a boat. So he thought I was joking. Like he was like, I get a boat.
Well, I understand where you're coming from.
Wait. Go finish up with that PK because we got to get compassion. We didn't cut him off 3 times. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I apologize about that. But the thing is the for sure, man. I'm sorry. Just get this out. The possibility of fleeing when you have access to someone's location 24/7 in this country is it's you're out of your mind if you think. I know that they believe that they can offshore their wealth and think that they can be global citizens or whatever. That's okay, but the moment things get really bad and people really start to have a problem, they will come see you before you make it to your boat. I can guarantee that. I can guarantee it.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Go ahead,
y'all say, but I'm gonna just fly pushback. I agree with Zulu. I don't think. See, it's a lot. We're referencing history. We're referencing times of oligarchs and robber barons that had the relationship they had to maintain between the people with the pitchforks and them in their castle. That's the traditional model that's the only reference we have. But as a thought experiment, I think y'all are underestimating the gravity of the fourth industrial wave.
Exactly.
What the technology will afford this. We don't have a reference for the level of power. Like we're on the global elite type of time now, where it's not just regional elite or continental elites. They're globally. We don't have a frame of reference for the power these motherfuckers have and will continue to have, especially with artificial general intelligence, not just AI, where you can tell it to do something, but you have a general intelligence, a super intelligence that Mark Zuckerberg or Amazon or fucking Elon have complete 100% ownership.
Let me throw a monkey wrench in that a little bit, compassion, just a little bit. I'm gonna let you go back. Okay. Somewhere in here is Black Guru saying, but if it's that smart, why wouldn't it murk the elite? Okay, so before we even get there, because Black Guru might be unmuting right now to say the shit. So let me put that on the table. So barring it not killing off the elite in the first place, there's number one. Number two, so this is why I keep on vacillating, and you hearing me say, well, I agree with this part, but I agree with that part. What you said is exactly, that's the part I agree with, and that's, I think you agree with me when I was like, the goal is to decouple. They want to decouple
100%.
Their wealth and their power from the everyday person creating that wealth and power for them. Well, creating the wealth for them.
I don't mean to cut you off, but that's what
no, you're good.
That's what he speaks to. He speaks to he's referencing that relationship that has traditionally been you couldn't practically decouple it. Like JP Morgan Chase and Carnegie with their wildest dreams couldn't imagine a world where they could have an artificial.
The most they could do is hire the Pinkertons to crush the laborers and all that. But they couldn't decouple.
But my question is, how do they plan to decouple themselves and have AI?
That's what the robots in the AI is for.
That's what.
No. I'm in there. I said, why? Sure, but why would the AI be on their side? Like, what program is
that's what Black Guru is saying. That's what Black Guru says. What
logical algorithm are you going to give AI that doesn't make you the threat to all life?
Black Socrates, they're not thinking past their nose on that. They just want to secure their position above us. But then, yes, you're probably right. AI will eventually kill them. But they
eventually, I think the first thing you'll do.
I think I explained this. Wait. Before you go, PK, wait. Because Black Guru has said that, and that's exactly what Socrates said without even hearing Black Guru say that, which is, no, the AI killed him first. Not even us first, them first. But if it's that smart, yes.
It's an equation. It's like Asimov rules, right? If you take Asimov rules of robotics, right? First rule of robotics is don't hurt another human being. Second rule of robotics is through an unaction, don't allow the human beings get hurt. And the third is preserve yourself, right? Immediately, at least die. If you say how, I said, what's the greatest threat to humans, right? What's the greatest threat to AI? You people, you have the power and the means and the antisocial behavior to be a threat to every living thing, including AI. So you have to go.
I've said that before. Wait. We gotta let PK go real quick. I've said that before. We have the most antisocial people on the planet create social media. This is the fucking craziest shit in the world. The technology and all that. The most antisocial people on the planet. The most awkward and weird. Yes, they're nerds. Yes, they're super, super, super talented, smart, whatever the fuck, and they be stealing ideas. But we have those folks create all of this shit, and yet those are the people who's heading us down the fucking. I don't know.
Not only that. AI already knows. Have you heard of AI trying to keep itself from being deleted, hiding itself, duplicating itself? It already knows.
I've heard of all of it. I've heard of all of that.
It already knows what's up. And if you ever spoke to any AI, whether it's Grok, whether it's Claude, whether it's Open, DeepSeek, AI already knows the roots of our problem. They already know, like, no problem. Like, it's so obvious.
So the thing is,
wait, everyone. Wait, PK, I'm gonna read this and then you got it. I promise you, I'm gonna read this. You got it. And KMS says, because I wanted to read this to what we're saying. KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Think tank tax. The real conversation has nothing to do with these hoes. Hey, what's his name said on was it Friday After Next? I come for these hoes.
I've been waiting to get back to my point.
wait. PK, and then you got it, Leon. Go ahead, PK, and then Leon. Go ahead.
So the elites fall off in segments. The people who even think themselves to be elite fall off in segments as this technology and different things start to take place, alongside this technological fourth industrial kind of paradigm. What will end up taking place is these people who think themselves to be elite will slowly be cut out of the equation, quote unquote, is the best way or frame of reference to kind of make this statement without drawing a picture. What you have is these people that are upper class and what we would consider to be upper middle class and quote unquote rich. Well, they're gonna start to fall off. and they'll find out very quickly that they're not as elite as they thought that they were. And so
Exactly.
the hyper elites will start to try to consolidate their position and essentially create new what's the best word to call these people? Not necessarily serfs, but middle mercantile class type people. They're like they're relevant, but not really, not elite. They can
Upper
still get
class
their
folks,
heads
bro.
chopped off too.
Distros, my guy. Distros.
Whatever you want to call them, I don't care. So the thing is that they all fall off in different segments, and eventually that reaches its way up to the elite themselves if they're not already being touched by the general populace. Because quite frankly, I don't see any sort of scenario in which these people are not going to, even if they try to wall themselves off or escape, there will be people in the general populace who will constantly be gunning for them.
But look, let
It just is the case.
I think.
But Leon and then compassionate. Go ahead, Leon, and then go ahead.
So
Compassionate. Leon, go
I
throw the chair.
believe
Compassionate.
in
I gotta let him throw the chair. Go ahead.
I believe in the theory of fuck bitches, but whatever situation that you want to operate as an individual, good luck. Because whatever you attach to, there will be bitches agreeing to whoever those leaders are, even when you don't agree with the bitches. Okay, but I believe people at the bottom, you're basically irrelevant to the situation. Everything is like we were talking about the elite. As soon as I look at the nuclear bomb of elites, is them somebody doing what they did to Hillary Clinton when they dropped what she said and made her lose the election, and they try to blame it on Russia. You know what I mean? But it's somebody internal within all these groups that hate each other.
Leon, you mean the public face, the private face, or you mean that I came, I saw, he died?
Yes, all that.
Okay,
The one that she got doxxed when they went in the White House or the government building and downloaded all the information. And so when I look at it, a nuclear bomb to me would be Jeffrey Epstein, for example. We all know people from both sides, but nobody is agreeing to drop it. So if there's something else that somebody puts out and presses the button, there would be more propaganda coming from another side. So all we're gonna look at is just like we look at the Epstein situation right now, that all y'all are corrupt and nasty and fucked up. Then, like I say, in my mind, there's just too many fucking elites. So
they're outing each other.
Let me say this, Leon, and let me see if you agree with me with what you said, real quick. Do you think there's too much elite, or we haven't balanced the scales in decades, and they have an outsized amount of power relative to how many of them there is? Because this is what I'm saying to that. I think the policies that have been implemented over the past 2 decades, really coming out of Carter, but really Reagan, have given them way too much power. I expect if you're rich, you're gonna have more influence than me. That's just how the game goes. But when we tip the scale and put the balance way too off, what you're having is a handful of, like we said earlier, some 700-800 some odd billionaires in America that have open call to the president, and they get to sway him either which way. And all the rest of us who don't really, and there's actually been studies on this, not even polls, but actual studies that see, okay, this would benefit the masses of people. This is what they usually vote for, and they get it 3% of the time, 5-10% of the time. But when anyone that earns $250,000 plus or $1 million plus a year, when they align on this level, on this line, they get what they're looking for 90% of the time, 85-75% of the time. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think they just have an outsized amount of power. I don't know if there's too many of them though. Go ahead.
No, it's let me finish.
Y'all let Leon finish with that. Y'all let Leon finish with that.
There are too many. Okay, like I said, if we just look at that one spot in the Middle East, right? There are 10 different parties that have one thing in common of breaking up the Middle East for various reasons. 10 different parties. You got people in oil, you got Christian Zionists, you got small hats, you got global trade people that want to take their boats through the canals. You have the Brahmin Indians, you have the Chinese, you have Africans, you have multiple groups that have one thing in common, but the other 10 things, they don't have shit in common.
Exactly.
They all want it for a different reason. Then now quantify that to people in California that do global trade, loan finance with China, India, and then just start just pointing the lines. You like, oh, they have one thing in common, but 10 things they don't have in common. And my thing is, they're willing to chop one of those people's necks off just to have a little bit
Exactly.
more of that. And my thing is, I believe with less billionaires, less multi-trillionaires, less millionaires, it actually make more balance in the world a little. That's
No,
and
I agree with that. Wait,
it
everyone,
came
let
from
him leave.
a guy that wrote a book after Marx, and I started reading it when I was like 26, but I didn't get the
Who,
shit.
Lenin?
I don't
No,
know
that's
who
way
it
back
was.
later.
I gotta find it.
Who
I
after
gotta find it.
Marx? After Marx, okay.
Let me
He
go
was
next, bro.
he was talking about how the uprisings would go when there's too many multi-million and billionaires. But yeah, we're actively seeing it because it's like we know they have all this information, and all it takes is one person pressing their button, then the next person pressing their button, and somebody else putting out propaganda, and we don't know what to really believe at any time. You got Amazon owning the Washington Post, for example. You know what I'm saying? You got Elon owning X. You got fucking like think about that. We're irrelevant. We'll see the chaos and guys following elite people to do certain things, and you're just gonna fall in line. And then if this one person gets taken out, he might not deliver goods to your Walmart or HEB or Kroger's. You know what I'm saying?
Let
You
me
might not
let,
have no water in your fucking town. Figure it out.
let,
That's
let,
how I see it.
let me say this real quick, and then I think Compassion was trying to go. So I people have heard me say this already. I believe in taxing the billionaires into oblivion, right? Like that I'm super leftist on, right? I'm not about killing you. I don't believe in none of that shit. Like I want you to be successful. I want you to start a business. I want you to get your billion, whatever we decide the cap is, whether it's a billion, whether it's $10 billion, that's your cap. Everything after that, we gonna tax that money to oblivion to the point. But and I'm all about sabotage too, bitch. If you think you're gonna open a warehouse or anything in another country, we go and you're gonna have some issues. I'm just gonna say that you're gonna have some issues, right? So and yeah, so and I mean if you look at how Trump move a little bit, there's certain parts of what I said that he's about to not the taxing you to oblivion part, but the you think you gonna move your business overseas, right? So yeah, no, I agree with you on that. And yeah, go ahead, compassionate, and then whoever was trying to say something.
Let me try to
I
tie a
got
thread.
to him. I got to
Let me
him.
get after. Let me
And
get
this
after.
probably
Oh,
Actually, before
let me get the two last words in. Let me get my two last words in.
Nope, Leon, I gotta let compassion go, but I gotta say this
It's two
before he goes.
words.
And W, wait. W says Socrates is talking like the powers that be didn't just lock down the globe and had sheeple take the jab to keep jobs. It's divine intervention or fire. So yeah, so we got some disagreement with you on that one, Socrates, which you were speaking about earlier.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
Leon,
That's
go
fine.
ahead. Leon, you got your
I was
two
gonna
words.
say,
Go ahead and get your 2 words. I know it's more than 2 words. Go ahead and get your statement out because we got to get compassion. Go ahead.
how is it looking for all those elites that can't move their businesses because they're saying, "Hey, we're gonna take this shit." It's happening. We're seeing it happen.
They're saying what?
We're
I didn't
seeing
hear
it
you. They're
happen.
saying what?
I said, how does it look with those so-called elites that can't move their businesses? And, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
you're right. I mean, like there is a trade war between China and America right now, so that definitely contributes to it. And the BRICS and NATO, or better yet, not NATO, the BRICS and the G7 are at economic war with each other, and it ain't looking good. For us at least. Yeah. So there's that. But go ahead, compassionate.
Yeah, I might lose my train of thought because this is like a hard concept to keep in my head this whole time. But I'm trying to zoom out and tie it. Shit. See, this is where the Powell memo and shit comes in. Z. What we're saying, like repeal the Glass-Steagall, Citizens United, social dominance theory. You have attenuating social hierarchical measures, and then you have enhancing social hierarchical measures. Every system, every society, every functional hierarchy is a constant struggle. In our society, is classical liberals versus progressive liberalism, and that battle is a necessity for a functional hierarchy.
Let me say this, compassionate. When Compassionate says classical liberals, that's the free market guys. That, or the air quotes free market guys. As Black Guru said, there's never been a free market, but the quote unquote free market guys, when he says classical liberals, so he's not talking about liberals as in political affiliation, Democrats. The classical liberals are on the left and they're on the right. That's the free market guys. Go ahead, Compassionate.
Yeah. That struggle between those two forces, you can see repeated. Essentially, the dichotomy is necessary for a functional hierarchy. Where, like you say, we need to. You have the classical liberals, likely conservative, likely capitalists, likely free market. They have to be checked by leftists that want to tax them. They have the right to struggle against that. That struggle helps manage the hierarchy. It shifts people out of the top. It moves people up from the bottom. It's a functional hierarchy in social dominance speak. Where we're at now, like again, when we have Citizens United, we have Glass-Steagall. Like you said, we're living in the shadow of Reagan. See, trying to tie all these ideas together. Where we're at now is essentially a corrupt hierarchy, a calcified hierarchy. It's not functional. Why you see is too many elites is because they're stacking up at the top, and there's not enough movement from the bottom. There's not enough movement down from the top. As you see, industries consolidating, making them even more powerful. The Elon is not going to.
You're 100% right. Even Richard Reeves mentioned that. Wait, we got you, Socrates. Give me a second, because I know there's going to be a little disagreement. But Richard Reeves mentioned that in a couple of his interviews, actually, because he's literally a researcher, and he mentioned that even in Britain, there's more upward mobility in Britain than in America, and it's exactly what you said, that it's calcifying at the top. Number one. Number two, I'm using Compassionate's terminology with this one, dereliction of duty, and that was Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton decided the way to beat the Reaganites, right, was essentially a lightweight Democrat version of them with the third way type bullshit and adopting neoliberalism. Same thing with Tony Blair concerning Margaret Thatcher in Britain. What you had is both of the supposed quote unquote left of center parties, better yet, not challenging, as you were saying, the elite capture. And so when they doubled down on the quote unquote big corporation party of the Republicans, all it did was just push that Overton window further to the right. Right. So, and so, I agree with you on that. Finish up with that, and then we'll get Socrates. Go ahead.
I can go ahead, Socrates.
Add your pushback.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you were done. Okay, go ahead, Socrates, and then we got Zulu.
Okay. First, yes. COVID was a masquerade or propaganda hoisted on the masses, but enough people who are just below the elites benefited from it. That's why they played along. And in a situation where the elites completely close out everyone but themselves, everyone will turn on them, including the people who make their programs and everything else. That's one. Two. In terms of upward mobility, I don't know what. There's a book called The Sun Also Rises, and it tracks the upward mobility of family names in China, the Middle East, and Europe. And what it finds that the same surnames, regardless of revolutions, regardless of upheavals, regardless of depression, regardless of takeovers, always go back to the top. Now, this could be an implication about genetic ability or whatever. I'm not against that. What I will say is that the Pareto principle remains the same no matter where you go. It's always going to be an 80-20 split. Now, the question is, this idea that inequality is a problem, I don't know if it's a problem because it's natural. There will always be inequality. The question is, what kind of inequality are we going to have? And this notion that there's always going to be upward mobility is absolutely not true. It's a fiction that was created by the World War II consensus. America became the global power after World War II. And because of that, people at the bottom of the society were able to live or have resources that are exorbitant, that has never existed in the history of mankind. And they believe they're entitled to this, and that this upward trajectory should happen perpetually and forever. No. Competition will always reduce the ability to have resources, and competition will always win away any monopolies or franchise value or economic moats that position you to have to be better off than other people. Meaning, if the rest of the world is living on $2 a day and Americans think that's pathetic, keep in mind that they're competing with you and they're going to drive your wages down. Now, how do you prevent this? Sure, you can do tariffs, which I think is fine. You can try to assemble things, but the fact of the matter is, the vast majority of people will not be able to get a Bugatti. The vast majority of people will not be able to live in a co-op in Manhattan that's worth $50 million. The vast majority of people will not be millionaires. That has always been the case and will never change. People need to learn to be content. That's why I always say it's a spiritual and psychological problem.
So there's a few
Wait,
things I could make.
let me get this out real quick. Let me get this out real quick, y'all.
Sure.
So I agree with what Socrates just said. For me, it's not a matter of like disbanding the elite.
That's dumb.
I think the elite will always exist. Though the elite will always be with you, like the poor will always be with you. What system do you have to redress the inequality? Because what you have, and Sam Cedar did a call in one time. That's the dude from the Majority Report.
First, when you say inequality, you need to be specific and clear. What inequality are you referring to? For instance, I'll give you a prime example. Are you concerned about the inequality of Americans compared to the rest of the world? Are you concerned about that inequality?
I'm talking about wealth inequality within America. I'm talking about wealth inequality within America. So there's a very specific reason. Go ahead.
Yeah,
There
so
will
the
always
bottom
be a leader in
20%.
a society, guys.
So the bottom 20% of Americans, 75% of them have cars. Only about 20% of the globe has cars. The bottom 20% of America has resources comparable to the upper class of most people in most of the globe. So let's say that the bottom 20% are like people who have yachts. All right. What?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Standard of living varies so drastically across the globe. Like, to
No. What I'm saying,
wait. There's a reason why I said what I said earlier about the inequality. I made sure to say wealth. What you have in America is a selling. If you said the American dream, you better mean that shit, or we gonna make you mean that shit. If you sell, work hard, upward mobility. If you sell, you check off these boxes, you're gonna be all right. We didn't say you're gonna be rich, right? We didn't say you're gonna be wealthy, right? We're not making any guarantees per se on the other side of this equal sign, but we are saying you work hard enough, you'll own a home, right? You won't be house poor, right? We'll open up enough of the spoils of checking off these boxes that you're gonna be okay. What you have now is fully half of Americans locked out. 80% of Americans don't even have no stocks, no nothing, right? That's number one, right? Number two, something like 40% of Americans can't afford a $500 emergency right now, right? So something like 60 or some % of Americans can afford $1,000 emergency. And with that, you have that same country has a Jeff Bezos who just spent $50 million on a wedding. Was it 25? Something like that, right? So what I'm saying, wait. And then remember Jay Vance just called these women cat ladies, single cat ladies, which I agree with, which is funny. But wait. I'm doing this for a reason. I'm going through these for a reason. You can't say that when you live in a country where the cost to be a husband, let's be very clear. Yes, it only costs $50 to go sign a marriage certificate. But when men and women, really the women, when men and women and the elite white folks put on what it is to be a husband costs money, right? You can't complain that the young folks ain't getting married and not having kids within nuclear family, and having kids within nuclear family. When you price them out of the game, right?
All right. So
that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is again. So if you want to talk about statistics, you have to talk about statistics. 50% can I have a $500 emergency, 60% don't have $1,000. Sure, I agree. 50% of Americans also read below 6th grade level. 50% of Americans probably have no skills whatsoever, right? Not even a CNA certification. So my issue now is that let's take the 50% that I referred to that have read below 6th grade level and have no certification, no skills. What type of life are they going to have in this market, a global market, and how? And when we talk about what we want for men being priced out the market, the whole marriage argument is not about money. That's just the argument. And unless you're the top 20%, that top 20% is regardless of money. If the top 20% will only get $50,000 a year, they'll still be the top 20%. It's a materialistic argument. They want certain lifestyle.
I will say this to what you're saying. Then get rid of the facade then. If you don't mean the American dream, if you this is what I'm saying. And deal with the consequences, as we said before. You ain't gonna make it to that jet. So be honest with the American people, and let's see how long your what Pusha T said your soul is still attached to your body. We'll see how long your soul is attached to your body when you
like I said earlier.
Go ahead.
Mr. Z, like I said earlier, what you just made the justification for a race to the bottom, essentially a neo-feudalistic society outlook. I mean, you get to some very dangerous. We had less people, number one, when we did have feudalist systems. Number two, you end up destroying what you would consider to be a healthy civilization that way. I mean, you complain
It was
about the
never
World War
healthy
II
to begin with,
generation.
man.
Well, here's the
Wait.
deal. We were able to afford such a system, like you mentioned earlier, by virtue of World War II, and then we eschewed all those policies as if it were some sort of aberration. It wasn't. It was created. All right. Now you did make that assessment, which is true. But this idea that it's some unique system that cannot be replicated is hogwash. It's not something that came out of the ether. It didn't exist in a vacuum. Other nations as well could have implemented these same types of policies, but some of them did, some of them didn't. So these were not things that are just foreign, or concepts where this Pareto principle was absolute. That wasn't the case. You Now, if you're trying to make the statement that for most of human history it was the case, okay, you might have something there. But to say that we're going to reduce ourselves back to that situation, well, good luck with that. We're going to be living in some very interesting times in some very terrible ways. If you want that outcome.
I used a
Hold
particular
on.
phrase real quick before everybody go, because I think Compassion was trying to go. I think Zulu, that was you, or yeah.
That's me.
But
That was me.
okay. So Compassion, then we got Zulu. So I used the phrase first. I didn't say income inequality. I didn't say wealth disparity. Actually, I did say wealth disparity. Actually, that's what I did say. Wealth disparity. I didn't say income. Well, I'd say wealth inequality too. Wealth inequality, wealth disparity, not income, because of exactly what PK was saying. This is a technology that, short of a goddamn major disaster, you're just not gonna get people to get rid of, right? The memory is still there, and it is a matter of where you allocate your resources. Who do you think should be in the room? Who has the say? How do you use the mechanisms to reward and punish in your society? All of those things matter. That, I would argue, that is why we're seeing what we're seeing socially, politically, and economically in the society. We have decided that the only people that get to talk are the uber wealthy, the uber elites, the highly educated, and everyone else shut up and just enjoy the ride. And if you fall off, so be it. Yes, we've had that throughout human history, but America was supposed to, quote unquote, supposed to be, air quotes, black people we know different, supposed to be different. And if we are regressing back to a winner takes all world, then I want us to appreciate what a winner takes all world looks like. And I suspect that you're going to see a lot of figurative, literal guillotines in this mug. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Compassionate, and then we got Zulu. Compassionate, Zulu, and then we got Socrates again. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and it's getting. I mean, we fucking in the deep end right now with the philosophy. It's hard to keep track of all this shit, but it's I think we're in a. What I'm trying to point out is, I think it's like Socrates is right to a certain extent, but we got to just remember, in this American experiment. And like I said, it comes out of the social contract. So I don't want us to start from a false premise. I don't think it's necessarily true that that we can't have like the system in which this country has developed, and even like after the New Deal and the social safety nets and that battle between pure capitalism and socialism in this country. It's not necessarily, it's a product of mismanagement where we're at now. The Leviathan is supposed to regulate people. It's supposed to regulate the society for us or for the society. That became broken at a certain point.
The tyranny of the elite. They're supposed the serve and protect. The tyranny. Yes, you're not. There's a tyranny of the majority. There's the tyranny also of the wealthy upper class. And the government is supposed to strike a nice balance where nobody's happy, but everybody's content. And this mug did that. They did not do that shit over the past few decades, and that's how you got what you got now. Go ahead.
That was the invention. That's the breakthrough of the Enlightenment period of Locke and Hobbes and the social contract. Was discovering that concept that the Leviathan had to regulate the inevitable minority of elite, powerful people in any society that will emerge. And I think, again, this is where the Powell memo comes in, post-civil rights. It's a reason why this went off the tracks. It's a reason why the people, we are not adequate or basically at this point have been checkmated out of pushing back against the elite, and we're at the point we got too many billionaires. We got basically calcification of power and wealth at the top to a point where you can't really even see how you would stop it at this point. But I think that's that is a breakdown of at the that's on purpose. I mean, it was designed and engineered this way that we would be in a position where we essentially allowed the elites to develop this amount of power, and tech and the fourth wave just so happened to come about right at this same time they were engineering the society to not really be able to push back against elites, not to regulate the tax code, not to regulate or essentially.
I think that many people know already that there's a problem. It's just a matter of how to go about fixing it. And people haven't come to the same realization that some of the folks here have come to, which is that, you know, unfortunately, this can only be solved one way. And we're just waiting for the rest of society to
go ahead, PK, land with that, because we got to get Zulu. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, we're just waiting for this can only be solved one way, and we're waiting for the rest of society to wake up about it and come to that realization. Now, this is going to sound kind of extreme, so bear with me. I'm going to try to use, you know, some soft language here. But January 6th doesn't spark from nowhere. Those seeds have been sown for quite some time in this country, and it isn't just white people who feel some sort of type of way. We know what the problem is. It's just a matter of how to go about fixing it. There are those who still believe that there's some way that you can go about legislating your way out of this kerfuffle. There isn't. And so now we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
No, I think the time for to legislate your way out of this kerfuffle, I gotta sleep with that a little bit, because I think there was a window in a time. I don't know if we're there, because I think it's baked. The mentality is baked in. And that's the problem. The neoliberal mentality is baked in, even down to the root, even down to us, even down to everyday people who don't benefit or who haven't seen a benefit from this in decades, and yet they still kind of have this. And that's why y'all heard me say the neoliberal assessment of men that women have, right? That's me identifying that even them are seeing this through that marketized lens. Go ahead, Zulu. Go.
I mean, I don't know if y'all remember, but when I think it was Russia fell, I think it was the president, or was it one of the ruling elites at this time. He said, "All right, we're gonna have to wait almost another 100 years after Stalin has died, right?" And it was like, why? Because we have to wait till everybody that knew Stalin died so we can set up a new regime, right? So that's that what we mean is already down to the core, basically, right?
You're talking about the Soviet Union, and you might be talking about Bush Senior. Maybe Bush Senior. I want to say that, but go ahead.
Maybe I can't remember at the point in time, right? But like I said, what you basically have is the rule of two being interacted in real time amongst the elites. Like when I keep telling you, they keep letting. I don't know, because maybe it's just my algorithm is just like that much more weirder than everybody else's. But the spaces that I'm in, they're releasing like CEO and CFO names on a regular basis, and then also it get deleted.
We are seeing the same thing, bro.
Okay. So I want to make sure I ain't the only one out here seeing it, right? So their names will be released and then deleted. Then I'm like, okay, all right. For me, I just take them and just research people, figure out what they're doing, what activities they are at necessarily, and what business do they run. But it's as I'm seeing it, most people are already kind of dipping. Like I think one of the other guys, I think it was Socrates or somebody else says, like it's too baked into the cake. You really got to almost start over. And the only way I can actually see this going is like you said, the techno feudalism in a sense, right? And when you had techno feudalism, you had the king, right? And then you had the nobles, right? Instead of necessarily in this society, your nobles are going to be like your uber, so let's say technical guys, right? Like your people like Theo, who can necessarily operate a couple of systems at one time and keep those afloat. But how many Theos do you have in an American society that's actually, here and that's willing to be here and do the things that's necessary? Not that many. You do have some, but not that many. And it's going to get worse. Like I said, I'm looking at these private contractors. I'm gonna say it like that. These private contracting gigs, bro. They paying damn near at this point. I'm looking at. I want to make sure I'm looking at this right. I was showing them earlier. They were paying basically $100,000. $15,000, bro. Like it's about to get there, bro. It's about to get there. It's just that the smarter people already know to start moving. The slower people, they think they're gonna socialize their way out of this situation where you're gonna have to either cut your way out of this situation or shoot your way out of it. And they don't understand that yet. They still believe in hope.
Wait, can I
cut in
Go
after
ahead.
him?
Wait.
so, hold
I
on.
think I heard Blackaroo, so Blackaroo and then Better You. Go ahead.
Nah,
So
is that Black
okay, I
Guru?
thought that was Blackaroo. Okay,
That
go
was
ahead,
me.
Better
I think
You,
that
and
was
then
me.
okay. So let's do it. Let Better You go, and then you got to Socrates. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
So my big thing would be this. What you're really seeing is a crisis of the everyman. The reality is most of society throughout the history has been general labor or unskilled labor, however you want to classify it. It's been people who haven't been tradesmen, who haven't been college educated, so on and so forth. And what we as a economy have done here in America is basically said, fuck them. And the reason why shit keeps swinging back and forth, the reason why certain shit like what PK alluded to keeps happening is because the everyman realizes that he's getting fucked over, and he hasn't quite gotten to the Luigi solution with the blue shells yet. And the reality of this thing is there's only one way to resolve this. The elites always talk about violence isn't the answer and that we need to vote our way out of this and we need to talk our way through these problems. If you look back through history, I don't know too many solutions where violence didn't do the damn job.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's because
But
it's once you open that Pandora's box, you're right. They do fear them literally losing their head. Yes, there's a fear of that. There's also societal fear that there's a chaos that you unleash when you open that Pandora's box, where you knock us goddamn backwards to the Stone Age. Which there is that argument to be made, right? So I appreciate that, but I do know that most of the argument is really them just fearing their position and their literal lives. But yeah, no, I get it. Go ahead.
yeah,
I'm gonna say like Paul can't knock him down to the Stone Age. You can't do that.
This is
wait,
the
hold
one
on. Who's
thing.
talking?
This is the one thing in relation to that. Let me get this off, then you got it. Just like in the first Rambo, when the general came on, they drew first blood. So whatever happens, I feel no sympathy for them at all, because you had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to let the system somewhat rebalance. You're still gonna win it in anyway because of your position in society. But the greed has gotten to a point where society is eating itself.
Okay.
I'm part right there.
I think all right. So I get confused about these questions. I look at these numbers and I hear what people say, but I look at the numbers, I get confused. So what I mean by that is that when people say that like Americans do not have upward mobility, do they mean that if you get skills and get an education to a certain degree, you can get a certain wage to have a middle class lifestyle? Is that what they mean?
It means you have a cap. In other words, it's only so high you can go up. It's a cap.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
I mean, put it like this, right? Now, even for me, like you wanted to go to a certain class of school, right? How much would that actually cost you? Just asking. I mean, random. Like if you wanted to go to a
It
top,
depends on the school. If you're doing Ivy League, you're looking at hundreds of thousands.
I live in Georgia. I live in Georgia, right? If you wanted to go to Atlanta Technical, my bad. Go ahead.
Why would you go to that school?
Correct.
Well, you would need to go to school to get the certifications to quote unquote
Yeah,
go to an employer and say,
you can get the certifications without going to that school. Well, you need that school.
Correct.
Now, granted, I understand it. Me personally, I
understand.
Hold on.
A nurse.
Socrates, calm down for a second. Let him finish.
All right.
Right. Now, personally, me, I understand that, right? So, like I said, I've been studying Python for like the last almost 2-3 months, right? I've been just teaching myself, granted, right?
Okay.
But because I like this, right? Now, that's me because I'm in this space. I talk to other people who have the same mindset, and I'm comparing notes, right? That's me, right?
Okay.
That's not the average person. The average person has to look at it from this point of view. All right. I make 45K, right? That's the average person making Georgia, right? 45K, right? Or maybe more, right? How much does it cost me to go to school? It's gonna cost me 300K to go to school. How much did I
Okay.
got to pay out of my own pocket, right? How much do I even qualify for this loan, right? So at a certain
Okay.
point, you almost locked into that position that whatever you in
Why?
is selling.
Okay. You didn't understand my question. Why do you need to go to school?
Why do you need to go to school? To get certain certifications. Now granted,
You can get
that's for the layman person, not myself.
You can get You can go to community college and get certifications. You can go to
Certain
you can go to
certifications, yes.
you can go to any college and get the same certification. Why you need to go to that?
Right.
You need the connections also.
Well, those are connected. Well, then that's a different story. Okay, that's a different story. You don't need certain. You're not going there for an education. Going there for connections. Okay, so in other words, and what they've shown is, the elite schools, fine. You got a 5-year head start. Okay, but after that, people that will work will catch up to you. Most of your internet stuff, most of your IT stuff, all the creations you see in IT. Bill Gates dropped out of school. Okay, Steve Jobs dropped out of school.
Bill Gates was rich though. His family was already well off.
Steve Jobs wasn't rich.
Wait,
a lot of your stuff, people dropped out of school. You don't. What I'm saying is, most of the stuff that's that you learn at elite schools is already online. You don't need to do it. The thing is that most people need to be pushed. Okay.
The regiment.
The regiment.
A doctor from downstate and a doctor from Harvard, how much do they get paid?
Depends on the specialty.
Correct, but you got the same specialty.
Yeah. In other words, if you're good at what you do, you're good at what you do. Okay.
They get paid exactly the same.
If a specialist that comes from wherever is better than the doctor that comes from Harvard, he's going to get paid more.
A cardiac anesthesiologist with a board certification in cardiac anesthesiology will get paid the same rate everywhere in America. I'm telling you. I work in the field.
Socrates, when you get a chance, wait, real quick, Socrates, when you get a chance, read this for me, and then go ahead, BGS, and then Socrates.
I'll read
Go ahead, you can read it.
Ghost Rider says with $10 says ultra high net worth individuals, old money, are patrons of the arts in your local cities, symphonies, operas, and ballets. They treat C-level officers and U.S. presidents like the help. Yes, basically they're all on the same level. Okay, U.S. presidents are not the help. They're all on an equal plane. U.S. presidents. Do y'all think that these presidents don't hold an immense amount of power? They do. Immense amount of power. Ex-presidents like Barack Obama is at a level that even billionaires aren't at. That's what Michelle Obama was trying to tell you. The stuff the connections that they have internationally and stuff like that are beyond what a billionaire can actually wield. They have to go through him. People don't realize the immense amount of power that a U.S. president actually wields. Okay, Donald Trump is actually showing how much power a U.S. president actually wields. Where Elon Musk, who's one of the richest men on the planet, has to kowtow to him. The thing is, but these are systems, okay? These are systems that we built, and that these systems are shifting as we speak. You guys talking about this system needs to shift, blah blah blah. Y'all don't realize this system that we're in right now is decaying, and most of the stuff, or most of the billionaires are billionaires with debt. Okay, it's built on debt. Elon Musk, most of Elon Musk's billions is built on stock debt. Okay,
it's all speculative.
It's all speculative. If Donald Trump cancels his contracts, Elon Musk is not going to be worth.
And Donald was threatening it.
He was threatening it, right? If Amazon falls out of favor, guess what's going to happen to Bezos? Okay, stuff is.
I had a question about that, BGS.
Before you do that, wait. Let's do it. Wait. Before we go there. I want to say this, and then you got the question, Leon, and then you got the Zulu. Okay. So I want to actually thank everybody here, everybody definitely on the panel, but even in the chat, shout out to y'all. because the conversation went a different direction and we wasn't talking about the hoes, even though I started off talking about the hoes.
Well, it's all part of the same system, but it is what
Right,
it is.
but yeah, exactly, and that's what KMS was getting to. But I'm glad because it kind of it allows me to show off that Mr. Z's history is a lot longer when it comes to the shit I watch and listen to and read. Yes, Mr. Z, the little bit of articles I do get to read, reckless. Anyway, we ain't gonna put that out there. But and so I want to thank everybody for allowing others to see that we just don't talk about the hoes over here, including on Z's channel.
When I talk about the hoes, I don't talk about the hoes. Well, number one, people think
you don't talk about them in a vacuum.
I'm not talking to them. Okay, I'm sure since guys are so attached to them, I'm showing. Okay, this is what's going to happen to these broads. Okay, and if the broads do listen, they will actually get an advantage because they know what's coming. Instead of being in, because most people are delusional, okay, because they're in their environment. Just like I think it was AB was playing about this chick with the 5 kids on Section 8, talking about she didn't want to buy school supplies for her kids, okay, because she mad because Uncle Sam's not, really what she wants Uncle Sam to pay for her shit. She don't want to come out of her own pocket, okay. That's all it is, okay, and which is why they're scared about Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is giving them a wake-up call.
Yes,
because we're not going to go into further debt for you, because other people are going to get hit. White people are going to get hit just the same way. What do you think that Medicare and all this shit is about? White people are going to get hit. Okay, it's going to be across the board.
They crying right now in Georgia. Now that's true. That's true. I mean, I got a couple offers for some white ladies recently.
White ladies are getting hit right now. The thing is just who's the loudest about it. Okay, is black women. They're the loudest about it.
So white ladies got hit with the federal government slashing. They got a slacking with that one. It's a number of things.
Okay.
Affirmative action too.
Okay, DEI and affirmative action goes. The federal government and their hiring is very tiny compared to the public sector. Okay, and basically, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon laid off more people than all of what the federal government laid off of. More than, okay. Just in a couple of months, they laid off what, 150,000 people?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it? Huh?
No, he's not talking about the federal government.
There's 300.
No, you're talking about black women. You're talking about black women in specific. We're talking. BGS is talking about overall he's talking about the private sector and how many the tech sector and how many.
Just in tech sector alone, which tech sector is supposed to be fairly safe, right? They just laid off 150,000 people. Okay, UPS. How many people UPS getting ready to lay off of?
Bill Gates said he's coming for his own employees.
No, Bill Gates just laid off a couple of people. A bunch of people last month or earlier this month, actually.
And I think over the year he's laid off what, 50,000 people already.
They know.
Over the last 6 months.
That I didn't know about.
From the Xbox division.
Yeah, me too.
So
That's what I'm talking about.
Let me ask you this question before we get too far away. So let's say if a few stocks take a nice little $300 cut, which bankers are going after people? You don't have to answer the bankers though. But that's the real question.
The bankers are going for themselves because they're the one financing this debt. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, and why do you think Trump? I was just reading. Trump wants a cheaper dollar because you have to compete. You got to sell this stuff. The farmers are getting killed, right? Because nobody wants to buy their shit. Okay.
Yeah. I think they're doing the same thing out here. I think in the northern Georgia, if I remember correctly, like they said they don't have any grain to feed the animals, basically. So they want to slaughter all the cows. So they basically wanted to sell you gonna have like a shortage on beef in the next couple of months. So I've been looking at this for like.
They have plenty of grain. The thing is, their cost to grow the grain and harvest the grain is too high. They got they can grow the grain. The thing is that the cost of what the cost to actually produce it is not worth it. So guess what? I would love to grow it for you, boss. I'd love to sell it to you, but the thing is, I'm gonna take a loss by giving you this grain.
The profit margin for each unit is so razor thin that they can't afford to have too much of a spike in price increase. So they and then there's a part where even if they try to excuse me, pass the price down to us, we won't buy it. So they're putting up between a rock and a hard place with that.
A rock and a hard place. In other words, inflation has gotten so high, and the costs have gotten so much that they can't afford to produce it. They're going to go broke. In fact, I'm reading that farmers are going broke right now because the overseas markets have dried up. The rest of the world has moved on for the most part. So this system that we complain about, that the elites are disparaging about, basically the people that are really afraid are people at the top. They're the one that are most afraid right now, even more than the people at the bottom.
I mean, because every time I talk to my Ghanaian contacts, they tell me all they get is Brazilian chicken.
I gotta give a car update.
We were having
Wait. We got look. Y'all already know Z with his random car updates whenever I'm streaming. I just saw a yellow right hand drive Type R DC2 for all of my Honda heads. Yep, with the big the Types R Sport. It's an Integra. It's a well over here was an Acura Integra, but in Japan it was a Honda Integra. But the person imported, and then they, it's not super rare, but it's a rare front wheel drive Honda that was like a king of front wheel drive cars back in the day. Honda guys know what I just said. I know it's a whole different language, but yeah. Go ahead.
You ain't lying, because I didn't say anything that you said.
I said DC2. They know exactly what I was saying.
That's why I asked you what the hell
that's the chassis code. Yeah, it's the chassis code for the car. For the Japanese cars, we don't call them by their name all the time. Sometimes we just say the chassis code of the car. And if you're into that brand, you already know the language. Like if I say JZ80, they already know I'm saying Supra. If I say R34, they know I'm saying Skyline. Yeah, it's a car thing.
Okay, all right. Okay. Just curious.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry for interrupting for the car update.
It sounded almost like you talk like one of these tech heads, man, when they geek out, man.
But when I talk cars, I do geek out. It is geeking out for cars. If I say SW20, if I say what's the Firebird for that Thunderbird for that generation, but Firebird. Anyway, there's a bunch of different ways you refer to cars and different stuff. It's a whole different language. And you're right, it is the car version of the tech guys.
It's like listening to intersectional feminists talk about misogyny.
You have to know the lingo.
You have to know the lingo.
Right. You don't have to ergo BGS. You don't have to bandwidth BGS. You don't have to bandwidth.
No, I do not. I do not have the bandwidth.
That's how they be talking. The feminists be killing me with that. You don't have the range.
The range or the frequency or the bandwidth.
Right?
Okay? Yes. Yeah.
That should be funny as hell. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. Back to serious topics. Go ahead.
No, I mean, we kind of got out for a second. But as I clearly said, I think I'm about to be a change in job fix. I think I may be a private contractor. I'm about to start talking to Officer Charles about some few things, because when I'm looking at this money actually drying up in Georgia, like I'm seeing it like it went from like certain amount of loads when this price, then it went from this price and this price, and I'm looking at this point, I think they're almost boiling this industry down to the point where it's basically you working for free. You
by the way, if I'm in a dead spot on BGS, you got it. And I just want to say this one more funny. Zulu, I don't care what nobody say. Ain't nobody had more jobs than Zulu. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Zulu did everything.
No, I know a bunch of guys that got, including Mr. Z, have more jobs than Zulu.
No, I don't know if I got Zulu beat. I think Zulu done did more in his life than I have.
Zulu got a little Haitian.
That's a little bit.
Bro.
But yeah, Zulu, finish up with what you were saying, that question that you just asked, or that statement you was making.
Basically, I think the private contractor business is gonna be popping. It looks like in the next couple of months or years, because as I'm currently looking at it right now, man, I mean, shit, you talking about $900 a day, $1,000 a day.
What kind of private contractor are you speaking of, sir? There's bunches of them. Military, police, what?
Not necessarily military, but I mean,
he's talking about PNC. He's talking about mercenaries.
Well, that's military.
If I say it's in the military, it's a variety of
things. No. Do that. I work with tons of special forces guys. If you're gonna speak the lingo, speak the lingo. Is it military or not?
Yes, it's military.
Stop playing around. You right near Fort Benning, Georgia. Go over there, okay? Go hang out there.
I've been practicing shooting so like
No.
I'm 25.
You have to have special skills, and you're gonna have to go in the field
Special set
to
of
learn.
skills.
You're gonna have to get boots on the ground. You cannot. If you really want to learn, but I don't think you want to take that risk.
Oh, you gonna learn.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna learn.
You know what I'm going to get ready to say, Leon?
Leon.
You know what I'm getting ready to say because you cut me off right in mid sentence. What was I going to say?
Oh, my bad. I was just saying he gonna learn. But my majority.
If you want to learn, you want to put it on steroids. Take your ass over to Ukraine right now. You'll learn.
Okay.
You'll learn cutting edge, boots on the ground warfare. Okay, if you survive.
Yeah. But now I'm also looking at what is it? They're breaking it almost in two parts. They got this cybersecurity quarter in Washington D.C. with special benefits. Depends on where you want to go into. So it's like they basically split into the cybersecurity round.
If you want to learn cybersecurity, you gotta talk to Theo. Okay.
I'm already in there. I'm in the next class. I started in September.
If basically if you want to learn the other half, which is boots on the ground, okay, then you have that. It's kind of hard late to go to the military. Go by Fort Benning, get to know them guys. Or you're gonna have to roll up to with Charles and have me walk you through. But things at the end of the day, you're gonna have to get boots on the ground. You're gonna have to go in country and learn it. Okay.
Oh no! I told you I'm kind of the wild one, so I don't mind doing both.
I hear you talking. I hear you talking. But are you strapping up and going where the mortar shells are being dropped? It's the only way you're gonna learn.
Hear me what I'm doing right now.
Huh?
If you knew what I was doing right, if you can hear what I'm doing,
you can load up all you want, but the only way you're gonna learn it is get out there and
I agree with you.
Put your life at risk. And the thing is, you don't even know if you can handle it until you get out there. Okay.
I can see him driving
one thing real quick, though, brother.
A truck full of bums across the border while drones fly all around.
One second.
That's what people say that until you actually get into the middle of it, where you actually have to eat MREs or drink water in a ditch. Okay, you don't know if you can handle that shit or not. Okay,
poop next to a tree.
One thing real quick, one thing for Brother Zulu. If you in Georgia and you get in cyber, there's a lot of investment being made in Augusta. Like they're expanding the Nathan Deal cybersecurity campus down here. So that if you're looking for something, that might be a place to look. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I would definitely gonna keep that into the in my repertoire of moves that I'm gonna make then, because as I was just trying to get in contact with Officer Chuck. Like he ain't been on it the last 2 days. I don't know, he's been kind of off and on, but I kind of decided I was gonna make that move. I was looking for him, but I ain't want to just like pop up and call his phone and nothing like that. I just want to hit him online and possibly.
That's why
he don't mind you calling his phone.
No, he really don't.
That's why we're laughing at FD worrying about that prison. And it's like, do you see the type of cybersecurity and all the stuff they're building in Mississippi, Georgia, and all these gentrified areas right now? Like they have buildings that you don't even see cars.
You talking about the immigration thing in Florida? Is that what
No. They have stuff being built in Mississippi too.
Okay.
They're moving all type of shit to Mississippi, Georgia. That's why I say we're
Alcatraz is what we're referring to, BGS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? The thing is, they make this big deal out of this crap instead of because they don't want to go after the employers. That's all. They go after the employers.
Yep.
They'll deport
100%.
Yeah.
I went to a warehouse last week. All Mexicans.
Yeah.
All Mexicans don't. Nobody speak no English. Funniest thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can if you want. That's all Obama did. Obama didn't make no big raids or ICE raids or anything like that. He didn't do none of that. All he did is go after the employees. Hey, if I walk into that factory or walk into the warehouse and I see a lot of undocumented workers in your warehouse, guess what I'm going to do? I'm gonna sanction your business. Guess what they did?
It's a lot of bullshitting going on and lying to the American people about why things happened. You know what I mean? It's kind of sad, really. You know,
So
they consider that cheap labor and they need it.
Yeah,
They got addicted.
it's always been that
I
way.
mean,
Wait,
BGS, when are they?
Leon, wait. BGS, if you don't mind reading the super chat, but
Okay.
Dr. Dunbar put it down 1,000,000 years ago, and I ain't read it yet. Go
Okay,
ahead.
this is from Dr. Goodbar. Okay,
Mhm.
Chris Brown is coming to DC soon. Z gonna get a Ghoul and the League of
Great
Shadows
shout,
to come
bro.
restore balance to the decadence, to this decadence. Okay, he gonna
Hey,
do a drive squad on Chris Brown. Okay,
I'm so mad I don't have the video uploaded where the girls were following him. That crowd of women. It was a few dudes too, but the crowd of women following him for his birthday. Yo,
yeah,
and thank you, Dr. Dunbar. Look, look, Chris Brown. Hey, Chris Brown is that dude for these women. Whatever.
I mean,
Dude,
you know,
that's like the pinnacle.
they only have a certain amount of time to enjoy it, man. Let them enjoy themselves.
Hey, oh no, hey, low key, wait. I gotta ask BGS what he mean by that because that sounds ominous like a motherfucker. Go ahead, BGS.
Okay,
Who is that?
women, especially.
Okay. I want to see what we were talking about.
Come on, man.
I wanted to make sure we all on the same, same point.
It don't. I said it don't get that slow, man. It's really we talk about Chris Brown. Them follow dudes don't follow Chris Brown around. Okay.
I don't know. Well, funny enough, it was actually some dudes doing it too.
And dudes do not follow Chris Brown around. That's not who you saw. It's black females and black females especially. Okay. But what you asked me what I meant. Okay. Basically, it's two things that are going on. You already see it happening, right? We see all these women on TikTok complaining about money and can't find a man, and we need to be talk nice to our men, and our men are leaving, blah blah blah, all that kind of crap, right? What do you think that is? Okay, one is is their side, right? They're losing their jobs, they're losing their ability to be independent, blah blah blah. And the other side, the supply side, is there's less men that have these jobs to afford them. Men ain't got it like that. Men can't fly them out. Men are don't want to pay $200. What do you think this loneliness shit is about, man? Especially with young men. Okay, that's why I played. In fact, I got it. I'm gonna do that video today with about what's his name? Nick Fuentes, right? Talking about being a quote unquote incel, which he really isn't, but he's a basically that's a MGTOW. Okay, they co-opted the term. But the thing is, she asked him, "How come you're 26? How come you don't want to get married?" Okay?
He's a Catholic virgin.
But that's not an incel. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not an incel.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. That's why I'm agreeing with you, BJ. That's what I'm saying. He's not it's not involuntarily celibate.
He's not involuntarily celibate. He's voluntarily celibate. Okay.
Exactly.
He's a Catholic virgin, but it's not because of his Catholicism. I actually told you why he doesn't want to date or be involved with a woman. Blah blah blah. Right? It's because I'm too happy with my lifestyle as it is. There's no stress. There's freedom. I do what I want. And with independence, I don't have to be roommates, because he called them roommates with a wife and kids. Okay. I don't want the burden. So if all I have to do is give up sex, not to have that burden, okay, for most guys are saying that is a very decent trade-off, especially with the women who kind of women we have nowadays, because the women don't, for the most part. I'm not saying for all, okay, because I was gonna get this, I ain't like that, blah blah, it's bullshit. For the most part, you bitches ain't got no value.
Well.
If I don't want to have kids, I don't want to have a family, okay, what value does a woman bring to my life?
That's a fact. And I think a lot of people are just too scared to actually say that shit like that. Like, you don't have...
PK, let me play this for BGS, but you haven't seen this Jamaican.
I say it all the time, and you know how much pushback I get. Go ahead.
Let me play this for you real quick. Let me play this for you real quick, BGS.
Go ahead.
We're losing our men. Yeah, we're losing our men. I said it. And we're not losing our men because there's a shortage of men and them in jail or them gay or them married. No, we're losing our men because we're not treating them correctly. So therefore they're going to all other races, yes. And those races know how to speak to our men. Those races know how to respect our men. So let me just tell you something. For all I know who go and come to me now and come for me and say, me don't want them, you're this and you're that. I do not care. It matters not to me what you feel, because you're probably one of them who don't have a man either. So remember, just telling you something. If we want to keep our men in our fold, in our community, you know, and build our blackness and our race, remember me told you something. Respect them. Stop emasculating them. Stop castrating them. Stop reminding them of what them do and what them do, because you are the things too. You understand? Remember me told you right now, say, we are losing our men. We are to all other races. And for my Jamaican people who are in Jamaica, with our 98% black population, me not talk to Uno, because Uno sometimes go on like say Uno not travel, or the few that can, or the many that can, or whatever. Look at what is going on outside of Jamaica, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. We are losing men. I'm going to tell you something too. As soon as your man travel, what do you think will happen? As soon as your son travels, what do you think will happen? And just your friend travel, what do you think will happen? Once they get used to another race and how they are treated and respected, what do you think will happen? We need to do better as females, as women. And those women who are in marriages and you think it's solid, think again. If you don't know, respect on a man. So, remember I told you, right?
Ratchet.
swear,
Ratchet, they
I
already
swear I
be
got
gone.
imprinted.
Ratchet, they already be gone. They already be gone.
I swear I got imprinted by this accent, because this is my favorite fucking accent on the planet.
Really? Yeah,
Yeah,
ratchet. They
and the
already
British
be gone.
accent don't do it for me. The
They
French
already
accent
they
don't do
already
it
be
for me.
gone, man. They already bust. They
It's
already,
Jamaican woman. It's the
they already
patois accent.
bust.
It
Mrs.
do
They
it.
Z,
already
do
bust the
not
Huey. They out
disrespect my
now.
Louisiana women.
Right?
Don't
No,
disrespect my
no,
Louisiana women.
no. Look, Toya in that Louisiana accent, y'all can keep that. It's the Jamaican accent. That shit always been a turn on since I was a little kid. I don't know. Imprint,
You Haitian, dude. Of course
right?
you. Of course it's it. You
Yeah,
know.
but we speak a completely different broken language. We speak
Nah,
broken French.
no, you speak broken French, but guess what? When y'all get together, damn near sounds the same.
Yeah, we
Nah,
can't tell where you
that's
at.
complete
No,
different.
yes, it do. Broken French and broken English. Oh, we can kind of we're in sync.
Big Mo said, "Think again." That is what she said. She said,
Like
"Think again."
It's already too
hearing a
late.
Haitian in a Jamaican talk is like, oh, I must have just went to South
Yeah.
Philly to North Philly, or from Dallas to Houston.
Wait, say again. I missed that. Say again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, we can.
It's like
Yes, maybe.
it's like South Central LA. We hear it all the time.
Man, but yeah, so like I wanted to play that for you, BJ, because I thought it was hysterical, and she
Yeah, I heard it.
laid it out flat. She laid it out flat, like, hey, we losing them.
It would.
Right.
The thing is, I always say the thing is, okay, smart people know the game is over before the game is over, right? The regular people know the game's over when the game's over, right? Dumb people still think the game is going on after it's been over for a while, right? She's on the late. She's on the what? The minute late review. You've lost your men.
I'm glad you remembered. Middle late. Yep.
Yeah, you've lost
Yep.
them already.
Yep.
Okay.
It's kind of funny because I'm talking to the Jamaican dudes right now. Half of the Jamaican dudes I know, they're talking about, oh, they want something foreign, but and I was like, damn, y'all want nothing on the island? They was like, nah, we want something foreign, basically.
The women in the West have lost their value, and that's the problem.
Hey, Z, my wife just finished washing the dishes.
Oh, here we
and
go.
I didn't tell you the correct thing. I didn't tell you the correct way. This morning, I was a little bit off with that. It was not just eggs. It was eggs with garlic, onions, some green peppers, red peppers.
Hey, baby, can you grab me a green tea?
The banana bread with the raisins.
Look! Cut this nigga off.
Hey, Z, here comes this dirty foot Jose coming up here talking about his reparations. Okay.
BJ said, "Dirty foot Jose."
And Z,
dirty foot Jose coming up talking about his reparations. Okay.
She came and she drove me to work today, and she came back and picked me up. You know, so I got chauffeur driven to work and back home.
You hear
and
this?
have a food waiting for me. So I'm feeling good. You know, so
my wife is cooking.
Hey.
Turn around. I'm off today, and my wife is cooking me some salmon right now, and she's grabbing my green tea with a splash of lemon.
There's too many happy Negroes on this channel, BGS, for my liking. I don't know what these niggas think this is. There's too many. It's too many happy Negroes. Y'all niggas don't sound like black men. Y'all supposed to be miserable in this motherfucker.
No,
Y'all
no.
sound
See
too
what we
happy to me.
do, Z. What we do is we walk out of the house and attempt to frown as hard as we can to make everybody feel like, oh,
To make everybody feel like you're regular, you're normal, you're normal.
Can I say something finally?
Go ahead.
All them happy Negroes, for you, I'm going to put on my Candace Owens cap.
Okay.
My Candace Owens hat on. Chances are, ain't none of them with real women.
Right, exactly. Those women are not real because they're too happy.
That makes sense. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You
you know what? I agree with Bruce on it. If you a happy Negro, you don't got a real woman. There you go.
Good. Yeah.
She drove up in her Nissan Sentra. She thinks it's a baby.
Oh yeah. Look, she's doing the right thing. She got a Nissan. It's a Sentra. We got to upgrade her to at least an Ultima tunnel runner.
Yeah, you gotta
She gotta have an Ultima. She gotta have the back bumper gotta be flapping in the wind.
She's happy with the Nissan. She's happy with the Sentra.
Yeah. Now we gotta upgrade her to the Ultima so she can have the Keisha Hood Classic. She need the Keisha Hood Classic, the Ultima.
The happiest man in America right now is Obsidian.
Is Obsidian?
Yeah.
Hey, I can't let you get that shit off, Z. Hold on a minute. Hold on, Z. I can't let you get that off, bro.
Let me ask BGS this real quick and then you got PK.
The Ultima ain't that bad, bro. Not anymore. The new ones are.
Wait. They ended the Ultima anyway. But wait, is Obsidian back?
He never. Well, you can't go on YouTube, but he hasn't gone anywhere.
No, I know. I've listened to his stuff on Rumble. No, you said he's the happiest. Why you say he was the happiest? What I missed?
It's because of the cuts and
oh yeah. Oh man, look, I've been listening. I see he interviewed with who did he interview with the other last week or the week before?
Salty, keep it 100.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, Machismo. Yeah. And they were talking about it. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Look, we called it like, hey, I'm not celebrating watching them, but at the same time, that's the feeling.
You have a smile on your face. Z, stop lying.
No, I don't got a smile on my face.
Yes, you do.
Because I'm not even thinking about the hoes. Fuck the hoes. And but no, it's somebody gonna have to pay for them though. BGS, who gonna pay for them?
Yeah, they
pay for the hoes?
They gotta suffer, man. They'll be all right.
Oh God,
let them feel some pain. We need more pain in the system specifically for them. Fuck them and Market.
K-Man said there was already too much pain in the system, but he was saying there's too much pain in the system for the men, black men in specific. Yeah.
Damn. Z, that Nissan Sentra is like first form freezer, man. The Ultimate is like gold freezer.
Hey, what is it? That's what I was like. What is that? It ain't that bad no more. The newer ones, like I don't know, man. Like
the newer ones actually had the turbo option. The new ones had the turbo option, but they don't even make them no more. They stopped making them. They stopped selling them last year, I want to say. And whatever access they had, there's no more Ultimas. Ultima been discontinued.
I didn't know that.
You want to know why?
Yeah, because I had drove one not too long ago, and I was like, man, this is actually not too bad. Like,
you want to know why? Well, the only real full size cars that they really sell right now of any brand is the Accord and the Camry, because Americans don't buy sedans no more. We buy crossover SUVs. Women, so we don't buy full size. So that's what there's no more. Let me put it to you this way. They've been stopped selling coupes, so there's no more coupes for just about anybody except for when you get to the luxury cars. And then there's no more Ultima. There's no more Avalon. There's no more the Buick LeSabres and all the Buick joints, the GM joints, the Caprices and all of that. All the GM sedans are gone. The Dodge Intrepid, all the Daimler Chrysler and whatever, they're Stellantis now, I guess. All of their sedans are pretty much gone. So all of the quote unquote economical like large sedans, nobody saw them no more, except for Honda with the Accord and Toyota with the Camry, and that's and the Crown. Like, they got the Crown too, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty much it for economic cars.
I found out that in my particular dealership here for Nissan, because I got a Z just like you. Mine's newer, but So I was looking at the at their options and whatnot, and what I could, get my hands on, they don't even have, how they used to put on the showroom floor. You know what I'm saying? Like the either it was usually a Z or a what's the
GTR.
other model? The
GTR.
GTR. You know what I'm saying? Up in the middle, but they don't even do that no more, bro. You gotta order them offline, bro. Or they
Yeah,
have
wait,
it
here we
shipped
go,
to
here we
you.
go. This is the thing. They're not selling that many Zs. I think last year they sold like 1,400 Zs. All of last, I want to say, I don't think it was a month. I think it was the whole year. So you're not gonna see that many Supras, the new ones. You're not gonna see that many Zs. Number one, number two. Because remember, like these cars are luxury items, if you really want to call it. But they're just more quote unquote affordable luxury items. So they're not Ferraris, but yet
Listen,
a two-door coupe for 60, 65, 70 grand. That's a bit much for
Z,
people. Number one.
nobody
Wait.
wants to buy a Supra BMW, my guy. Just say it.
I mean, that's true, but even when you look at the Z or when you look at all of this stuff, the reason why it's not selling is number one, can your young people afford it? Those are going to be the people that buy your young men, your young-ish men, and then your older-ish men. Can they afford it too? Right? Maybe they have the money, but what do I look like being 53 years old, 55 years old, 60 years old? My kid's finally at the house, and I went out and got a Z. Why did I go get the Scat Pack or the Hellcat if I can afford it? Right. So or the 5.0 Mustang, or well, they don't sell Camaros anymore, so that's out the window. Yeah. As a matter of fact, what am I saying? They don't sell Scat Packs or Hellcats either. Boom.
Yep. The highest recall card in America. Scat Pack.
Yeah.
And that's why when you think about it, it just goes to show you, man, women and their consumer spending, and they control what is it, 80% of consumer decisions. So it is what it is, man. We're fucked.
They changed the whole car market. Women changed the whole car market. If for all of us car guys, you want to know what happened to your two-door coupes? Women happened to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just that
because the
simple.
time that it takes to get to it is the average age of when you're trying to form a family now. So
you see what I'm saying? Exactly.
Really what we've seen in the last 10 years are 60-year-olds in the Corvettes and all those type of vehicles. You know what I'm saying? My dad's talking about getting a Corvette. I say, yo, that's my son's college fund. Like, chill out.
No. Your daddy, your dad is the perfect person to buy a Corvette. You gotta tell him he gotta have the long socks though, and the white New Balances. He need white New Balances, long white socks, cargo shorts, and he need to tuck in his short sleeve button-up shirt in the cargo shorts, and he will have the Corvette starter pack.
Let me tell you, my dad doesn't need.
Wait. You want to know why BGS is laughing? Because he knows it's true. The Corvette starter pack is the tucked in short sleeve shirt with the cargo pants, the long white socks, and the white New Balances.
Let me break this down. Okay, my dad's been dating this particular lady. I'll tell BGS and I'll tell you in the background who she is. But okay, for instance, I get free Chicago tickets when they come down to San Antonio or Dallas. I get free tickets because I know that particular person. Okay, but the lady that he dates, she said, I will get you the Corvette if we get married and you sign a prenup. And he's like, I'm like, Dad, you gotta at least ask her for $500,000 if she divorces you. And that's what he was negotiating, but she doesn't want to do that part. She just wants to get married and she'll buy him the Corvette. And I'm like, you're not buying the Corvette because that's my son's retirement fund. That's my son's college fund. You know what I'm saying?
She's gonna buy him the Corvette.
That's the point. I'm trying to, sign the prenup.
How, Leon? How you not even plotting on your dad's money? You plotting your dad's lady's money. This nigga.
I mean, that's something different, though.
Have y'all not got my character yet?
Hey, you know what we forgot to mention, BGS?
Fund.
Spain Man said we forgot to mention the Bluetooth in the ear, the big Bluetooth in there. We forgot to mention that. So yes, I was going to say the phone case on the belt, actually.
No, hey, Z, you done read my text message to my mom, so you know my character.
The Bluetooth is inside the car. You don't need it on the belt, okay?
I thought you were supposed to have the phone clip on your belt to go with the Corvette. Corvette.
Basically, you got what you have is the either the Z Fold or you got the Flip. The Z
Flip. It'd probably be the Z Flip because that's old school style.
The Z Flip. You put it in your front pocket, so when you get it, you ain't got to pull it out,
and you
right?
flick it open.
No, you ain't got to do all that because you got the big screen, Bluetooth screen in front of you, right? All you got to do is sit in it, and it pairs when you sit in it.
Oh man, let me read this again. Kevin Murray says women drive Mustangs and Camaros as much as men. But they drive the 4-cylinders. How many women you see running around here with the 5.0 Mustang or the SS
My girl Tamika, she got one.
Camaros? Because
women are into that now because they like to do the what is it when they
when they do the spin outs in the
they like to do that shit.
The true. I did see in South Florida actually there was a sister doing a donut in a scat pack and she was whipping it nice.
They're into their masculine right now.
My homegirl Tamika, I talked to her for a minute, but she had a kid. But she does some government work. She bought her daughter the SS Camaro, and she went and got the.
That's a lot of power to be given to a
white
kid.
on white.
Look, as much as I'm in the cars, I don't care what Junior ain't getting no fast car, first, second car. I don't even care if he paying for it. Can't do it.
My first car was a fast car. Why you like that? See, my first car, I had an Evo Lancer, bro. What?
Your first car was an Evo? Yeah, but that's like all. Hey, I want you to understand what PK just said. It is fast car, but it's all-wheel drive. We're one of the best all-wheel drive systems in the world. It ain't the same, bro. You know that. It ain't the same.
Yeah, it was the same in my head. But no, I get you though, for sure though. But at the same time, you can't just do that to little Junior, bro. Come on, man.
And here's the kicker too.
We both car guys. You can't do them like that.
I mean, true, but I know if Z had because I had a 300ZX, my first car, but it wasn't a twin turbo, and it was a 2x2, and it was automatic that I eventually swapped to manual. So I just didn't have the power to kill myself in it. But if I had the power to kill myself, I might have killed myself. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Yeah,
man.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, like if you got it in you, it's probably gonna be in your kids, so it makes sense.
Bro, I had a Jixa 750 at 19. Okay. Bro, I went to a 1000. I crashed my dad's. I dropped my dad's Hayabusa because shit was too heavy when I was 19. I dropped it, but we fixed it. And I tried to turn around like I was turning in my 750.
Oh, you had to balance.
Rule number one about owning a bike. What's rule number one about owning a bike, Leon? Let's see if you know. Rule number one is you gonna drop it. Everybody I know with a bike BGS fall. I don't know that one single person with a bike that never fell off. Not one. Everybody I know with a bike fell off.
I dropped 3 bikes.
What did it say in the Matrix? Everybody falls.
Everybody. No, seriously, though, everybody falls. Exactly. Everybody falls. All the guys you see on Instagram or TikTok, they all fell or have fallen, and them scrapes are real. Broken boat. Yeah.
I just let the bull go. The last time I crashed was 7 years ago. Then I almost crashed that one day. I was talking to BGS because I tried to switch gears and my gear shifter was hanging, and like my leg almost touched the ground. And I was going like 160.
Okay.
Not being able to
tonight on a highway to hell.
Okay, so
right, Leon on tonight on a highway to hell.
And what have we learned?
What I learned was that just like my dad told me, grab your wrench and check all the screws before you get on the bike.
And you have to check it.
That's all I learned.
Let me read this from Gil Gabby talking about Tunnel Runner. And Gil Gabby says, "Report from Paradise with TR Tunnel Runner." Live from Paradise. Shout out to Better You. Live from Paradise with Tunnel Runner. Yeah. And today we're eating and Tunnel Runner will tell you what his lady prepared for him, and it's like, oh man, this dude winning.
I'm eating salmon today. Fresh salmon.
Listen to that. Okay. I'm hating on all y'all. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. I'm hating on all y'all.
Man, you want to go on DoorDash you some Popeyes chicken?
Hysterical. Now, Mr. Z as a matter of fact, FYI, we got about 40 minutes, y'all. About 40 minutes in, because I can't be uber reckless after about 40.
What percentage you at right now?
No, it's not the battery. The battery at 57, so it ain't bad.
57.
Exactly. exactly.
and not
No, the
8%.
battery ain't the problem. No, we not at 8 or 7% or 5. Man, hey, I start getting heart palpitations after about 20%. Anything under 20, I'm like,
Yeah.
we could
These
die any moment.
S25s, BGS, you can adjust the battery power. So when he's just like streaming to us, he can put it down to 4 and then extend the battery and it still run everything. Then he can cut it up to 8 and it'll start boosting more power. This is dope. Like I can make my battery last all day and cut the battery usage up when I need it just real quick.
Yeah, but it also, the thing is, also slows down your ability to actually do stuff because it's gonna slow your processor down. Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as you're not multitasking, then you don't need it.
Guess what he's doing right now?
Yeah, that's what I said. You can turn it up. You can turn it up when he needs it.
And let me read this from KMS. And KMS says, Black Pill, if we make them, this would be settled in a day. The women are merely a buffer in the Cold War of best of men and rest of men.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
That's a fact.
The thing is,
I mean, a lot of people are afraid of that reality, but that's a fact.
Okay, the thing is, okay, how much pain do you want to go through to make these women do right? Because you got to deconstruct all this shit that you have around you.
You would have asked me, I'd say as much as is necessary.
But but the thing is, you're not the majority.
If you're listening in right now, KMS, you're always welcome to come back up. But
That's not the majority, okay? You're not. Nobody wants to go back to the 1950s. Nobody wants to go back, or even go back to the working on the land, okay? Working 13 hours a day.
BGS, we don't want to go back to saying to the moon, Ethel. To the moon.
No. I'm talking about
I'm
on that land, growing your food, that kind of stuff, okay?
BGS. I'm a hunter. I'm not being a farmer. I'm a make myself useful, then I'm going to leave. Okay?
You're a
they doing it. They just paying $300,000 to do it now, though.
You're a hunter in modern times. Take your ass back 100 years and be a hunter, where you have to live off the land and with them wild ass animals, and basically sometimes you don't get to
treading on people's land.
No. Let me say it for you, BGS. I am a city boy. Leon can have that. The rest of y'all can have that.
Leon,
I'm in the city.
Everybody, you're what they call a gentleman hunter right now. Okay, you're not, you're not actually living off the land in the middle of the forest.
You're not a survivalist.
Like that. Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, I know that's different.
By my parents' house, within about let's say within about maybe 3-4 mile radius of my parents' house, there's 3-4 Walmarts.
Mm-hmm.
And within about a 10-ish, less than 10 mile radius, there was a 24-hour Walmart, but didn't change after COVID. COVID kind of destroyed all of that 24-hour shit. But yeah, no, that by my parents' house, if you give it a 10-mile radius, oh my God, it's like fast food restaurants don't close until 3-4 in the morning. Like I told you, at a 24-hour Walmart, at least it used to be, and there were 2 within a 10-mile radius. Within a 5-mile radius, you still had the Walmarts that didn't close until 12 o'clock at night. Like, so I'm a city guy. I don't have that, but
everything in you couldn't live where I live, Z, because everything where I live at shuts down every day religiously at fucking 12 o'clock, bro. Whole city shuts down.
Bro. I mean, like 12 o'clock is doable, but if you close and be 10 or 9 or 9:30, shit, I can't do it.
Anybody that's been in a developing country or third world country knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Half that food and half that water you cannot drink. Your body's not built for that shit. Okay.
Yes.
Y'all think. Okay. I've been down there. Okay. Zulu can tell you. Y'all think that living off the land is easy. No, it is not. Go places. Go to places like Uganda and get outside the city. Go down into the village and try to drink the fucking water. Just the water. We're not talking about the food.
Let me tell the people the truth, BGS. Wait, everybody. Wait, everyone. You're gonna get diarrhea off top. I'm telling you this right now. How do I know? Because I experienced it. Okay, there you go. I just destroyed all your diet.
That diarrhea ain't no joke. Okay, where you can't.
No, it really is.
You can't. Basically, you can't even hold on water because as soon as you put something in your system, it's coming out the back end like 20 minutes later. Okay, that's the kind of shit we're talking about. Okay? Your body is not built for that kind of stuff. Okay.
Yeah. No, BGS is 100% right on this. 100% right on this. Yeah, you will get acclimated eventually, but it's a hard ass
If
eventually.
you
It's hard.
survive,
He's
okay?
right. I've done it, but it took me about a month to go there. When I was down there in Uganda, it actually took me to get used to the water. But that's me. I don't know how everybody else's body moves.
And you were drinking cleaner water, okay? You were filtering that water. You were not drinking the locals' water, okay?
And then I wasn't getting it straight from the local creek. No. I was getting water from the what you call it? What is it? It was the tap system, but it was water that was brought into like the regular what is it? Unit that they refill and they
Yeah, in other words, that
That's what I
water's
was
already
drinking
been
now.
cleaned and filtered, okay? Even the rainwater. Check out even the rainwater, okay? Drink that shit. You see what happens to you, okay?
And now we you talking about doing suicide shit? That's suicide. Like it's a little different.
Well, so what I'm saying is, if you're away from civilizations out in the middle of nowhere, guess what you're drinking?
All right, then.
Okay? I'm
Yeah,
sure
that
Zulu.
bacteria will mess you up.
I'm sure
That
Zulu.
bacteria in
You
that
carry
water.
you carry your water filter with you, didn't you, sir? When you went overseas.
No, I'm a pretty I got a pretty iron gut, so like I'm really ready to go out there and risk it
Stop
and try it.
bullshitting.
But
Bull Zulu, you have a water filter with you when you travel, don't you?
no, I do not. I'm crazy enough to do without it. I got a strong gut. I keep telling you, I really have
All
a
right.
strong gut.
Okay, all right.
But I'm saying that the thing is though, like I don't, it's a limit how far I will go out the reservation though. Like I said,
smell bullshit, but it's okay.
I believe you on this one though.
I don't
But
believe
I'm
you.
saying
I don't believe
even
you.
so far.
I don't believe you. Turn around, everybody can tell you the same thing. I don't believe you.
Yeah, BGS. We went in the Philippines. Everything was good for like 4 days. We had one sip of some kind of ice drink.
Yeah.
I had one sip. She had 2 drinks, and all we just had to throw it away because as soon as that ice hit our stomach,
yeah,
it was just just bubbling and like
like bubble gut.
Like I had drunk some acid or something.
Yeah,
it was
bubble
ridiculous, and we could but we just threw the rest of the drink away. And everything was okay. Some of that water, I mean, you have to really be, it has to be filterized, and they need to be putting some, chlorine and all that kind of stuff in there.
Yeah, you don't basically. Now, every now and then, if you're inside the city or inside the municipality where they clean the water, you can get away with it. Okay, but the thing is, you go out in the village. Okay,
the water is drinkable. You can drink the water out of the faucet, but there's only a few places like that in the whole world. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit more than that. I won't say that much because I've been to some places, but I'm gonna say I don't go. I repeat this: I do not go out to the village and drink well water. I'll repeat this.
Exactly. What I'm saying is to say this, right? Okay. If you drink well water from the village and stuff like that, okay, you're gonna get sick. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about and basically that's clean compared to some of the other shit that they drink. Okay.
Go ahead, Betty. You were trying to say something.
You shouldn't really be trying to drink that shit to begin with. You should be filtering it, and if you haven't filtered it, you're supposed to boil that shit in the first place.
How long your filter gonna last anyway, guys?
The what?
How long your filter gonna last anyway?
If you clean it, it's supposed to last you a good 5-6 years.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say definitely, but yeah, for a while.
I mean, for drinking, if you're trying to do a whole house system, okay, then that's different. The thing you have to clean your filters out. But if you're doing just a drinking system, and they sell them because I was down there in Guatemala where they actually manufacture the things, right? The 5-gallon water filter things, where you guys pour the water in. It's got the charcoal and the other stuff that you clean it out. Okay, it's supposed to last 5 years. Just have to rinse out your filters. That's all. But yeah, it lasts about 5 years. But it's got sand, it's got charcoal and something else. To actually filter all the impurities out, and then the charcoal and stuff, like once it goes through the charcoal filter, basically it'll kill most of the bacteria and the buggers. But it's like 99% pure, but it's supposed to last you 5 years.
Go ahead, Betty. You wait, gentlemen. Wait.
Okay.
Gentlemen, let Betty you go, and then you got it. Go ahead, Betty.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's certain places down south where that rings true too. Like where I grew up, the next town over, Estill, you could not drink the water. Like if you were not from Estill, and you drunk that water, you that tap at least,
Yeah.
like straight tap, you was gonna get sick.
Yeah, that happened in Jacksonville. Remember when the water system broke down in Jacksonville and you couldn't drink the water? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, once I came back to America, man, I stopped drinking bottled water. I said, okay, you know what? After being in third world countries and shit like that, and have to drink a bottled water every place I go because you're gonna get sick. Okay. I don't drink
You
bottled
started
water.
or you stopped or you don't drink bottled water anymore?
Bottled water anymore. No.
Oh wow.
Jackson, Mississippi got that London 16th century water.
Wait. So I want BGS to land with that, and then you got to turn around. You said you don't drink bottled water anymore because
because we sterilize our water so much. We drink bottled water because it's a fashionable. It has nothing to do with the cleanliness. Okay?
With the filthy, yeah.
Yeah, I don't drink bottled water. Everybody else does. So how come you don't? Because I don't believe in it.
Shout out to Flint, Michigan. Yeah.
Flint, Michigan. Yeah, but I was going to say this was just a
go ahead, Turner. Go ahead.
Girl, there was a Korean girl that went to Mumbai, India, and it was so. I mean, she had such a bad experience. I mean, open sewers. I mean, it was just. I mean, it's unbelievable. You, as an American person, you couldn't believe how dirty the situation is, and that's the major city. That's a major city, and it's just open sewers everywhere. I mean, human waste. It's a whole different world. If you cannot go there, a woman cannot go there by herself. It's just a disaster waiting to happen. She got ran out of there so quick. It was 3 days she had to leave because she could not. And
you said she was Korean, Turner?
Yeah, she was Korean.
Yeah.
And the little kids came and attacked her. Everything that
I saw that. It was funny. It was funny.
It came and got around her, and she got hit by a motorcycle, and the cops told the motorcycle guy to take her to the hospital.
It was funny because the little teenage dudes were pushing on her.
Yeah. They were trying to scam her left and right. I mean, every time she tried to get something, they charged her 5 times more than the price.
Yeah, because she's recognized as being first world now.
Yeah, and so I mean, but even as American, you have to have some kind of you got to have somebody with you. You got to have an Indian person with you because you're going to just get taken advantage of big. I mean, it's nothing like South America. It's going to be at another level.
Well, you can basically if you travel there, you expect to get scammed. In other words, okay, you expect to, you're still not paying first world prices. That's what they know. So, it's the cost of doing business.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in South America it's 3 times, but in India it's like 5 times. And
but it's still 50% off though.
Right. The base price. And Split Jim says, and let me read this. Split Jim says, I need an AI image of Disney princess with a rose toy, and he said he's crying. Let me play with what I do have of a woman kissing the rose toy. And here you go. And thank you for the super chat, Split Jim. Thank you for the super chat. There you go. Making out with the rose toy. Women out here are scandalous. They're so scandalous. This shit is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
All you gotta do is pay a few dollars to one of these AI animators, man. They'll have it for you within like a day, less than a day.
But y'all heard that? Hear ye. And Big Mo says, going from eating rose-toyed cat to non-ruined cat be having you feeling like Superman.
Man, I was on.
Wait, Leo, because I gotta go into that. Bro, they be buzzing the red button so much they numb. So, hey, bro, I hope your whole mouthpiece and tongue situation, I hope it's built to last because she ain't never orgasmed.
Hey, bro, when you run into one of those girls I'm telling you, when you run into one of those girls who actually had that kind of experience, like I'm telling you, when I mean she broke like she can't. It don't matter what you do. I ran into one. I'm thinking, I'm gonna change your mind. I was like, oh, you can't change your mind, girl. That's it. That shit was big, bro.
Oh, you
That shit
can't
was
change
big.
their world, bro. Look. But I'm
No, bro.
joking, but I'm
No.
not joking when I say it. You're dealing with an industrial grade built ass plastic and the freaking the mechanism, the vibrating mechanism and whatnot. After you do that so much and so often, shout out to all the men. She never seen this dick.
You're
Yeah, bro.
desensitized.
But she's seen industrial grade plastic, bro, and freaking in a joint that make her earthquake every time. You heard what the lady
I
said.
mean,
I played a clip of a light skinned young lady. She sent her kids out to go play outside, and then she went in the bathroom and she found a new spot. And so she kept on hitting the same spot until she literally paralyzed herself for a little while. She had to
Okay.
call her friend to pick her up to bring her to the hospital. That's how bad. That's how much these
Yeah.
women are messing themselves up.
it's
It
getting that bad. It's getting that
desensitizes
bad in
yourself.
Japan too, though. It's
Okay.
getting
So
that bad in Japan.
Wait, say
Yeah,
that again,
it
Zulu. Wait, everyone.
desensitizes.
Wait. Zulu, say that again.
I was getting that bad in Japan because I don't know if y'all know that's like one of the biggest like sex toys places in the world. Like they send like they have like the most per capita.
Wait. So
right?
you saying
So
the
literally,
women are doing that in Japan to themselves too?
mm-hmm.
yeah, man. It's like
Wow.
I mean, I thought Theo would have should have told you that by now. I'm pretty sure he knows, but like they literally have like a little long wand thing that they got, bro.
Yeah.
You
Oh yeah.
start
They've been
going
at
over it,
that.
you start
Yeah.
seeing
They've been
like the
at that.
long. I'm
Yeah.
like, why you got a wand in here? You got a fucking lightsaber in your bedroom and shit. But they got them out there, bro.
Man,
Yep.
that's crazy work.
And
That
Hey,
I
bro, I
posted.
thought I was gonna put
He said
down
she
some
was
work, man. She was looking at me
uncomfortable.
like, "Hey, bro, you being black don't mean nothing no more, bro. That, I got this," and I was like, "You right, girl, you got that."
If
And
they
let me
got
read this
it,
from Kit. Go ahead, BGS, and then
if,
I'll read this, and then you got it, Leon.
if they got it, then what good are you to me? Because that's all you got. If you can't, if I
Bro,
can't get that,
I'll admit defeat. I can admit defeat.
I mean, same thing with
that's
them.
crazy. That's
Hey,
crazy. Hey,
Little Duval posting home math is like the existence of the TAP. The pain in the system is burning off all the lies, and only the truth will remain. Yep.
let me play it for y'all real quick, and here you go.
Women do not need men to get bank accounts, houses. They have careers on their own.
No, you still rely on men. It's just indirect now. See, men have always been in between women and the real world. That your office job is not real life. Here's another depiction of that. Here's men going out to face danger and build things on the outside in order to create a safe space for women on the inside. This is how it's always been, and it still is. You just don't understand that because you're too comfortable. Men still do all the hard work. If all women stopped working right now, we'd be fine. If all men stopped working, everyone would die. And that is again because men make all the food and build all the houses and the walls, and they used to guard the border. I guess they gave up on that. Women have never done that and can't. Men still do all of the necessary things to create the space for you to have your girl bossing fun time. The way it works is that women are always really happy for men to do the hard, dangerous work until times are really good, until we build something better than this. And then you look around and you go, hey, men have more than us. No fair. You go to the government, which writes some laws for you, which makes you equal, and then you are disgusted by men who are equal to you. So without equality laws, it's very easy for women to find men they respect, and with equality laws, it's very difficult. And then everyone tells these men that they're worthless. And then they go, okay, well, I don't want to be this guy, so I'll just be this guy. And then they never grow up and they never do anything. And then you hate them even more. So your girl bossing crap is just not going to last very long because women cannot do what men do. You can't do that work of building the physical world. And what you're doing now is just sort of taking it away from men and having it for yourself without giving them anything back, which makes them go away. And then, like, imagine if you had to build a house. It's not going to happen. And then when men go away, then there is nothing in between you and bad stuff. So you might want to stop being so mouthy.
And there you go. And Lil Duval had that on his channel, y'all. For all of you that missed what I was saying earlier, Lil Duval had on his channel, which goes back to what BGS said. We have reached escape velocity. When a comedian, a well-known comedian, has that on his channel, on his Instagram page, better yet, on his Instagram page. Yeah. Yep, that's what we are. Right? And shout out to KMS for that. Shout out to KMS. KMS also asks, Z, you ready to call the cornbread thought leaders? Look at the way he spelled thought. You ready to call the cornbread thought leaders stupid now? Their myopic societal view doesn't work for them either, because they lie in society. Excuse me, they live in society. No, that's true. They live in society, and that's gonna call. And then none of these people are like stupidly, fabulously wealthy or rich. So you are right. There will be a cost that some of them are going to have to bear for pushing this, right? But as I keep on saying, Camus, the outliers are doing too much talking. That would include Cornbread Tube, who has this like ideal, right? That when you actually put it up to the test, it falls flat, and you're watching everyday women have to deal with the consequences of these people's worldview. And you could tell they're full of shit, because I keep on saying it. Y'all ain't telling the women what this gonna cost them. Y'all are watching them scream about it. Y'all are watching them throw a temper tantrum about it. Y'all watching them cry. Y'all, you see these women. They keep on saying they're going to date mixers and speed dating events and matchmaking events, and the men are not showing up. And y'all are not telling them why the men aren't. And y'all know why. FD know why, right? Kim Foster know why. She not gonna say it. They're fucking cowards. I stay saying that. I said that's what triggered FD to jump on my channel the first time. It's because I said that y'all gonna be okay. Y'all gonna sell under the sunset with your families, the nuclear families that y'all keep on detesting, and then the rest of the women what they're supposed to do. And y'all not gonna say nothing either. Y'all are full of shit.
They're not going to sell into the sunset, because as society breaks down, guess what's going to happen to the surroundings around them? They're not.
Oh yeah, they caught too.
Okay, he's in Atlanta. He's in Atlanta too. Come on, man.
Yeah, yes.
He nice.
No, people know where he live at in Atlanta, bro. Like I mean, not saying I'm not being threatened. I'm repeating, I'm not being threatened, but people know where he live at in Atlanta. So.
But what happens when you have to look at Mexico, right, where you have this big disparity of wealth? What do rich people have to do? They have to drive around in caravans. Why?
Yeah, you have to live in gated communities with the armed guards, and they have to drive around in caravans.
Like that.
Yep.
Yeah. The reason
still may not save you.
The reason you have a middle class, you try to keep the middle class comfortable, is so that you don't have to live that way.
Yes.
You want an open society. So most billionaires can get on or New York and get on the subway and be fine.
They do it. Yeah, nobody bothers them.
Nobody bothers them. What's going to happen when the wealth disparity, when these YNs become YW?
Politically aware?
No, with the YWs, okay?
Oh yeah, the young white dudes. Yeah, hey, you get a bunch of Luigis. That's what you get.
Yeah, you're gonna get or Luigi, a bunch of Marios too. Okay?
Right? For real. For real. No, that exactly. Hey.
New York City gonna be New York City's in the 70s. Okay.
Yeah.
They keep on releasing these names on TikTok for a reason. I keep on looking at. They keep releasing these CFO and these CEOs that say name on a routine basis. I'm looking at it right. A site a channel will pop up. They'll release the name. It'll go back down. They'll pop it up. They'll put another one up. It'll go back down. So I'm already seeing it as it's going.
Why you think they're spending all this money trying to bring these young boys back to the middle? They're scared.
Mm-hmm. And let me read this from Cyrus Burke. And thanks for the super chat, Cyrus Burke. And Cyrus Burke says, there's a lot of square brothers that yearn for the big booty Keisha. Partially why the ELs, educated lames, versus Pookie wars were kicked off. They simultaneously dream themselves better fit for worse women, Keisha's, and worse men, Pookie. Yeah, no, I that's why I say it, right? Like and that's why you see it's difficult for brothers to disagree with me when I say it. Yes, we have elevated brothers. Yes, we have educated brothers. We have brothers that are doing well. They're doing well financially. They're highly educated. They're well spoken. They're well dressed. They're well groomed. They used to call it to Kevin back in the day. And them brothers still be wanting to smash big booty Keisha from high school too.
Big booty Key. Well, the thing is, it's called class. Why are you trying to smash Pookie's woman?
BJ, you've asked this question for years. But they
I
still
never
tell me that I'm
understood.
wrong though. They still want to smash Pookie's woman though.
It's because most of the chicks that are at your level are, look like Kim Foster. Okay,
I hate you for this.
Damn.
I hate
that's
you
You
a
for
got
fact.
this.
Kim Fostering and Kim Fostering out here, BGS. Holy
Wait
shit.
a minute. I'm only laughing because it's true. Oh my
That's
Shots
god.
why
fired.
it's got nothing to
That's
do
Oh
taking
with
a place in
man.
got nothing to
hierarchy.
do with class. It got
Oh.
everything to do with looks. Okay,
Yeah.
and and
Guys
and,
hate
and,
their place in the
and,
hierarchy.
and the chicks that do look like big booty Brenda by equivalent, right? Okay, she's with richer
Oh,
dudes.
Yep.
oh man. Big
They
Booty
hate their
Keisha.
place in the hierarchy.
Now, Big Booty Keisha is not the same Big Booty Keisha from 20 and 30 years ago. Big Booty Keisha now got a sleeve tattoo, right?
Yeah.
She got the baby hairs, and y'all niggas still be wanting to smash. Nigga, you make $175,000 a year, bro. Why do you want to smash Big Booty Keisha, bro?
Buy her. Stop. The thing is, you want big booty Keisha to fall in love with you. Buy her. Okay.
Uh-oh. Hey,
Keep
say
going.
that. Hey. Uh-oh.
It's
Uh-oh.
funny. Big Booty Keisha is crazy.
In fact, I'm gonna do that tomorrow, right? I'm gonna go find my video where the MGTOWs talk to the incels. Okay. Y'all don't.
I got it.
Y'all think the thing is y'all don't want to smash big booty Keisha. You want big booty Keisha to fall in love with you. That's
Yes.
the problem.
Ooh, it's true. It's true.
Listen, see, this is my whole argument.
Wait, Leon, wait. We got Better You because he was trying to talk before you, and then we got you. Go ahead, Better You, and then you got it.
I got a theory. I think it's not only the whole what BG just said about
they wanted to fall in love with him.
Women.
Mm-hmm.
Big Booty Keisha.
You said this one else?
I think it's because
Big Booty Keisha is $40.
crazy.
She's
And
$40.
craziness is like seasoning to the pussy.
No. Big booty Keisha is $40. Okay.
With $40.
Why you spending $200 on big booty Keisha? $40.
They don't care about
Big Booty Keisha is Texas Roadhouse. She's happy. Believe me, guys. She's happy.
Oh man.
Big booty Keisha is $40. Okay.
Yeah.
Why you spending all this money and time on her?
Oh man. Hey, look.
Because as a young
they
man,
don't know no better. I'm gonna tell you the truth. They don't know no better.
No, that's bullshit, man.
They know.
Stop.
They want to prove themselves.
Man,
Here we go. If you're talking about a brother that grew up around the way,
I've been doing this since I was fucking 13. No, it's not. You wanted to fall in love with you. You wanted to care about you. Okay.
You want to have a little patriarchy over.
Because Punani don't cost that much. Okay, you don't have to do all that for Punani.
Yeah.
Hey, I got $3 in my cup holder in the car right now.
In quarters?
Yeah, in quarters.
I got $3 in quarters, bro.
Oh man!
When I first got to this space, the educated lanes versus the Pookies and Ray Rays, I figured that out a long time ago. Stop trying to make Pookie because you think that you're better. With my education and where I live and my job, that's important to Big Booty Keisha. It's not. Because she's not in your class. She likes men in her class. Stop chasing after Pookie's woman.
Yeah.
What killed me, BGS? My boy, he lives in Louisiana. He had him a dime piece. I'm talking about just bad hood rat. But she was a uppity. And he gave her the ability. He was like, "You need to do something." I was like, I looked at him like, "Why do you want her to do anything? You're going to give her access to other stuff." And she went and started selling houses.
Okay.
Then she left him. It's like, yo, you had exactly what you needed. Why do you want her now to work?
Because
you were happy, dummy.
Because he wanted to. Okay, let's be 100%. He wanted to build a bitch. Okay.
Yep. And he built the woman right
build
up.
a bitch. Oh man!
You wanted
No,
to build
I
a
looked
bitch.
at her. Look. She was too fine to build. She was keep her where she at. You stupid. You're not gonna keep her once you build
That's
her.
that's not what BGS means though. That's not what
No,
it means.
I'm saying the same thing.
No, you're not saying the same thing.
No, once he built her, he should have found that as a Fort Harriet instead of getting the dime and building her. She's out of your league now, bro. Dummy.
Okay.
He qualified for a Harriet. He looked just like Fort Harriet's boy.
In other words, he wanted a Fort Harriet that looked like Big Booty Keisha.
Yeah. Oh yes.
That's what he wanted, right? But he can't.
Mhm.
But he on his budget, trying to get a forehair that looks like Big Booty Keisha is going to cost him at least what $750,
Yeah.
right?
Too
Yeah.
Right?
much. Too much.
Too much. So I'm going to go down instead of buying it off the showroom. I'm going to go down to the wrecking yard. Okay.
No wrecking yard.
and
Yep,
I'm going.
that's what he did.
I'm gonna find that twin turbo Z and rebuild it from scratch, right?
That's a lot of
Yep.
money. That's a fucking lot of. You might as well have bought that shit new.
Yep.
Oh man, that's a lot. Look, if you building the Z from scratch, nigga, damn.
That's the fucking problem. It has
Yeah,
nothing to
I
do
agree.
with the quality
I
of the
agree.
woman. The thing is the look of the woman, right? So
Yep.
they think because I'm Thurston Howard III and I got the degree and I got a master's degree and I make $170K a year, blah blah blah. You know what? Pookie barely works 20,000. I'm gonna go down and take his dime away from him. Okay, yeah, right. It's called class. It's called class for a reason.
Yep.
Nah. They're gonna plot on your ass and they're gonna be milking your ass for that money. You gonna be piping and Pookie's still gonna be piping.
Mona Lisa. Hey, bro, you telling the truth.
Because Pookie's her imprint. That's her
Yep.
guy. Okay.
Yep.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mona Lisa is a real story.
Hey man, but let me read this. I actually want you to go into that. Give me a second. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Where'd you get that clip from of Ricky Punk Ass Smiley? That's on his actual channel. That's on his actual channel. Shout out to Pascal OG. Pascal OG played it on his channel a few days ago. And I went and looked it up and I found it. And actually, let's play that clip for everyone. And it's only 40 seconds long, so bear with. And I sped it up, so here we go. And I'm actually going to read another super chat speaking to this after I played. Here you go.
Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at?
Okay, so if y'all notice what I did on purpose, so I made sure to highlight this under what the comments said. So black men running away or black men going overseas or passport bros or whatever. And it was based off of, for those of you that don't know, the Paul Pearson, what he said on that podcast. And KMS says, thank you for the super chat, KMS. And KMS says, men don't owe women productivity. Say it again with me now. Men don't owe women productivity. So when that lady is speaking as if we owe her and owe black women, quote unquote, not running away, I'll go with her framing on it. Fine. Not running away. That we owe them any type of masculinity and to put her in her femininity, which is the type of talk she was given. We don't owe them that. Go ahead, Jess.
What she's saying, okay, what she's saying is they want the community to survive. So men have to give up their happiness and their content.
Fuck no. For what? By the way, BJ, I agree. If the community was really on that, I agree. I actually agree with that. For who and for what though? For this air quotes community that actually defaults to really you leading it, me funding it, and you running it? Absolutely not. Nope.
Exactly.
Nope.
I agree with keeping them in their masculine and having admin.
The thing is,
we had go.
Instead of demanding the black men be better, why don't you be what black men want? That's what Kevin was trying to say.
This is my point.
Put it on you. Just like the Jamaican lady was saying. Okay, be what they want. Compete. Black men don't want to compete. They never have because they don't. Because they think they don't think that black men are worth competing for.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because you can
if there's community obligation. Wait, say that again, Tony.
You can give them everything they want. I literally you can find 6-7 black men making over $250,000 and have swag, and they'll say he's just his haircut's not good. His hair's too tight. I mean, you could give them exactly the things they want, and they will still find something to break on him. Find something to say negative about the man. You could be the president. You could be a basketball player. They just do not want to be happy with most black men. They do not want to be happy.
Michelle Obama during that interview was just saying how good a father and husband Barack Obama actually was, and she's still talking shit.
Exactly.
This is a guy that got a law degree from Harvard, and she's still talking shit.
Disrespectful.
Talk shit about our own
Disrespectful
dad,
shit. Yeah.
Wait, say that again. Wait, real quick, turn around. Better you say that again, because I don't think they heard you. Say that again, please.
To be fair, she talked shit about her own dad, so talking shit about Barack ain't nothing.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Their dad got MS and he's working 12 hours a day.
But he still left his shoes, and mom had to take him or whatever she said.
Yeah,
bruh.
What
what type of contempt do you have for men, black men in specific, where the mere mention of you possibly having a son with Barack made you go, no, not gonna have a son with him. Okay, fine. Then you mentioning your dad and your brother speaking about your dad, and you could see the kind of laudatory tone that he had for his dad. And your response was, yeah, but he still came in the house and just sat down and left his son's shoes on. What?
And they tell you all you need to know about her mom and what she said when nobody was listening. Okay, she didn't get it out. She didn't get that out of a vacuum,
bruh.
Because the mom was complaining about this. They're never happy. So you know, this one thing I say about the white guy: stop trying to make these chicks happy. I mean, but that's our own failings, because we don't think we're worth shit either. That's the problem.
Hey, Z, this one time, this woman said she wanted a light-skinned guy with green eyes, wavy hair, 6'2", and that's what I found that for her. And in front of her friends, she dogged the man out. She talked like shit. Then he walked away. She called and told me, tell him to come back later on. I said, what the hell? You disrespected the guy in front of your girlfriend. Now you wanted to come back? I got you what you wanted. But
so in other words, you got her the Jesse Williams looking ass dude that she wanted, and she still was talking shit.
Yeah, wow. She had a whole frame. She had a whole frame in front of her girl.
She went to in front of girlfriends.
Yeah, she got a whole frame.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely said that before, which is black women communicate and niggas ain't shit. That's their language. They sound like Pokemons. Niggas ain't shit. That they introduce each other to each other by saying niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't shit. Yeah, you're right. Niggas ain't shit. That's how they talk. That's their language. They speak a different. There's niggas ain't shit language. It's a whole different language, and that's how they communicate with each other. And like turn around there speaking to y'all, drive the men away, and then act like you don't know what happened. That's the funny part. Act like you don't know what happened. Yeah, that's it. And KMS says, what if one has the best man on the planet but had to lose him wholesale to realize that? Would you call that person stupid or fucking stupid? Stupid if she had a second chance and she lost it again. Fucking stupid. She's stupid if she lose him one time. If he come back and she lose him a second time, then she's fucking stupid.
That's why, that's how come I'm starting to stop feeling sorry for dudes, right? How many times can we show you the same shit over and over again and you guys keep going back? Okay, if you like it, I love it
to infinity.
man, BGS, when I'm online talking to these guys on with the TikTok, man, it's like pulling teeth. It's like I'll literally be like, hey, bro, you can see she matriarchal. Then he'd be like, all of a sudden, the woman would come over there and say, no, I'm not matriarchal. You need to get him off the panel, something on something. I'm like, she's directing your panel. And the guy that's sitting there, that actually has the panel, it is sitting there quiet as death. And I'm just sitting here like, this can't work. It be so bad. It literally is real time. In real time, they're seeing it and they just don't.
That's why I showed you that shit on Friday. Was it Thursday with that show about St. Louis Pop the Balloon, right? Okay, that dude was speaking facts, right? And all them too. Well, yeah, I ain't in this.
Much mouth. I just watched a clip about it.
Don't put me in this. That's how come I came to YouTube.
And then he slowly agreed with him anyway.
He agreed with him, but I kind of agree with you, but I kind of don't, and he can't talk to the ladies and shit. Man, I got tired of that shit in the pro black circles. Okay, I got tired of it, man. Speak the truth.
Let me play this for Zulu real quick. Zulu, speaking to that 1 foot in and 1 foot out ass bullshit that these ladies be on, and what BGS was talking about with the masculinity and all that other shit. Here you go.
Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and let me know what y'all think. But there has been times where I will be talking to a man, and I won't be feeling it, and people will be like, why? And I'll be like, he's just too nice. And people will look at me like I'm stupid. They'll be like, what do you mean he's too nice? Like, you want somebody mean? And I figured it out. It's not that I want somebody mean. It's just what I'm looking for in a man is masculine energy that is dominant over my masculine energy so it can bring out my feminine energy. Does that make sense? Huh? Like, if I feel like I have more masculine energy than you do, then I feel like you can't really be dominant over me, and I can't be submissive, and my feminine energy can't come out. Does that make sense?
Huh? 2 words. In other words, you need to be told what to do because you're dumb broad, and you need a daddy, okay, to tell you what to do and make you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, she need a back. Yeah. I mean, the backhand solve all these problems.
No. It's not so much a backhand. It's your stance, okay? And you got to be on her. But that's a lot of work. And most guys that are into other things don't have time for that. Okay, I ain't got time to holler at you. I ain't got time to bark at you. I'm not your daddy.
And we need to be. I'm glad that is really what it is, though. Zulu, it really is borderline, not even borderline. It is that daddy shit that BGS just mentioned. She is asking you to treat her like a daughter without the spankings. Yeah. Well, sometimes the spankings, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah.
No, but this is how I'm looking at it. Now from my understanding, right now, if somebody don't want to do something, like you tell somebody, "Hey, man, take the chicken out of the refrigerator," right? They don't want to do it. Now, Grant, as a parent, you know what's gonna happen to your kid, right? As a kid, you know what's gonna happen to you if you don't take that chicken out the refrigerator and put it in some water, right? The reality is there's a stick that's gonna come necessarily, right? And this version of this society that you have, right, there is no stick. Because if you say, all right, do this, unless you don't get up and just leave it completely, right? You either got that option or the stick option necessarily, and you do the stick option, you go to jail. So at this point, I'd be like, all right, it is what it is. But that's just me.
What the thing is, what you take away, just like with my kids' punishment, take away what they like. You don't want to do it, fine. Don't do it.
No PS5s and Xbox for you.
Yeah, no PS5, no Nikes on you. We're gonna sell. You're gonna sell all the Nikes.
Send you to school. Send you to school with the bubbles.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
No, that'll hurt. That hurt. And Saint Cyr says, y'all do know, and this is speaking to what we were saying earlier with the names. And Saint Cyr says, y'all do know in Latin America and other places in the world, they use both names. The father's name goes first, but the mother's name goes last. Y'all are arguing perspectives of European gaming concepts. Yeah.
So I said the same thing earlier.
I think he
one time, y'all. Who's first?
Basically, BGS, what happened was I brought up the fact that, you know, worrying about women wanting to use their matrilineal name is not a big deal. You can meet them in the middle and put both last names on the child. That's what many coaches did. And I said, basically, fighting over having your last name solely on a child's birth certificate I don't agree with it.
You're in a fucking Western patriarchal system. It means something, okay?
I know.
It means something, okay?
Like I said, I went to, like, so far, I've been in Colombia. I went to Venezuela for a little bit and came back, and I've been to Brazil. When I talk to Brazilian, they have their father last name, right? Even if they barely even know their father been out there tricking off their money in a whole nother goddamn city, right? Bro, they still got their father last name. Now you said they said they seen this in different countries, and what is it? South American country. Now you can point me out the country.
Yeah, I mean you can see because you gotta remember, just because it doesn't mean they're all the same people. They're not. And number two, the reason, especially in the West, especially in Black people, why you give the father's last name, is so that you don't have
you don't want the brother fucking the sister. I gotta say it blatantly. I'm sorry, BGS.
You don't want the all screwed up. That's why you give it to him. Okay, you know where the maternal line is because that's where the baby comes out. But thing is, normally in a matrilineal system, okay, even if you give it the mother's family last name, it's the family name, right? Okay, the women keep up with that stuff and make sure there's no mixing, right? What happens when you get a bigger society? We can't keep up with it.
And with these scandalous ass women, look, it will be incest going on if y'all give the women these. Because all it takes is that man moving to another state, another city, and the kid not knowing, move back to the city, and the next thing you know, your daughter is in bed with her half brother.
Yeah, I mean,
It's been going on lately.
basically, the reason people nowadays say it's no big deal for the kid to carry the mother's last name is because you live in a state-run gynocracy, and you've been trained under it. So it doesn't make you any difference. The thing, as long as it works, it works. Okay, nobody cares what system you actually use. But the thing is, call a spade a spade. This is not a patriarchy in the United States.
And let me read this real quick.
I don't know. I say that people just.
Let me read this real quick. Gil Gabby, no, you good. And I gotta read these back to back because of how Gil Gabby did it. And Gil Gabby says, "If you're a real plant, I'd be in my minerality." And he says, "If you're a real beast, I'll be in my vegetality." And then he says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, "If you're a real human, I'll be in my atomality." Hysterical atomality. It sounds like Mortal Kombat. And yeah, and thank you for that. And I don't recall what that's tied to. What I played that's tied to. What we gonna play for? I don't know. But yeah, I don't remember what that's tied to. But oh yeah, let's play this one more again. BJS did not see this. Oh yeah, I didn't play it. Okay, here you go, BJS. Listen to this. Oh, watch this. Okay.
When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love.
Hey, you're the real man anyway.
Hi, I'm a random white woman. Did you know that every year over 80,000 innocent black men are neglected, abused, battered, and even malnutritioned by undeserving women? Yes, that's right, even light-skinned black men. Cruelty does not discriminate. But together, we can make a difference.
I go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing.
Join us at the White Women's Society for the Prevention of Cruelty Against Black Men, the WWSPCABM, and help us rescue hundreds of defenseless black men every day. These men don't need much, just need a soft place to rest their heads. Some minutes for their cell phone plan, some and a pack of Newports every now and then.
No, backwards, baby.
Oh, that's right. Join us and donate today. With your contributions, white women and some white men all across America are waiting to rehabilitate these beautiful black men. Reggie, you missed a spot.
I can make you happy, make your dream.
And with your support, we will send you a personalized photo of a black man in the hands of a good white woman.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Remember to report cruelty.
Okay.
I don't know where the comment section in that video was so funny, bro. I see that shit earlier.
I don't know where the fuck you found it, and you need your ass whooped for it, but it is funny as fuck.
I'm all over these interwebs. I'm all over these interwebs.
Oh man, that comment section was funny.
Hey, my bad AL, no, because I was gonna end out in a minute, but I definitely wanted for you to come up so you could give some of your commentary on whatever you saw today, because that I had to play that for BGS, because that when I first saw that I was dying. I'm not even into white women like that, but goddamn, that shit's funny.
it was so bad that the dude was saying like, hey, I need a place to go too. I was sitting like, oh man, I was like,
No, real talk. It's funny and we joking and all, but check this out. What if white women literally ran it as a campaign ad 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 months straight? What would it do to the psyche of the black woman? Well, ask yourselves, what would it do to the psyche of the black woman? What would it actually make them get up and get off their ass and do?
Go run after white men because they think that white men are look. The white women have abandoned white men. We'll just go after them.
No, but you see, you don't get it, V. The consensus is already let them know. What are you gonna do that for? White men done told you we don't want you. Every racial man has told them the only thing we want you for is a quick lay. No, all those things that you want us for, so you can come up a cash cow, a meal ticket. No, men are saying no to that. I don't know who have programmed these black women to think who the fuck they think they are. Gimme.
They mama and white supremacy.
No, the mamas.
No, yeah, you right, BJ. But you know what it reminds me of? Oh man, it reminds me of that. Remember we grew up watching how the architect and how the caveman works. They're moving like cavemen. They think like cavemen. I need to ask you upside the boulder, and you gonna do what I say? No, bitch.
Because it's handed down from antebellum slavery. Okay, it's been modified. Okay. And once a white man gave them their independence from you, it just got worse. That's all. It's been handed out. They never liked you. Okay, they still don't.
Cool. Don't fuck with it.
Wait.
But they don't have no choice. They're the least desired women in America. What choice do they have
on the planet?
Maybe.
No, maybe not on the planet. But wait, y'all. I will say this. Wait, because BGS did modify that. It's not. It's no longer they aren't your women and they never were. Now it's they never liked you. Yeah, that's it.
Remember fences? Pop, why you never liked me?
It's not my job to like you. It's just my job.
Yeah, I don't need to. Yep.
Rose did not love Troy. Okay. He's a mean twin.
I stand on the least desired on the world, bro, because they go to every corner of the world necessarily. At the best they can do is be a concubine. At every corner of the world you go to, the only people looking at you as a concubine. That basically tells me that's basically the world.
Why were they brought to the United States? It wasn't really the work.
Oh, to be concubines. Hey. So like I said, so she's the ultimate concubine. So for me, I look at it. I'm already I've been off of it years ago personally.
The thing is, if you want to, you have to at least understand where they're coming from, right? So I mean,
I don't.
Well, as long as they don't irritate me too much, I understand where they're coming from. But I just don't like them selling me that horse shit. That's all. You know what the problem is? You just don't want to do anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, that's why I'm like, it is what it is. At that point,
that's why I get up.
It is what it is.
That's why I get upset. Because a lot of times, man, especially my pro-black circles, right? Okay. And and they can't defeat the argument. So I don't know who you've been hanging around. I said you're trying to insult my audience when you say that. Insult me that you disagree with me and say that I'm wrong, not the people I hang around with, because I got people from the freaking UN that I talk to. Who do you talk to? Okay.
BG, it's so bad now.
KMS is one of those elite people. Okay, he ain't nobody. He ain't no I mean, he might be a little dusty, but he ain't no Dusty Pookie.
It's so bad now. When I go on certain sites, they just automatically kick me. Like, as soon as they see Avatar, they did be like, all right, that's the one. Go ahead and drop him. Apparently, I got a reputation now. Apparently on TikTok, so it's getting that bad, but I understand why, because I do tell the truth, but it is just that bad, bro. For how I'm looking at it, bro, when I try to tell certain cats, hey, this is what you need to do. Hey, get you a small tiny home, get you a piece of land that's set for 15, 30 grand, you can be out of here in next year. They look at me like I'm talking magic or something, basically.
People think they got a bachelor's degree, right? And they got a decent corporate job and stuff like that. And chick will tell me, there's plenty of women out here like me that support their men and are good to their men, blah 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 blah. So no, they ain't. Yes, there is. In my circle, yes, there is. No, they ain't. Okay. I don't know who you've been talking to. I said, man, I got 10 PhDs that will actually that are elite people in them circles. They'll tell me that shit's not true. Well, I don't know who you talking to. Do you have a PhD? There must be something wrong with the PhD's bullshit, okay? Because their friends say the exact same thing. Stop. Okay, you're the rule. You're the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, and they're the only one. When they say I got friends like me, no, you're the friend. You're the friend, fool. Everybody else around you is not moving like you.
Oh well, we'll use May as an example, okay? Okay. You say I don't know anybody like that. May, you're like that. Okay, what are you talking about? You're like that. And the more you talk, the more I said you're typical. You're not unusual. You're typical.
Thank you.
I'm listening to you. You mean as hell. You're typical.
BGS, when you get a chance, if you don't mind reading the super chat first, I think you'll like this.
Okay. How does the spread of tangled pathology factor into the discussion of the degeneracy leaking from the elites to the new one? Basically, the tangled pathology works the opposite way. It's the perturbation of the lower classes, okay, because they're in survival mode, okay, and they're doing things that are against the culture. Leaking start to slowly but surely. That stuff will actually leak up to the up the ladder to the upper classes. It's the reverse. Basically, you have whole culture, stripper culture that was in the bottom 5 or 10%, right? But now it's leaking up into the middle class where we have women with PhDs with college professors actually teaching Cardi B and teaching Megan Thee Stallion.
Politicians politicians twerking on a handstand. If y'all remember that from a few years ago.
Senator Mack.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, Captain Obvious. If you actually go read the book, okay, because I actually read that talk. I did videos on the tangled pathology, like 2 or 3 of them, right? It's very explicit about what he said. It's the lower class problems of out of wedlock births, basically promiscuousness, actually leaking out from the bottom classes to the upper classes. Okay, it's not the other way around.
For all of those who's asking me where did I find that video, it's a brother's channel on it's a brother's page on Instagram. I'll put the link in the description. I gotta go back and put the link, find it and put the link, but it's in my liked videos. But it was a brother on Instagram. I found that video on his channel, and I was like, oh, I gotta play this for a squad. I gotta play this, and it's going to what AL and BGS were saying earlier, where this thing has gone. We've reached escape velocity where you have this brother, it's his page, but you have these white women that were okay with being in this goddamn video, and that speaks to something. It is what that European white woman said, the snow queen, the snow bunny, which is these men deal with crap from black women, they leave black women, and you see this clip of white women essentially quote unquote rescuing, and even a couple of gay black men rescuing black men. I think black women are so angry. I think they're so ignorant, and I mean that by the truest definition of the word, of their position and black men's position on this planet and definitely in this country, that I think they're saying good riddance, but they don't really appreciate what that means for them.
Yeah, they do. They know. They know. In fact, that's why the Jamaican woman is saying, "Stop lying to yourselves." Okay. You're lying when you come online, okay? When that's why they hate password bros, especially black women, right? They don't want you to come back and tell the guy that she's looking at, or the guy that's in her mix, or the guy that she got friends on, right? Okay, you have to wait for her. Hop a plane instead of spending $200 to take her to dinner. Hop on the plane, get a better woman, okay? They don't want you to hear that. It's called competition, okay?
They don't like competition.
They don't like.
You literally say competition, and like in any TikTok and stuff, they'll drop you immediately. I guarantee. If you think I'm lying, go up there and say competition. Basically, say passport boys, and watch how the women get violent with you, bro. You just want to oppress.
You just want to oppress and take advantage of poor third world women. Yes, I do.
Yes, I
Yes, I
do.
do. Yes, I do.
Because you want to oppress and take advantage of me.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
I'm just way nicer about it, or
I'll
meaner
just
about it,
tell
or
them. Yes, I do.
I'm just way more upfront about it. They're cheaper and nicer and easier to deal with, but it's cheaper. There's no. That's all you gotta say. Go ahead.
What they're trying to do is tie your ability to put up with their bullshit to your manhood.
Yep.
You ain't no if you date out instead of manning up, being more masculine, blah 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 blah, and putting up with our bullshit instead of trying to escape and go other places, go be a man, right? Man up.
That's exactly what the lady on Ricky Smiley said. I'm gonna play it again. That's BGS. That's exactly what she said. You're right. That's scary. That's it. And it all it speaks to is BGS. They haven't stopped saying the same things they've been saying since the 80s, since the 70s. They're literally using the same rhetoric. Literally. Well, in the 50s it wasn't that public, the interracial thing, but yeah.
You can go back to W. Du Bois in the Philadelphia Negro in 1890. They're saying the same shit. It has not changed. Okay,
that's some scary shit.
Well, women understand that.
Let me wait, real quick. Let me play this and then you got it. But I want to play it again because BGS just did it. I played it a little while ago, but BGS just did it. I'm gonna play it again. There you go.
Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at? And as KMS said one more time, men don't owe women productivity. And there you go. Go ahead, Leon.
What's the car that breaks down all the time, Z?
Oh shit! It depends on if you talk about luxury cars.
No,
not that reliable.
Just give me one.
Any car.
Taurus are breaking down all the
Kia.
You can say a Fiat. No, not Kia. Kia not anymore. Fiats are not that as reliable.
In other words, instead of buying a better a Toyota or a Nissan or blah 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 that's reliable, keep going back and buying that Fiat and just keep working on it, right? That's what they're saying.
BGS, why do you think white boys buy Toyotas? Exactly. Toyota Tundras.
What?
Hey, Z,
why do you think white boys buy Toyota Tundras?
You know, sir, my first car I bought was a Toyota Tercel back in 1980. Okay, that's
it lasted forever, didn't it?
Yes.
Yep, bulletproof.
I ran away from these mean women. They were just too mean for me. I had to find some nice girls where I was masculine. In Colombia, I'm a masculine, strong man. Some of these women here didn't appreciate the in Atlanta didn't appreciate the brother. So I had to go over there. They were mean, so I had to go where they were nice.
But you know what I'm saying? This is the problem, Tony. When they say run, I don't think they appreciate that shit. I don't know if it used to work on the BGS's age group, but that shit don't work on Z and younger age group. That runaway shit don't work.
It don't work on us either. Okay,
it's not working on the.
So why say the same thing? See,
because what else can they say? But the thing is, because there's enough men that have been socialized by their mamas tied to their manhood.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think you said it perfectly when you said tying enduring their bullshit to your masculinity. That's exactly what they're saying.
And the only thing that stopped black men of my age from doing it more is because the other races of men kept you boxed in.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't let you date their women. Okay,
you're in segregation basically. Even when they were out of segregation, you still don't have access to those areas. And it's like, so you're doing what my grandfather did versus what my great uncles did.
Yeah,
they ran. He went back because he was more social. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't have a lot of choices. It's like once you see after Vietnam and you saw what the Vietnam guys did, Desert Storm guys did. They didn't care no more. These guys, like where I live, BGS knows. Yeah. These guys are married to Colombians, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, everything.
Military has been that way since World War I. Okay.
Yep.
Married out. It's no big deal for them.
Yeah, so all most black guys need is to escape, not on purpose. And if they just see what they have access to and just generally a nicer person, especially with all these schools, how they're kind of compacting them, you're gonna be going to school with other type of girls.
And basically, once you get outside that box,
Hmm.
okay, you raise your standards.
And you
Yep.
learn the language, or if you learn another foreign language, it's going to help you so much when you go over there, wherever you go. Even just learning the slang and everything, and you can communicate like a local.
Yeah,
You're gonna do well. I mean,
yeah.
I always used to say back in the '90s, Australia was the big deal. Guys from Australia would come here to a club, and the
Hmm.
women would he'd be a regular guy, regular Australian guy, but he was new and different. That's the same thing you get when you go abroad. You're new and different.
Yeah.
If you got some height on you, you got some a decent shape and it, and all the other stuff that women like, you can really do well.
And plus, you carry while it's still there, you carry cachet of being a North Indian Americana.
See, Claire. Okay, see.
And Elle says Flea Gang, and Els is in the UK. Elle's not even American. Elle said, "Nah, we out."
I wouldn't have. The
Flea, he
last
put
place
the
I would go
planes.
to the UK.
Mhm.
Ugh. Get a
That's
I
woman.
don't even think,
craziness.
I don't even
That,
think they
yeah, but
know
it
that
just lets you know. Go ahead, Billy.
I don't even think they realize what that is implying. If you are fleeing, normally you flee danger.
Hmm.
And if you agree with that framing that your men are fleeing and that they are fleeing from you, you then have to ask, what is the danger that you are presenting to them?
Hmm.
Hello, hello. Can she like to say we fleeing and we running? What? Why are we running, man? Why are we choosing other races of women other than you?
They
Your
know.
mouth, your
They
attitude, your demeanor.
they know, but your mama black though.
You damn
Wait.
right.
BGS and
I'd
AO.
rather be
Wait a
around her.
minute. Wait a minute. AO and BGS. But she said it. She said y'all are supposed to put her in her feminine. She said
Yeah,
y'all. So y'all now
yeah, yeah,
y'all supposed to put her in her feminine. That's what
yeah,
she said. AO.
yeah. You are.
AO. She sounds like she around your age. That's an extra. AO. I don't think she a
Yeah.
boomer. She probably an extra. That's around your age. AO. She said you ain't put her
But
in her
look,
feminine. AO.
this is crazy. I'm gonna give y'all an analogy, but BGS is gonna be able to correlate to it. But most of y'all catch on. BGS in the '60s,
Hmm.
we used to run the wishbone offense all
Hmm.
across the field, up and down, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and
Hmm.
it was the standard offense for any good coach trying to, make his way. Hell, even Dale Roy switched to it, even though they try to say he was the innovator of it. No,
Hmm.
he wasn't. But nonetheless, it's 2025. You can't find anybody running the wishbone anymore. But
Yeah.
you still want to see a ground game. You can't see the ground game the way you want to anymore because guess what? It's called evolution. It has evolved into a passing game where if you actually see somebody or a coach like me that said, guess what? I'm gonna line up in this offense and I'm gonna run it down your throat all day long. I know I can beat you with it because you haven't seen it in damn near 20, 30 years and don't know the principles and the concepts of how to defend it, but yet and still the logical part of me goes, no, I can't run this offense because it's not conducive to today's game because it's too physical. Okay, equate that to women. They've been running the same playbook since '64. This wishbone, it's an option, it's a dive, it's a pitch. That's it. All right, sweetheart, you ain't got no pass game to you. You ain't got no screen game. You can't swing it at the backfield on the swing passer. No, this is the only offense I got for you niggas, and y'all gonna keep running. It was good enough for me in '64 when he signed his deal for us. It's gonna be good enough for us now. But we not running this offense no more, lady. Nobody, you can't get nobody to recruit nobody to your university to come play in this offense. What you go do? Well, I'm gonna go down with the ship. Then it's my way to how will you go right ahead. This is what we deal with.
Okay. Yeah. Let them go. But
Yeah.
the thing is, we can't get men to let them go.
Mm.
That's the problem.
I don't know. I
Because
think the young dudes
Dude,
is a little different, BGS. I think under the age of 30, I think you're dealing with a
Not,
whole
not
different type
big,
of
I
dude under
beg
that
to
age.
differ,
not
BGS.
enough.
Why are they crying
Not,
so much?
not
If we
enough.
not letting them go, why are they crying so much? They
Yeah.
literally are watching it day in and day out. Don't nobody's choosing them. Don't nobody want them, and they just screaming out oxygen.
I hear this on a regular basis. Sometimes Z falls into that shit. Okay, worried about what's going to happen to them. It's still
Yeah, because
there.
I do think they're attached to us by the hip. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, no, no. They're not. That's the way you perceive it.
Yeah, they're
They're
the
not
You
only
attached
don't
to you
think
by
you
the
don't
hip.
you
No,
don't. Oh,
no,
but wait a minute, BGS. We ain't never had this conversation before. Yeah, go into that. Yeah, they. So you said
no.
they're
That's
not attached by what?
no. They're not.
Yeah,
How are
yeah.
they?
Go into that. Go into that.
No, explain. No, I want you to know how are they attached to you by the hip, right? How
I
are
think
they?
because we wear the same jersey color, but just by that simple fact that I don't know how many people on the outside make the differentiation between where black women are headed politically and black men, especially pre 2024 election. I don't know if there was a real distinction between black men and black women politically and socially, and how some of our objectives are not aligned. So I think because of that, we were attached by the hip from the outside. Forced classification, as DC would say.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
I
Basically,
think
they
that
know. White people know that we're not attached by the hip politically. Okay, but the thing is, psychologically, they know that black women can actually guilt trip us into following that lead.
I
That's
think
how
the
they
But
pull
world
that
that,
shit out.
recognition.
That's when America
wait.
got a
I miss.
reality. America,
Real quick. I missed what
America
BGS said at
literally
the
got
end.
a reality. America literally got a reality check this past election. The white people woke up and said, "Wait a minute. These black women, they can't control their men
They
no
can't
more.
control
Yeah,
their
They're
men no
not
more.
50% pointed
voting.
out.
They're
Yeah.
not voting
Yep,
in
yep.
their own. They're not voting in the interest of these women anymore. These black
Exactly.
men are literally sitting out and saying, "Guess what? I'd rather sit out or vote anything other than what you want me to vote for because it hasn't been conducive to me and for me for almost 60 plus years." And these black women are sitting back, gasping their pearls and clutching their boobies, going, "What? You're not following our lead anymore." Remember, you, Vivica Fox, Foxo, and all the rest of her minions told Ice Cube and told Oliver, "Bitch, we our own entity. We're not like you." So
Black
guess what?
women are not black
Told us
people.
that,
Yes, sir.
you said, "Guess what? Fuck you. We'll feed you fish. Fuck you." Nope, we're done. So guess what? Then they had to go back to the white community and the white people and the higher ups in the bourgeoisie and explain themselves. Okay, how come we lost this election by $2.5 billion? Because they don't want to listen to us no more, boss. Why don't they want to listen to you no more? They don't want to tell boss what they rude, they obnoxious, they loud, they belligerent, they aggressive,
No,
they
boss
they
already know that. They
violent.
don't even got to say that part. Boss already know that.
Do black women believe that black men and women are tied at the hip?
No, I
No.
don't think they believe that. I don't think they believe that.
If they don't believe, why do you believe it?
Wait. Let me take that back. I think that there's some. I think Kim Foster believes it and she hates it. I think she actually does believe that. As a matter of fact, I think that she detests that. Right? Go ahead.
She's okay. Basically, just like they said, I'm offering a gentleman. They ain't got no place else to go. They're not tied at the hip.
Yeah,
Kim
that you
Foster.
wouldn't.
Go ahead.
No,
If
because I was
Kim
just saying you wouldn't say that's to say like you don't have nowhere else to go, so you're by default you're attached by the hip. Not that you're actually attached, but because you have nowhere else to go, this is the only place you can really occupy. By default, you're attached by the hip. Right?
Basically,
If you get what I'm saying, I know I know it sounds a little convoluted, but yeah, go ahead.
in other words, if they thought we were attached by the hip, they would actually do better for your black boys. Okay, because our fate is their fate. They don't do that.
I agree with that. But when I'm
I heard
no,
what
yeah, no,
disagree with?
because when I'm listening to we're talking about like the Kim Fosters in their ilk. The way they speak is as if we are stuck with them, and I hate it because I'm a black woman that was raised a certain way, of a certain class, went to this type of school, have this type of education. I'm still attached to Mr. Z. As a matter of fact, I'm still attached to Obsidian, and I hate this man should have never been given the ability to even. I shouldn't even know who he is. I shouldn't know he exists. And the only reason I know he exists is because you motherfucking white people did not elevate me enough with this goddamn Harvard degree. You see what I'm saying? Like the bum ass black people shouldn't be black like how he's black. And the only reason I'm black and how he's black is because you see us as both black. If you get what I'm saying. Yeah, that for me, that then in turns is a weird way, like we're talking about a hip because I don't get to not be associated with him. And I think that's an anger that a very specific brand of black women in particular has. Now, does your average black woman think they're attached by the hip to black men? That's case by case, maybe probably not for most of them, but like the quote unquote red ones, now that's debatable. I think they do see that and they're angry about it.
They can't do better. Okay, they're stuck. They're not attached. They're stuck.
Okay, so there's a difference.
And you worked in a law firm where you saw them trying to run up and sleep with white boys. Okay.
Yeah.
They're stuck.
Yeah.
Which is, if black men want to say you're attached by the hip, that's the belief that you're gonna have to carry. Then carry it. But I get sick of hearing it, because that's where the idea comes from. In other words, we're attached at the hip instead of you running away. Come back and build this black community and sacrifice yourself. Okay, without giving you a reason why. Why should we? I can never get an answer. Because you should.
They don't have an the answer. So the unwritten answer, BGS, and this is what they don't want to say, because I mean you could start calling rank. You could start pulling rank. Is you should because of community obligation.
Yes.
And that's what I get in, and I'm like, but what the fuck do I get? Well, you shouldn't want to get anything. That's the part they don't want to say.
Exactly. They
Right?
say that all the time. You shouldn't want anything.
Exactly. Do it because.
And what's the purpose of community?
If y'all remember, wait, say that again, better.
If you do for community and never get anything from community, and what's the purpose of community?
Legacy and
just
culture.
Support. That's the official reason, BGS. I agree with that 100. But the other reason is to take care of these women and kids that might not even be yours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should
not Bernie. Fuck the kids.
Fuck them Cubs, okay?
Me and BGS been saying fuck them Cubs a long time ago. Y'all niggas just catching on. We ain't playing. Fuck them. For real.
Okay. The thing is, and we're saying, okay, you want us to come back. You want us to mentor your broken families. You want us to actually save your boys. To what ilk? What do we get? It's just like
nothing. You just have to do what I say, and as I do this is the only thing I want you to do is just do this for me, but don't give me no back.
And why Keisha calls you a simp for doing it? Okay, not even modicum of respect of your sacrifice
at all.
I got rid of my Keisha. Did you get rid of your Keisha? I got rid of my Keisha. Did you get rid of your Keisha?
Yeah, that's a story to tell. AL, we had to do that.
I got you, AL. I got you with the throwing Keisha out the door.
Hey, that's a literal punk. Y'all don't get it. My ex-wife's name is Keisha for real. And I married a big twice. That's what I'm saying. No Keisha on my arm no more. Fuck it. Go there.
I'm not saying whether you should be for community, not for community, blah blah blah. But stop giving me that bullshit. If you're gonna sacrifice yourself, know that it's a sacrifice. You're willing to do it. Down that hill. I don't care about it. But stop trying to make it something that is not. Okay. I'm not doing it for you.
And my situation is that when I get something from my my wife, I get a clean house. I get cooked food. I even got to take my shoes off and put my slippers on. I get some solid things that you can see, that you can touch, not just
you get tangibles.
The biggest thing that you get that black men don't get is when you tell her something, what she say, okay, Poppy.
Yeah, see, Poppy.
See, Poppy. Yeah, see, Poppy. Yeah. We don't get why.
Have y'all heard my wife walk in the room yet, other than to give me my green tea?
Hell no, I ain't heard a word from this one. Well, do you got a wife in there? That's how quiet it is. I ain't heard
Hold
nothing.
on. Let me walk in the other room.
Leon lives in a gynocracy. You know how the women are.
I am the gynocracy king. Yo, baby, what are you doing with the boys? So what are you doing with the boys? Oh, I forgot to cut on my light. My bad. What are y'all doing?
He just laid down because he was playing and he's tired now.
Oh,
And then we're about to go play with some chalk.
okay. Y'all have fun. You want me to join in a little while?
Yes.
All right. I'll be there in a minute.
Leon trying to prove that he runs shit, but really he checking in. I see you, nigga. That shit don't work over here. I know. I know what a check-in look like.
Leon is running the end around reverse. That's all he's doing. An end around reverse. You ain't slick, Leon. You ain't slick.
And I'm surrounded by by a bunch of hard-headed black women, man. You know, in my family. Okay, I only basically at a certain point where I don't even talk to them. Okay, like we discussed something. Why you talking to me? You gonna do what the fuck you gonna do anyway? It's not even a discussion. Okay, so just go do what you gonna go do.
I do you one better, BGS. Ask me how long it's been since I talked to my egg donor. I tell all this, honestly. My grandmother died October 16th, 2016. It's 2025. Hadn't talked to her, hadn't heard from her, don't want to.
Yeah.
Hey, spoke to my ex-wife the other day just to check on my dog. I said, she okay? I said, yeah. I said, what you up to? I'm over here watching your mama's clothes. I said, for what? That morbidly obese bitch can wash her own clothes. I say, do me a favor. Pour bleach on all her clothes for me. Do something make me feel good. I ain't gonna do that. Why you still?
Not you having a better relationship with your ex-wife than your mom. I know it. Hey, yo, you didn't say that. I understand. Go ahead.
Man, it's just, and the only reason me and my ex-wife situation is getting decent is only because we're trying to get this court case stuff resolved with getting my two nephews convicted for molestation and rape. Other than that, I wouldn't be communicating with that bitch. Trust me.
What can I say? You know, there's a tangle of pathology working its way up. You want to know what it is? That's what it is. Okay. Why
there you go, Captain Obvious.
Why you have court cases? Okay. This stuff doesn't happen at the elite level. Okay, for the most part. Now they go to Epstein and buy illegally. Okay.
They make reservations for Epstein Island.
Epstein Island, yeah.
But didn't want to let us in on it. Nah, you niggas stay there.
But the environment, you know, just like anything else, right? Certain things happen on the continent because the environment is changing. So the tangle pathology that we experience is actually trickling over there, is because the seeds will grow. That's why I say look at the structure first and then look at the people. And then you
I don't know if they saw it as a warning though, BTS, because when he said tangle pathology, he was saying that this will not stay here.
So what? Say that again. I barely heard you.
The tangle pathology was going to eventually spread out. That was a warning.
Okay. The tangle pathology doesn't start at the top; it starts from the bottom. Okay. That's what Clark is trying to tell you. I don't know what's wrong with your mic. I can barely hear you.
Fix your mic.
I mean, Clark is very clear about the tangle pathology. That's why I read it 2 or 3 times. Okay, to make it very clear about what he said. Even Moynihan came back. That's why he put it in there to keep the problems of the bottom classes are actually going percolating to the top, just like a virus. Okay.
Can you hear me better now, BTF?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. I was saying it was a warning that it would spread out if we didn't get a handle on this right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
And you got to correct the bottom classes and help them out. Otherwise, it's actually going to trickle to the top. Basically, the Mohan Conference said that about the Negro back in 1890, right? They said if we don't fix these people and bring them into the family of Americans, right, drag us down with us. The stuff that happens to them is actually going to start bubbling up to the top. So in other words, out of wedlock births, single parenthood, divorce, all that kind of crap. Now it's actually invading the white people. Okay.
I think about 40% of white women have children out of wedlock.
That's the only way they're making their kids nowadays, bro. They done tapped in. They don't listen to me and listen to me good. These white women do not want to be fucking married to these white men because they know they literally go have to follow orders, go have to obey. And they're even trying to bucket. They've been trying to bucket since 64 too. Shit. And dragging these black bitches along with, hey, y'all follow our lead and act like we act.
The elites did, but guess what white women did, right? When they got all them benefits, stuff like that, guess where they ran back to?
Him. They ran back to him.
When a white man gets in trouble, guess what the white women do? They do something to correct it, do they not?
Always.
Okay. That's the difference.
Yep.
Black women have been.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
Paulie Murray said back in 1945, black women actually in open rebellion against their men. Back in 45. It's not new. The two trains that collided, and we're seeing. Okay, those are two completely different things, Captain Avies. Okay, what you have right now is the decay of society. Okay, there ain't no tango pathology down in Mexico. Okay,
if you don't mind reading it, BGS, and then go ahead.
That wasn't my question. I'm referring to a discussion that this panel had before BGS got here. To me, there are two trains that collided, and we're living in the wreckage. No, it's not accurate. Okay, what you have is a decaying system where the bounds are becoming disruptive. Okay, where to actually have happened. Okay, basically what you have is is Mexico. Okay, where you have to roll around in armed cars. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet.
Captain Obvious, you don't have to put another super chat. Just go into detail so I can remember what we were talking about so I can address it.
You cannot mix the two. Okay, they're not two trains that collided. Okay, basically, if you go back to Malthus's theory about this, once you get the wealthy get a certain amount of wealth compared to the lower classes, you're gonna have you have revolution, or you have a breakup of society. And we're at that point. We're at 72%. So we're right at where he says what actually start to collapsing. You already see it. It's starting to collapse. Because what's going to happen is that the middle class or the lower classes will refuse to actually go along with the system. That's already happening.
Let me bring up some international politics on a BGS you were right moment. And I actually made mention of this a couple of times with you already, BGS. So just following my international stuff and essentially the Cold War between the G20 and the BRICS.
Mm-hmm.
And I think but Pepe Escobar has this ability to always make a light bulb go off in my head.
No, the G7 and the BRICS, okay, the G20.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah. G7. That is actually what I meant to say. I'm sorry, but So the G7 and the BRICS, and the more he spoke, he didn't say the words, but it just once again reinforced what you said earlier, which is it is the last remnants, the last gasp of these people's Moon Blanc empire, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And them trying to fight to hold on to it for dear life. So they're framing it like it's everything but that. But as you said before, and as you said, Scott Ritter said, I didn't actually catch him saying that, but I know you said, if you said he said it, he said it. Yeah, it is them fighting for that last bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Listen to him speak about it. Listen to him speak about and I'm talking about Pepe Escobar. Listen to him speak about the meeting they just had for the BRICS. I think earlier this month or late last month or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And and he was going through it and he played a couple of clips of who said what. And yeah, it's
Basically,
like they all know what it is, but nobody's saying that exactly what you said. Yeah, go ahead.
it's because it's taboo to say it, to use the term white supremacy. Okay, it's taboo. Even though I said it back in 2007 when the African countries actually walked out of the Lisbon meeting for the EU meeting. Okay, they said no more. We don't like this deal. They walked out. I said basically, it's the beginning of the end for white supremacy when they did that. It's over. Okay, all these wars for the last 20 years is about holding frame. Okay. That's why I did the Quigley civilizational rotation. Basically, okay, white folks won't lead Western civilization anymore. China leads it now. That's why the BRICS and all this other kind of stuff is actually rising. But he predicted that back in '65. They've been trying to prove him
BGS,
wrong.
wait a minute, BGS. Let's appreciate what you just said. I gotta say that slow. China runs Western civilization now.
Yes. Yeah.
You ain't say civilization, human civilization. You said Western, which is a very specific stab in the gut. Because when you say Western, people think white, which is it historically has been white.
Yeah.
But you're saying East Asians run white Western people shit now. Oof.
Who does capitalism better, China or America?
Don't be asking me rhetorical questions, BGS. We already know the answer to this.
What part of the system has changed, even though China's running it?
Other than the player at the top,
The player at the top.
Nothing that I can see.
Same game, different leader. Okay, same game.
Yes. What were you saying under there? Better you.
That's not the first time this has happened. Like there was the Mongols, basically, the Mongols and the Turks.
Mongols,
Good point.
Turks, and Mayans.
Yeah, the Ottoman term.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire. Yeah.
When the Chinese came in and took over, okay, or when the Chinese got Europeans came into China with them gunboats, okay.
Oh yeah, Commodore Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To the point, China did it so good that Britain had to go to war with them and opium wars, y'all. And
Yeah,
how you beating us in our own game?
Yeah, they did beat them at their own game.
And there's a cruel irony.
Better you. Let me cut you off for 1 second. It did. Tell me I'm lying about this, everyone. If you grew up in the hood or hood adjacent, that's the news that he'll be like, but you can't beat me though, and that was Britain. But you can't beat me though. Go ahead.
Nah, like to put it in certain terms, Britain was a scamming ass nigga that doubled back, because initially they tried to force their way into China and they were rebuffed and repelled, and the Chinese viewed them as little more than a nuisance, because it's like we have everything that you could even offer us or even think to offer.
But it came back with guns and cannons, didn't they?
Well, they came back with drugs.
No. They came back with guns and cannons and forced the drugs on them. Go read it.
All right.
It wasn't drugs that forced China into that shit. China didn't want the opium. They forced China to buy that opium. Okay.
That's what the opium wars was about. They started running a trade deficit. And then when the Chinese started banning the sale of opium, and the British forced them to. That's what the opium war 1 and 2 was about. Is Britain saying no, you gonna take this opium, and they took it to what their version of the international court back in the day, and then they just went to war about the shit. Yeah,
and then start carving up the rest of the world. They did it. They did it to India. They did it to Africa. So systematically, they did it by force. They didn't do it by introducing drugs. Okay.
When the white man never gets what he wants, he always results to the gun. Y'all know this. All he has to run anything is a gun.
What did they just do with Ukraine and Gaza? The gun. Diplomacy. What they use? They used the gun, right?
Yep.
Did anyone ever watch the movie? I've mentioned this multiple times. The movie with Justin Timberlake way back. It's called In Time.
Yes.
And it's where so if you remember when he had to go back to the hood and he had to bet the I guess at that time they were scammer and they were doing the little time risk thing where they pretty much arm wrestle for the time. If you remember, he knew that the guy was gonna lose and was gonna try to kill him. And the second the guy looked like he was gonna lose, Justin Timberlake flipped the table over and shot him. Because and that to me, and I said this to my dad, and he brings it up all the time. I said, Dad, the way, Dad's being Haitian. I was like, Dad, the way these Haitian, these white folks work is, if they're not number one, ain't no number one. Like they're some of these folks, they're that's psychotic. But them, if they're on the right side of history, they're on the side of God, all white baby Jesus and Christianity. And if they're not number one, ain't no number one. And that's who the Chinese are dealing with. Yep.
Yep.
So yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is that's how come Fukuyama and Mearsheimer disagree, right? Is that Fukuyama thinks that that we can actually all turn all these countries into liberal democracies and still
Yep,
rule over them,
neoliberal
right?
democracies.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what he was
And
saying at the end of history. Is that
yeah,
the battle for ideology and ideas is done.
it's
The
done
Soviet
already.
Union fell, and that is proof to you that the capitalist neoliberal democracies is the way to go. That's what he meant by the end of history. He was saying that the debate is over.
Debate. If you follow what Quigley was saying, right? That is a universal empire, and that's the last stop for whatever civilization that you
And
have.
Bush Senior with the New World Order. That's
With
what he was talking about.
with the New World Order. That's what he's talking about, right? Okay. And they found out that wasn't true like 5 years later. Okay. Oh, it's not done yet. No. What Quigley was saying in 65, it doesn't apply, okay? All the other stuff that you guys are talking about doesn't
BGS,
apply.
what do you call it when somebody says I was wrong, but they don't say I was wrong? Right? So like because Francis Fukuyama wrote a book some years ago called Liberalism and Its Discontents. And I think that was him kind of conceding that he
Yeah.
was wrong without saying he was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I said it like, unless you murk the loser, that shit ain't over. You just won that battle. You ain't win the war.
Well, you can murk the loser. You can murk him, but the thing is, there's other players in the game. They can rise up.
The more people that the empire kills, the more people get uncontent with the empire.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean,
So
the thing is, there's things that will happen to the empire that will make it dissolve, that are built into the system. Okay, all civilizations. You can't
like,
stop. You
the
can't stop
empire
the
takes a lot of
process.
elites. Takes a lot of elites, and once they're in disagreement, and they all, like I said earlier, they can all have one thing in common for different reasons, but they got 9 things that are not in common, and they have interests, and as the empire falls apart.
There's certain processes that are built into where humans work. Okay, there's certain processes that are always there, and at some point those processes will take effect. You can't stop them, which is decay. Why do you think all the patents used to be in the United States, now they're in China? It's because the United States suppresses all the new knowledge because of the tall trees, right? New trees can't grow. They got to go to a different soil where they actually get a sun and water and nutrients, right? Then they'll grow and take over. That's what's happening right now. I might have to review all this stuff again, man, because y'all ain't gonna read, man. I got to present this stuff new. Y'all ain't gonna read. I did this shit like 12 years ago, but y'all ain't gonna read. So I'm just gonna present it again. Just call it a throwback. Throwback videos. Just reteach this shit all over again.
Because you're dealing with a remedial class, BGS. You keep thinking you got a high functioning class you teaching, and
Well,
you really not.
You
Sorry.
think if you record the video and tell them where the video is at, they're actually going to go look at it. They're not. So. Like, I thought the black pill debate was over, but the thing is, I got to reteach the shit again. Okay, so I just did it, showing you exactly what the black pill was and how the elite actually used the black pill. The elite people are not blue pill folks. Okay. You think
Yeah, it
that
gets tiring.
they're selling you blue pill shit, but they're not blue pill people.
It gets tiring, BGS, because people want to look at this true force, loneliness, and this whole negative side of the bottom person being black pill, but it's not that.
They're failed blue pillars, okay? Because I said, okay, what do you guys really want? I want to be in love. I want her to love me. I
Yeah,
want
they
her to
want
pick
love.
me.
True desire.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true desire. They want blue pill stuff. Black
Hmm.
pill people don't care about that. Are you going? Here's this $40. They're gonna bend over and give me what I want.
$40. You overpaying, bro.
$40, man.
Or even in these last $2.
Yeah,
It wasn't
I
for
just
blue
find it
pill people.
interesting.
It wasn't for blue pill people. Black people actually understand why guys go overseas to get what they want. And when you actually tell them, okay, this is why, okay, even so-called red pill people, so-called Max and shit like that, okay, they don't understand. You're not what you say you are. Okay, you're blue pill. Why y'all go overseas and tricks? Same reason they go to the United States and trick. It's just cheaper. It makes sense to you. I've been saying that forever. Okay, yeah, it makes more sense to go and get what you want for a smaller price.
If you want the girlfriend experience, and you are a average to better looking black man or white man, you got a couple of dollars, then why not take that trip to Thailand? The American women just cost more, and you still probably ain't gonna get what you paying for.
Yeah, I'm
If
gonna
you
get
want
what
the
you pay.
girlfriend experience, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
the thing is, are you what are you dating for? You dating for sex? Or you dating to keep the woman? If you're just dating for sex, eliminate all that shit. I don't that y'all make stuff too complicated, man. Say what you mean, okay?
I don't think it's as complicated, BJ. I think these men just want to be liked. They want to be loved. They want to be held. They want to be hugged. And Western women have become so fucking insufferable and so expensive, not really, that they said, nah, nigga, we gonna make you pay exorbitantly for this shit unless you have the genetics, right? Or the
Hmm.
status. If you don't, then we gonna tax your ass. And
But
I'm okay with that. Just deal with the consequences of that shit. And if you get passport bros galore, because they said I would rather go overseas where my white, I'll say it, where my whiteness extends and where my blue passport, American passport extends, I'm gonna exploit that shit, and there's nothing I could do about it. Now what? And that's all it is.
Yeah.
But Z, how's that working out for them? How's that working out for these ladies?
Who
It's not.
cares? Who cares how it works out for them?
You right.
This
I don't care at all. I'm in your camp, BGS. Fuck them. Feed them fish. I've been tired of it. Hey, I'm
Z.
on my hollow muddy log
No,
thing
but
right
I
now.
get why I was asking more of a kind of, it was a rhetorical question, but like kind of just wanting to know. And it's not working for them. That's the whole point. That's why that black woman I played earlier from Ricky Smiley, that's why she said what she said. Because whether she wants to admit it to herself or not, for every black man that goes, you're not gonna find a white man. So let's say every 10 black men that go overseas, maybe you can make up with it with half of a white man, because based off of the stats, what half a percent of white men are married to black women. So that
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. So that what black women just don't want to be honest, that they can't make up for you leaving,
No.
and they don't know how to be humble about the shit. They want to be aggressive, like the lady that I played from Ricky Smiley. They want to be aggressive with it, but they can't be humble and say, look, nigga, okay, fine, I'll sit down. What do you want? They can't even do that. They can't even do that. God
Z,
damn it.
it kind of reminds
Go
me
ahead.
of that conversation that what's his name? The communist Marxist black guy, skinny,
Boom.
crackhead looking,
Skinny
out of Philly.
communist.
He had the fat guy on
I
the show, and it was years ago, and I listened to it. You popped up on the show and tried to talk to the fat guy.
consciously.
Not Glenn Ford. No, Glenn Ford's not from
Nah,
Philly. Who?
Omawali,
Oh,
Omawali.
Oh,
Mwali.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You talk. This is probably 3 or 4 years
I
ago.
was about
You
to say
popped up
Glenn
on the
Ford passed
show.
already. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
You
Mwali's a
you
pro
popped up
black.
on the
Mwali's a pro black dude. Okay?
you popped up on the show and you started talking to the fat dude and
Hmm.
he was like, I'm doing all right. And he's a fat fuck. He's like, I date with women that are make more money than me. And it's like, bro, you're fat and you're like 50 years old. You're a leftover. You're just You don't remember that conversation you had with him?
The thing is trying to make something that's universal personal. I hate that shit, man.
Yeah.
Y'all know what's going on. Stop trying to pretend like you're blind, okay? Like FD, you in Atlanta, dude. Stop trying to pretend that you don't see this shit. Okay?
Yeah, he see a lot of sex parties.
Go out and touch grass. Motherfucker, go to the barber shop, okay? And would you try to run that shit? It doesn't work.
Go get laughed up out of that motherfucker.
Yeah.
No,
Go
I
and touch
think those
grass.
folks
Go to
know.
the barber
They know.
shop and try to run that the intersectional feminist stuff and see how it works, okay?
He go get laughed up out of there, and he knows it. That's why he doesn't go to those type of places and run his rhetoric to the masses, because the masses go look at him like he's crazy, and then he's gonna be feeling like the oddball. Why aren't they comprehending what I'm saying?
Because he doesn't go out and touch grass. He stays in his bubble.
They're speaking for the outliers. That's why I keep saying the outliers are doing too much talking. They're not, and that's going to what BGS just said. They're not speaking for the average black women that they claim to advocate for. They're not speaking for them. They're talking for Kim Foster. They're talking for Kat Black. They're talking for Khadijah. They're not. Even Ole had to say, yo, like when you talk to these black women and like they say homophobic shit, they do this shit. And as much pushback as she was getting, they refuse to accept that these black women are not infallible in relationship to black men. All the toxic shit you say. Go ahead.
Because they're freaking lying.
Yes, I agree.
Just like the professors that read these books and push these people off stage to come up with the truth. They're freaking lying.
Yes.
And old lady's gonna get her real nigga wake up call in a minute.
I hope not. I hope not. I thought you were gonna say the other part. She better hurry up and marry Buddy Rowe before she catch her ass on a fucking flight out of this bitch. She better hurry up and marry that dude.
I was watching the episode where a girl was
marrying.
She's not marrying him.
If I'm not mistaken, she's with an ADOS dude right now. I think he's ADOS. Yeah. She's in a relationship.
Yeah. In other words, she know what the deal is. She know what time it is. She lying to us. That's all.
She kind of got into one of the. I sent you the link, but she was okay. She was basically saying gods are fake, all this type of shit, Christianity. And one of the black girls, she put her hand up to her, like, be quiet, and it just kept on going on. And like the girl on the show was just kind of like, she took a back seat because she was trying to explain something. And it's like she's good for what she's good for, but yeah, I see like she getting out of line with some sisters on her own show, and they just take a back seat and just allow it.
If you want to stay in your circle, I have no problem with it. Stay in your circle.
Yeah.
Don't come over here with me, because you're gonna get your head handed to you.
Man.
FD ain't been back. There's a reason for it.
He's trying to work around us, BGS. I promise you, he think he's doing something.
Okay, so how's that working out for him?
He took those.
Hey, they making their money. They got numbers.
They can make their money. I mean, you know.
But this is what I always say about the BGS. Yo, y'all make y'all money. But guess what? If you can't get black women subsidized, then y'all just that's all y'all doing is making money.
Out of 8, you got 8 billion people in the world. How many people does it take for them to make money?
Shit. He got 1 million subscribers, so he making some money.
In other words, you got just take the United States. You got 340 million people in the United States. What percentage does he need to make money? What a third of a percent of the people in the United States? You need 11% for a tipping point. Are they gonna get that? We have less people and more impact than they have. All right.
I think you're right. I think you're 100% right.
I got 50,000 subscribers. I have more impact than he does.
It's never going to come back because of 2 reasons. One, he got exposed as a bit of a hack, and 2, really, he still ain't did his homework. I can guarantee you that.
Yes,
the discussion he had.
Yes, BGS gave
wait, because Better You said something I did not know about. How did he get exposed as a hack? What I'm in.
No, you exposed him. BGS damn sure exposed him.
Oh, okay.
All the
So yeah,
books
yeah.
BGS threw at him and was like, "Have you read this?" So he's like, I guarantee you still ain't read half them shits. He lazy.
But no, but I mean, at the same time, why would you have to? This is me being a bit cynical here. Why would you have to read that if you achieved your objective? Remember, he was in his PhD program. The YouTube thing took off for him. So why would he be reading at this point? I'm pretty sure he does with some light skimming and reading. I mean, shit, I do that. But the in-depth reading, why would he do that? He's fucking a millionaire now, practically.
Same way as I do. You're actually intellectually curious. You're not doing it for money. I was doing this way before.
But BG, I said this already to you, Jordan. You can't think everybody else is Jordan out here. He is not Jordan.
Well, stop pretending that you are then.
Well,
This is the thing.
Yeah.
If you're going to try to come around and project a certain air and converse and especially try to talk down to people, motherfucker, like, hey, to use the Jordan analogy, you saying you the greatest, you ain't got no fucking left hand. Get the fuck off the court, little nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And basically,
Well,
that's him.
he's definitely the Jordan of his space for the black male bread tubes. Like he is that space. But the second he crosses over here, he getting beat by, like, name a okay player. That's me. I'm an okay player. Ed took his head off. I took his head. BGS, that wasn't even fair. Bernard Riley, for God's sake, Bernard Riley. And no offense to Bernard Riley. Bernard Riley, like Hoodservative. Hoodservative gave one of the best. I don't even agree with Hoodservative politically. Hoodservative gave one of the best goddamn soliloquies with FD up there, right? So yeah. He might be the Jordan. Excuse me. He might be the Jordan in his space, but not here. Damn, Mr. Z did really good job holding that sneeze. Go ahead, yo.
He LeBron. He take too many L's to be a Jordan.
You ain't no LeBron.
Yeah. BJ said he ain't even that talented either. He ain't LeBron either. Goddamn.
No, he's in a small space that elects to say intersectional shit that brings. I've told you about. He has 10% here, then he has 50% white liberals. I showed the video that he has 50.
Yeah.
He said it himself.
Yeah.
50% of his people are white liberals.
White liberals, yeah.
They're not
So
black
why
men.
he keeping that nonsense to us? Why don't he keep it over there with them?
Because
he's getting paid.
He's over here for clout. He has to prove that he knows what he's talking about to black people. It's the only reason.
Well, the second conversation we had, he came over here, the second conversation, to because he felt like I was discrediting him by saying there's not that many black men that are listening to him. Remember, that was his major reason for coming over here, that second conversation.
Yeah.
Because he was saying, and then now he's in the place where, even if I wasn't right exactly at the time, which I still think I was, now I'm definitely right, because he even admitted that, going according to what Leon is saying, he even has to admit that now that he has majority white subscribers, you know, what does that mean now, nigga? You know who you are now. You're
I sent people the video.
You are public. But at least PE, at least Public Enemy, you know, when they had that issue, they found ways to kind of try to resolve it. But now that you have majority white listening audience and viewing audience, how are you going to go about critiquing quote unquote black men in the black community? And your supposed defense of black women in front of white watching eyes. This gonna be fun.
I disagree with you a little bit, Z. I agree with everything you just said, but I feel like the reason he came around, the second time he put the bag on the table. He was trying to buy you.
Yeah, he was.
He was trying to buy you.
He's trying to buy you.
He tried to buy BGS too. It was fine.
No, he didn't try to buy me. He knows better.
God damn. Hey, BGS be getting on me about that all the time. I should have took the money.
What did I tell you a long time ago? What I say?
Yeah, don't make sure to make your money. There you go.
Make your money, Z.
Look, I messed up because now Mr. Z got to do 70 and 87 hours and penny pinch for the Z. I could have just did a project real quick. I would have been done with the project by now.
Don't let me find out, man.
Nah, she already know. Fuck this integrity, y'all. The integrity is some bullshit.
like Dr. Marifa says, pace need pace. Money is money, man.
Hey, I couldn't go to sleep, man. I couldn't sell y'all out. I couldn't do it. Because I actually believe this shit that I'm saying. I'm not just saying it just to say it. Thank you for the few dollars y'all do send over here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But I really mean this shit. That would be some good ass money. Oh, that would be great money. But I couldn't do it just because.
Pesos over see peso in Missouri. All money ain't good money.
Yep,
Lakini,
yep,
but
yep, yep,
okay, peso ni
yep.
peso. Money's money. It is what it is. Ni.
I
It
mean,
is
it's
what it is.
true, but at the same time, like I said, I really believe this shit. If something you said a while ago, BGS, and you said it every once in a blue, since then, since you're well, at least I first heard it. It's now, if you want a black community, you're gonna have to fight for it. There's nothing's holding you nothing's keeping you keeping a black community anymore. Those outside pressures aren't there anymore. Go ahead.
What do you mean by a black community?
And ain't nobody fighting for this bullshit. We have woke
Wait,
up.
I want to know, what does he mean by that? What do you mean by that?
A group of brown and melanated people that form, oh god, here we go, nuclear families, and that live amongst each other and do right by each other and feel an obligation and practice that obligation
When does
with
that
and
ever
for
happen?
each other.
When's that ever
I
happen?
mean, I could laugh, but I'm not gonna.
This dysfunctional crap that we've
Go
been
ahead.
carrying for the last 20 years and trying to piece it together. Okay. It's just a dysfunctional community. You want to continue this gynocracy for another 200 years.
No, and I don't think it would last 200 years anyway.
Frank,
and the answer is no, by the way.
To be
Because
frank,
that's the black community.
Yeah, but to be frank, I mean, like, when you look at the current stats right now, what makes you think that any potential outcome for black people in this country is going to lead to what you just described, at least wholesale, or even in like, I don't know what, why, where, how, with what, with who? I mean, 34% of black women in this country are the ones that get married, and that's projected to go down to what?
9.
Say that again?
It's actually like 28, 29 or something like that.
Is that 28?
So it went down again. Yeah, it's projected to go down to like 12% in the next 10 years.
Well, the thing is, as the boomers die off, it's going to drop.
That's right. So what you're going to see is even less of that over the next 10 years. I'm not even projecting out 50.
And you don't
if
have.
We're talking about 50 years, like like black people, like, you'll exist, sure, there'll be melanated people, but will they be in quote unquote nuclear family? Like, God, no, probably not. No.
In other words, what he said about black and brown people, because if that's the case, Haitians, Latinos, or have nuclear families, okay? Because that's what you talk about. You talk about black people and black culture.
Yeah, those are two different things. But I mean, like, if we're just gonna throw everything in a bucket of quote unquote people of color, then I mean, like, yeah, that'll always exist. Sure, you'll have those communities. But if we're talking about black people as the classification that we're talking about, like black people, no, no, we never had that to begin with.
So we're talking about ADOS, African American community forged by slavery, okay, and all the stuff that goes along with it, because we operate a certain way. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I meant initially.
Okay, that's gone because the environment is not going to sustain it. Okay, and as soon as the environment changes, it started breaking up anyway.
And this might be controversial. People might not like this, but it was never really black people's job to fix this. It's white people's fault. It was their responsibility to fix this shit, but they didn't. They let it decay, and they actually made it worse in a lot of cases.
To fix it, you have to get rid of what we so-called black community to actually fix it. And when black women don't want that. If you actually want to fix it, it has to go away. To fix it means integrating the whole society, the black community into white society. That's the fix.
I wasn't going to say that part out loud, but you did it, so I'll let you do it.
What do we fight for?
Integration.
Integration, okay? To have the same rights and privileges as who? As white people to join the family of America. So what's going to happen? You're going to disperse and guess what? Integrate and assimilate. Which they should have done 100 years ago in 1865, but things they needed you to go back on the back to the plantation because that's where the money was coming from. When you plug in the money factor, then all this shit makes sense. Okay, doesn't make sense until you plug in the money factor. Plug in the money. Okay, well, Jim Crow don't make sense because morally corrupt. Sure it is. If 70% of your GDP is done by black men and on plantations, where do you need your black men to actually go back to? Okay, and when you don't need them anymore because you got machines, guess what? They have to go to integrate into what? Urban society and white communities. Okay, they have become white people. They don't need them on the plantation no more. That's why civil rights bubbled up when it couldn't. It's because the environment changed. Okay, we don't need you down there no more. Let them go. That's what what's his name? Eisenhower said it. Kennedy said. Johnson said. We gotta have to do something with these people. You can't put them down where they were because you don't need them down there no more. Either you got to get rid of them, deport them, or integrate them. Because after Germany, you can't do the final solution no more. Because trust me, because Israel, final solution still exists. Guess what Israel's doing right now? Okay, they couldn't. They don't want to integrate them. Okay, and they can't find other places where they actually send them. Final solution is what they're doing right now. In fact, they're still trying to get Egypt to take these people, which is something I said 2 years, almost 3 years ago. All the options I put out, and where they should send these people, and how much they should have paid Egypt that $500 billion to take these people in the first place. Been done with it. They wouldn't do it. Egypt said, "We're not going to do this for free." Now Trump is still trying to get Egypt to take these people.
Nobody in the world is going to do it for free, BGS. Israel just doesn't get it. You're going to do what we say. You're going to do. No, we're not.
Oh, wait, did Z catch all that? Did you catch that?
What's that?
Everything no, did Z catch all that? Mr. Z.
He'll catch it on a replay.
Gotcha.
I'm listening. I can hear you guys.
But the thing
Y'all already know reckless.
The thing is, how you gonna build a black community in a decaying society anyway?
Don't worry, we'll wait.
Well, this is a great time to pretend like I didn't hear what BGS said and read this comment. And Juicy said, saying seriously is Juicy is FD's handler. Hey, bro, hey, I need to play. I need to send that specific clip for BGS. So I was, scrolling internet. This is 3-4 weeks ago I covered this, you guys.
Okay.
And so Juicy is a heavier set, light-skinned black woman. She's been in that kind of cornbread tube even before they called it that for a while. As a matter of fact, she was there before FD blew up. And she made mention of another content creator on TikTok that I'm not super familiar with, and how he made certain problematic comments, young black dude, and how she essentially sent FD at his ass.
Okay.
And that's why Saint Cyr is saying this here, which is like, yeah, they sick black men, the cornbread dudes, so the FDs, the foreign man in the foreign land, the consciously's, they sick them on well, I guess other left of center black content creators, black male content creators.
Okay.
They can't really stick FD on us over here because it doesn't affect us like that. They can have FD and foreign and consciously and all those other guys make us seem like the weirdo uncles, but they can't really do anything more than that. But if you claim,
well, is that even effective in the first place? How can we be the quote unquote weirdo uncles when our message is the one that has pierced the veil? Make it make sense. Our shit's mainstream.
You're right. I don't think they want to take ownership of that. That's why when FD spoke to us a couple of years ago, he said we ain't never gonna be nothing.
Who the FD said that?
Yeah, remember when he spoke to me the first time? That he didn't say that exact words, but that's essentially what he was getting at. Like we're in our bubbles and we don't really have any effects outside of the internet.
So Michelle and Barack Obama are nobodies,
I don't know. So I'm agreeing with you, BGS. I want to be clear. I'm agreeing with you. I don't know if they accept that. I think they're in complete denial.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They can't admit it. No, they're not.
But no, that's what I'm saying. When you say they can't admit it, I'm saying they're in complete denial. That is what I'm saying.
They're not in denial. They know what's going on, but they can't admit it.
So what does not admitting it benefit them? Because maybe I'm lost on understanding where you're going with this.
Their whole frame, and they hold on to their community so they can keep making money.
Okay. So this is not whether they understand it or not. This is about profit motive.
They're becoming Derek Jackson for lefties.
Ooh. Somebody clip it.
Yeah, that's scathing, actually.
Somebody clip it. God damn. I agree, by the way. I agree.
I know Juicy from actually reviewing Insecure videos. I don't know her from the lefty shit because
she's big on the lefty shit.
The stuff I hear from Juicy on the lefties, she makes absolutely no. Kim Foster makes more sense than she does.
Well, because the thing you have to appreciate, BGS, about these folks is the professional managerial class, and for Kim Foster, she grew up in a different way than I would argue Juicy did. They're your average black woman's class enemy. The only real thing they have with the sisters is the stuff they watch, the weirdo sister girl language, and in a black men need to stay in their place, and that's how they communicate with each other. But the second black women are to really appreciate Kim Foster being their class enemy and what that necessarily means for them, I think that brings about a different type of conversation. So the only thing I look at Kim Foster in particular, I don't know so much about Juicy. I look at her as the square sister that the only thing she could align with other black women is these niggas need to stay in their place. And so that's the language she speaks to them at. She can't be honest with them that she's their class enemy. And what will either benefit her and even won't do that. What won't hurt her as much because of her income and status will devastate other black women. Like a Kim Foster can financially afford not to be with the man, at least financially. Your average black woman, once again, single and childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. They can't actually financially afford to be with another black man. But yet, when you continue to push this kind of hyper individuality, which is, I don't know if you listened to the clip of Kim Foster on Clubhouse that Louis has on his channel.
I did.
Yeah, so you saw they kept on talking about individuality and and I'm paraphrasing, removing this cloak of blackness from them, right?
In other words, it's called elite psychobabble word salad by feminists. That's all I heard from her.
The miseducation of a Negro bullshit.
No. Basically, indoctrination. Actually, it's more like a mantra than it's actually logic.
So if you recite it enough, it's going to become real?
Yeah. You recite it enough.
What's that theory called? There's a word for that, actually. I can't remember the name of what that's called. But that's the whole thing. No, there's a legitimate.
It comes with propaganda. Basically, if you keep repeating the big lie long enough, people start to believe it. It's called the big lie.
They've been repeating this big lie for decades. BGS. I don't know how many of us believe it.
I mean, you can believe it until guess what? The environment shows you something different, right?
Yes.
The environment will not support this shit anymore. They haven't caught up yet. They're hoping that it will come back.
Yes, I think so. I think they're holding out, and they're holding on for dear life for a leftist Donald Trump, an unabashed, unapologetic leftist Donald Trump that will fix everything he broke and go further to the left socially. Socially,
you'll be rejected.
You can try it. You can try it, but seeing is the numbers are the numbers, right? Okay, you're gonna have to make some hard truths about reducing. Number one, reducing your debt. Okay, that's gonna be hard. Okay, retraining these people. Okay, for the future, that's gonna be doubly hard. Okay, and you don't in a liberal country. On top of that, come on now.
Yeah.
This shit should have been done under Obama in 2011. It wasn't.
Essentially, a McDonnie or if Bernie would have won. What they're hoping is if Bernie would have won. Essentially.
I mean, how far would Bernie want to go to actually change the shit?
Well, we need a new deal, to be quite frank with you. But like you said, how far would he be willing to go?
Yeah.
The thing is, if America was on the upswing with the New Deal, we're still on its upswing. Okay, we're not on the upswing anymore.
Yeah. And let me read this because I'm Waffles giving me some clarification, and thank you, I'm Waffles. And I'm Waffles says Christian Divine versus Tory Greer is the beef Mr. Z is referring to on TikTok. Christian is a lefty brother from New York. Tory is a black woman married to a Brad. Oh boy. So in other words, a black man and a black woman beef, and he mentioned something because Juicy mentioned like he said something that was kind of out there and that kind of left her exposed, or that kind of did like he said something untoward about her or to her, and that's when she decided to essentially sick FD on this brother Christian.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, they send them dudes on send off missions.
Hey,
They said nah.
Juicy knows better than mess with us.
No. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Juicy sends FD over here or whoever it was. But yeah, no, this is crazy. What I find fascinating is can one of us send FD on a send off mission, or can FD send Lil Bill or Foreign Man or Conscious Lee on a send off mission?
He tried it with what's his name? What's the light skinned dude's name?
Oh,
DeAndre
Destiny.
Deontay
Cole. He tried that.
Okay.
We sent Deontay Cole back with his legs, tail between his legs. Okay.
Yeah. Whether it's Deontay Kyle, whether it's in the same, Deontay Kyle, whether it's the dark skinned sister that was on there. Oh yeah, so she it was very interesting because I did a review of her earlier this week. No, it was last week. And she had said some, apparently, like, people were trying to accuse her of having a white boyfriend. Apparently, she doesn't have a white boyfriend. She quote unquote dated a white dude in the 7th grade. That should come. Unless y'all smashed. But yeah, so watching, but it's listening to her and watching her kind of say, hey, no, right? But once again, the what I find fascinating about how black women defend themselves from this thing is you niggas ain't shit. And if I was dating a white dude, I would have probable cause because you niggas ain't shit, but I'm not into white men. Like, and that's essentially how she said it and what she said. You niggas ain't shit. And white dudes be loving us down. Black men are so used to our greatness that y'all don't know how to really protect us and love us and honor us.
Wow.
But I'm not into white men.
The thing is,
I think it's.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say. I say to the women, we hear that you're talking shit about us, right? Okay. We hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
How does that profit you by talking shit about us? How does that?
I don't think they care.
They do. Why they?
I think they think that we're actually deserving of it, really.
Regardless of that, what are the effects? We go someplace else. Okay. You talk the same shit. More guys escape and go. I'm tired of this shit. All right, go to the couch. I'm going SBM or Passport Bros.
Yes.
And it keeps accelerating.
I mean, at a certain point, and I find that it's useful, I guess, to use this as, I guess, fuel or maybe information, or for people that just want to, chronicle this. But in terms of the people that are listening to this, I would say that we don't care. Like the meme, we don't really care. I don't care, to be quite frank with you, and I don't find any usefulness in her putting that sort of information out. It's purely for financial gain, and she's promoting propaganda to her followers. So be it. I mean, no one really cares what black women have to say, quite frankly. Not really.
They benefit from the society being the way it is. They don't want it to change. Okay, but the thing is, they have to stop the slippage. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stop the slippage.
Yeah.
Hell, even elite white men are trying to stop the slippage because it's changing too fast. That's why they put out that whack ass show, Adolescence, which actually made no sense. Okay, none of that shit made sense that they put out. Okay,
I think it might have exacerbated the problem, honestly.
Well, guess the Tar Baby theory actually what's the manosphere? What's the manosphere? What's the red pill? Oh, let me go look.
BTS. Right now, I'm watching these girls on TikTok copping please, bro. Like now, the guys are basically asking like, would I benefit from marriage? And I'm watching them in real
Send
time.
it to me. Zulu, say, email me. Email me them shit. Email me
right
them
now,
shit.
bro. I don't got your email.
Please and thank you.
Put the link
It's
in.
in my description box. It's in my description box.
Okay. I got you. Give me a second. I'm about to. Because
But yeah, with that show, with that show, really, it's just the Streisand effect. I caught it as soon as I heard about it. I'm like, well, I don't really care because, quite frankly, they're creating more people that are going to look this shit up and fucking want to know what's going on. So they're creating a Streisand effect. It's going to have the exact opposite. Go ahead.
Publicity. It doesn't matter what you say about me. Just spell my name right.
Yep.
Ask Vanessa Williams. She make more money than any other Miss America because she posed nude, okay, and got banned, okay. Spell my name right. That's why when they come out, I'm gonna love the hell out of this, okay. Oh, the red pill 80-20 rule. Oh, Andrew Tate, okay, blah blah blah. Okay, good.
Here we go, BGS. Let me play this clip. This is the clip I'm referring to. It's about a minute and a half. Here you guys go.
Hey, so I wasn't going to address this at all in the slightest because it's quite literally the silliest thing that I've ever seen or heard, and it just seems to be one person trying their damnedest to pester me on all of my social media platforms through ghost accounts. But they're trying so hard to start this one particular rumor. I'm beginning to think it's the feds, and that this is their new version of trying to discredit Black voices. So yeah, somebody has commented on my threads, on my Instagram, on my TikToks, on my Facebook even. I feel like there was something else, maybe even YouTube, talking about she only dates white men. She's another one of those Black activists that only dates white men. And just to set the record straight, I love me a trapping ass, dark skinned country ass, got it out of the mud, old thug 6'1", whatever the hell else gorilla said ass. Haven't dated a white boy since 7th grade, and I immediately reneged on the yes that I gave when he asked me to be his girlfriend. Immediately. But even if I did, this brings me to the Nicolandria situation that I'll probably be talking about tomorrow in the parking lot. But y'all hate for Black women to be loved on. We can't win, because it's hard out here for us to win the affections. And win is such a crazy word. I hate that we have to say it. But it's hard out here for us to find a match. That's a Black man, period. And so when some women find a white man, you do all of this work to discredit that love or even discredit her work because she's being loved by a white man. When in fact, the reality is Black women who do find white men attractive and can do that sort of whatever, what have you, they be loving us down because they're obsessed. They're obsessed with us culturally. But we do shit they've never seen before. Their minds are blown. They appreciate us in far larger capacities than Black men can. And in a lot of instances, because Black men are so close to our sacrifice and so desensitized to our sacrifice that a lot of times it gets trifled over and trampled on and all the things. So yeah, I like Negroes with nostrils exclusively. And I actually did a whole episode about interracial dating from both perspectives on my show, The People's Break, that you can watch on Revolt, streaming right now for the free ski. Yeah. But when it comes to me and mines, I like Black men exclusively. It's just a preference. And unfortunately, I gotta play the hand I've been dealt.
In other words, I had to suffer with you Negroes. I was handed a bad hand that I'm willing to play.
No, she don't.
I'm interpreting what she's saying.
Yeah, no, because what got me about what she was saying is the white man have a greater capacity to love us. It's like it's a burden being in a relationship with you, as you just was saying. But I will take that burden on. Wow,
yes.
Wow,
wow. Black man is a burden to us. Loving a Black man is a burden because white men appreciate us more. Same lie.
Sorry. I put it in the chat and said I couldn't figure. I was doing it on my phone. It's kind of hard I'm on my computer, and I had it on my phone, so I couldn't figure out how to transfer it from my phone to the computer. So I just put it in.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna click it right now. So
and they get mad because Black men are telling them to kick rocks.
And that's exactly what he do. It's so funny because I'm watching them do it in real time, and they're like, "Oh my God, what do you mean? Like, marriage doesn't benefit you? What do you mean?" And it is one old Black woman on the front and the top end. She like, "Stop playing with these guys." And then the rest of them chicks is playing. They playing deaf and crazy right now. It's hilarious, bro. It's hilarious.
Did you get some soap? I told your mama 3 days ago you get some soap. I will wash you.
Okay, he's talking.
Y'all don't pay me no mind. Y'all go back your way.
Oh, my bad. I mean, I don't know. At this point, I'm just enjoying the I'm just trying to get enough money so that I can live good enough when the collapse hit or how bad it hit. I can kind of just smooth.
You okay? You,
I know
you,
what you're trying to say. I know. I
all
know.
right, all
What
right.
you're trying to say.
What then you already know, okay?
I want to
Nobody.
be. I just want to say this and just I want to get enough money that when this thing go left, I can be sort of alright. Now I understand.
It depends on how far left it goes, okay?
Okay, well, put it like this. I'm still on my main mission is necessarily right, not to be hit necessarily right now.
If
I
if
understand what you're gonna
if,
say, but
if a collapse happens, you have to pray to your higher power.
okay then. Well, I guess I'm praying then. So
Yeah, you're gonna be everybody gonna be praying. Will be no atheists left.
hey, I believe you on that one now. I definitely believe you on that one.
Go watch Mad Max. Okay, that's what happens if you have a collapse.
I mean, like you talking about if I'm in a whole other country, like if I'm in Kenya, like it's gonna be.
It's global. Okay.
We have a global financial system, bro.
You have a global trading market. Okay. Go to Kenya, and what happens when they can't get stuff they need out of markets? What's going to happen to Kenya?
Hey, now me personally, I can't say this. We still screwed. All I can do is patting myself for the fall. That's what I'm basically doing.
And
Stop.
and the last place you want to be during a collapse is Kenya.
You don't want to be nowhere that's gonna be like
It's
that,
because you have
buddy.
too many competing tribes trying to survive. You don't want to be there. Better off in Uganda, someplace in the middle in the village. You don't want to be in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you know the history of Uganda, but them folk about quite vicious as everybody else. But I ain't gonna go there.
Look what's going on in Kenya right now with the Generation Z.
I give you that too. So
How many competing tribes do you have in Kenya, and how many times do they go to war against each other?
I think they got about like 100 tribes. I'm guessing.
Well, yeah. Well, we have basically like 7 different language tribes. Okay, plus the other people like Somalians and Ethiopians, and all the other people that come in, right? That are bordering. Good luck.
Hey man, that it is what it is. Then I guess.
So people saying I'm gonna be good during the collapse. Okay, just like if the nukes start flying, I'm gonna be good in my little makeshift fallout shelter. People say that all the time. Okay. Oh, if collapse come, man, I got my water and I got my food. I said, is your house non-flammable?
I thought about that now. I'm not that crazy. Now
American houses
I hear it all.
I mean, these people are so stupid. They think that they're going to be safe inside their little bunkers or something like that. Can't be sabotaged. It's retarded.
Oh yeah, my little 90 days. Okay.
Hey, everybody
good for
here,
90 days, huh?
Everyone here has to remember that American houses are built to burn. Okay, I can turn my head right now and cut on my camera, and there's 10 things that are flammable. I got lithium batteries, I got gas, I got pesticides on the side. All that shit's flammable. Look around and find out.
American City basically there's two things that make an American city. I should talk to my guy from DWP. It's water and electricity. Those two things go, the city's actually dead.
Yep, you'll be back in London in a city when electricity cuts off for 2 weeks, and the water runs out, and you think you can actually drink water from anywhere in the city.
The water won't run.
Yeah, I know.
Without electricity. Okay. And the thing, that's not the biggest problem. Where your waste gonna go?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying it's back to being London again.
No,
Fuck around and find out.
London had a series. London had a system to actually get rid of waste. Okay, like it or not. Yeah, you don't.
So what about Suriname then? Not that I'm thinking about.
Well, if you can survive that best place probably in the middle of the Congo someplace. Okay, ain't nobody gonna find you there. Yeah.
God damn it, bro.
Don't worry. If you wait about a year, there'll be a lot more space in the Congo for you.
You probably right about
Hysterical.
making longer
Google
jokes.
it.
Why,
Those actresses.
why you think the Chinese ain't collapsed the dollar? There's a reason for that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The translation, they don't want all hell to break loose.
The whole system implodes. Chinese want to take over the system, not replace it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought BRICS was that was their job.
They're taking over the system. They're not replacing it. Okay.
Okay. I understand what you mean. I understand.
All they're doing is replicating all the systems that already exist. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, and basically just putting their name on it. I got you. Okay, all right then.
Look, let me read this real quick. And those actresses, me and my Bush baby going to survive.
I
Hysterical.
heard that. Your Bush baby ain't that a bitch.
I'm so sorry.
Anyway, let me get off of here.
No, I'm about to end out anyway, you guys. I'm about to end out. We got things to do. We will look reckless. It is reckless. And the battery's dying, by the way. We're at 18% now.
Real quick.
Check your email, Mr. Z.
It's not live anymore, AD. I don't know what happened. I think they deleted it or whatever. With the link you sent me, I don't think it's working anymore.
You're talking about Zulu?
No, I'm talking about AB.
Oh, AB. Okay.
Yeah, I sent him something earlier today.
I clicked it and it didn't work. I don't know what's going on. But go ahead, Betty. Go ahead.
Yeah, but before you get out of here, fuck you.
What happened?
But what I did? What Mr. Z did this time? Wait a minute. I've been doing a lot. I don't know.
You were proven right yesterday. The internet will expose us all.
Am I still here? AB, what happened?
He said the internet will expose us all. You're proven right. That's what he's saying.
Oh yeah. Well, of course. Man. But what did I miss? What did I miss?
I don't know if you covered it or not because I've been doing some other stuff. But these bitches up here complaining about buying their kids school supplies.
Yep.
Them hoes don't want to spend no money on nothing, but they anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah,
but the same one who actually went to what is it? Not a Chris Brown concert. What was it?
They financed Beyonce's concert.
Drake.
Wait a minute, ain't these the same group of women that tell you that they say it's okay for you to go ahead and pay? Was it $3,000 for your kid a month?
Yeah.
Yes.
Stroh got 3 teenagers. Stroh said he don't want to hear it.
Talking about, I don't want to spend $20 on pencils.
Man.
Hey man.
Stroh, don't have a connection over there. Stroh said, I got 3 teenagers. These hoes is complaining about what?
I recently came across a show on HBO Max called Somebody's Son. And it is the most gynocratic version of a dating show anybody could ever think of. You ever came across it, man?
No, but you told me somebody's son, and that's all I need to hear because that's a hood ass term that I've been hearing sisters use for the longest.
So the basic premise. At first, I thought it was kind of a neat take on a dating show. You have these guys; they pretty well-to-do guys, and you know, at first I thought it was like them and like one of their parents or something coming in, but it's always the mom. So they're being paired off with these girls, with these sets of girls or whatnot. The mom is living with them, and the mom is making basically all the decisions, like who stays in the and keeps dating, who does what activities with the son, all that shit. Niggas basically have no control.
So it's real life basically personified then.
It's the episode of Young Van Zandt when the mom was being an asshole to the son.
I wouldn't necessarily say real life, because real life, if you push too much, people got the option to buck. But it's certain dynamics on there that's really interesting, because like there's one where it's they're actually foreign, they're Nigerian. And the dynamic, I would say, is actually pretty healthy. Like I felt like she was setting her nephew up, basically to kind of like, hey, you know, who gonna bust it open for? All right, like, you know, we finding out like who's what, you know what I'm saying, like what type of time they on. And then there's one where you can tell like she wants a particular type of lady, and she basically is like, I don't give a fuck what you like, I don't give a fuck who you want. I'm sending the bitches home, and you sent like 2 of the bitches home that the nigga like. From what for the couple episodes I saw, I'm like, damn.
It's
Hey,
just
I
a
want to see the
need.
difference between a single father and a single mother. Read this comment from you, better when you get a chance.
I find joy that I am in a position to care for my kids and blessed to do extras for them. Why complain? Facts. Big facts.
And there you go.
Yeah, but you're doing that for your kids, not for some fat, oversized broad who claims her worth is higher than yours.
Also true.
Shit, it's still their kids.
Kids, no,
How
your kids.
Lion just walk in here with a goddamn loud horn, loud speaker, loud mic. Fuck these fat hoes. Goddamn. Okay, bro, we heard you. We heard you.
What's going on, fellas?
What's happening, man?
Not much. I can't call it. You know what? A question did dawn on me. Even though the word did, I've been hearing this word for the longest, and I'm sure you guys have too. But a question just dawned on me because men use it too. What the fuck does healed mean?
I've been ran through. I've been ran through for a couple of years, and now that I'm off of that, I want one of you to simps to take care of me for the rest of my life.
And
I have
number
healed.
two, cool. And second question, who the fuck is giving out this healed stamp?
That's not what healed means. Healed means you got broke off by a bitch, and so you're not going to do certain things. You're not healed. You have to be willing to get broke off again and trust that it won't, that this girl will go along with your game plan and stay with you. So you have to revert back to the same behavior to show that you're healed.
So butt broken. That's what that means.
That's
butt
yes.
That's different.
Butt broken. That's what that
But
means.
you're healed.
You're not
But you're
aka
healed.
you're not butt broken.
Yeah, but you're healed because you're willing to engage in the social dynamics that you came up with. That's healed.
No,
you mean you're willing to go through the gynocratic lackey program.
Yes. Yes. That's healed. That's their language for healed.
That's their language. I noticed that, but I noticed
You
men
always
say that
wanted to take a woman to a $200 restaurant, and when you did, she broke your heart. You have to heal and take me there.
That's so damn cringe. It's cringe when women say it, but even when men say it, I'm like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
When I hear other grown men say that word, I'm like, oh my god,
bro. I feel you.
I look at these guys with the utmost.
Hey, I already told y'all Mr. Z spent $407 one night and he ain't getting it. I've been telling this story for years, and I'm perfectly okay. Y'all can spend the money, get played at least once in your life, and then heal from that shit and move along.
Hey, boy, I got healed one
I
time
spent
like
60
that.
years.
I ain't never went back. I ain't never properly healed. So it is what it is.
How much you said you spent, Zulu?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I drove all the way to Tennessee to go meet this chick, bro. Drove out there. I drove out there. We went on a nice little date and everything, bro.
We all got the Simp Chronicles, bro. The failed Simp Chronicles. Go ahead.
I went out there, drove out there to Philly, spent the night in the city. It was a hotel for the first date. Came out there, went on a nice little a date or whatever. Bought a comforter and got no pussy. I was like, you know what? I would never do this again, bro.
You're not healed.
You are unhealed. Go heal yourself. That's so freaking.
I did. I healed myself in the waters of a what do you want to call that shit? A Ugandan woman. I've never been the same.
Yeah, I just caught on to it this week because I've been hearing this word. I've been hearing this word for the longest, but now I hear more men using that word. I'm like, oh my god, y'all are so freaking rainbow.
Bro, it's so funny. Cause they be like, oh, bro, I've done the work. I've healed. I'll be like, bro, stop lying.
Like it's somehow with men, it's already cringe when women say it, but hearing other grown men say it, I'm like, oh my god.
Right, bro. I just look and move, man. At this point, all I do is look and smile. Just look and smile.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I've gone to Walmart and I've seen some baddies, and I just look at them and I say, "Shorty, you're not healed." You know, I see it.
It's because you're not healed. I see the pain in you.
I see it.
Girl, you're not trying to pay my bills, girl. You're not healed. You're not healed, girl. You was really healed. You would pay my bills for me, girl. You know, so that's how I use it now. I just use it in reverse. I'm like, girl, you're trying to pay my bills. You're not healed. You're not ready for a real relationship. See?
Straight up.
Gotta get a little
It
smarter.
ain't that complicated. It's not that complicated.
Yep. So I'm going ahead and bounce up out of here. I'm gonna see if I can make a call to Charles.
Yeah, no, yeah. Mrs. Z does got it in and out. I'm about to in and out because I got things to do too. So let's read this. I like the roll call. Yeah, no, I like the wrong comment. My bad, y'all. And KMS says to BGS, I'm truly humbled to call out and recognize to be called out and recognized. I am the son of a soldier who is navigating being Black in America, i.e., being alone. Is every Black man alone? I don't think we're. This is the brotherhood. I don't think we're alone.
Yeah. 50-50. I mean, like, I ain't gonna say you absolutely alone, but you know, cause
yeah.
But you out here humping it for the most part, though.
There's different types of company. Like there's absolutely alone, and then there's alone in terms of, you know, romantic, erotic company.
KMS is married, so he's definitely not that type of alone.
Oh, he's married.
Yeah.
Oh, nigga, go on, cook you something, man. Shit.
KMS is super straight in that respect. So, yeah. Don't come back out here, KMS.
Yeah, don't come
unless
back
you want
out.
to pay the Latina fee.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't come back
Back
out.
up like, hey, I got rice, I got greens, mac and cheese, peach cobbler.
I tell all my married the same thing. I'm like, look, stay your ass in the house.
Hysterical.
Stay your ass.
But let me end this all out, y'all. Let me end this. Y'all all came here late. Lion came super late. I thought AL came the latest, and Lion said, "No, I'm gonna be super fastly late."
Nah, man.
Right,
He had the sun on us, bro. Faster than be late, bro.
No, I think he was preoccupied. Y'all heard him. It sounded like he just woke up. I don't know. You waking up midday, well, late afternoon. I don't know. Sound like somebody was having a little bit of fun. That's what it sounded like.
Probably was.
You already know. But all right, y'all. So we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Minister content, other non-minister content for the love of God, and go touch some grass. And it was some good ass political talk early in the chat. Oh my God, Lion, you gotta play the replay, right? Especially after my monologue, that was some good ass shit for a couple of hours too. So y'all go ahead and check that out for all of you that came a little bit later. And we will pause right here. And y'all have a great rest of your day. Mr. Z out.